Let's go, let's move side to side. to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Walk away this time. Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain.
A new wave is coming to the LEC! That's gonna be one of the best LEC intros I've seen in years! Oh, Jackies!
For a bit, I know that.
Crowd's all ready for that trash line. Their rapid, crazy minds right in the arcane again.
Everything blue in this arena. Everything blue.
Buenos días a todos y bienvenido a Pabellón Olympique de Badalona for the last day of LEC versus 8 weeks of pure banger and chaos, la crème de la crème, and sometimes a few kitchens burning maybe, but we made it for the very last day and the very first LEC versus finals.
Super exciting. We had 5 games yesterday, and today is shaping up to be such an amazing day.
I mean, I just want 5 games today as well. Like, I think
Yeah?
yesterday, finally, we get to see what Fearless has to offer. I want to see how deep these pools go.
We have KC versus G2 in final. KC MKOI. 5 games yesterday, Jack Spectra. What are your highlights from yesterday? That was crazy. You were in the audience actually
I was
watching
in the
it all.
audience. It was crazy. The atmosphere in the crowd. I mean, the KC fans, they were outnumbered, but they still held on strong. And at times, it felt like they were louder than the MKOI fans, especially when KC just kind of started demolishing MKOI in that game 5.
They had so many reasons to just outnumber the MKOI fans in intensity, because the early game from KC, every single damn game were just so impressive. Sure, there were some throws, but both of these teams, they just delivered such a great performance for the fans.
I don't know what bonbons they're on, but the way they leveled up from the rare candies was incredible yesterday. I don't know what they did in the break.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciated it. It came down to the very last draft and how creative both teams have been. Again, thank you and credits to MKOI for their journey and everything that was possible for them, for us to be here this weekend. I caught up yesterday with the KC fans after the victory on that very first floor here in the arena. So let's check out the emotions from them. In their arena. So guys, how does it feel to turn this place into something completely different? How does it feel to take down MKOI and reach finals?
Feels so cold in there.
¡Qué frío!
Let's go Casey! Let's go Casey! Let's go Casey! Let's go Casey!
I think the atmosphere says it all, guys. On se voit en finale demain.
Pardon. À demain.
À demain. In finals tomorrow. See you tomorrow. The irreductible blue wall, red wall here actually, given the jersey, but yeah, they had their fire in them.
The wall was painted red.
Huh?
The wall was painted red yesterday.
The wall was painted red, absolutely. No, but they were hyped. And again, I don't know how, if you guys could hear them, but even from here, it was like 20 KC fans down there. You could hear them when the action was on fire for the team.
I mean, it was incredible. The arena yesterday, I don't know how it looked to you guys, but for me, it felt packed.
It felt packed.
Yeah.
Yeah. And with the drums and everything, honestly, no, the fans delivered. Even if it doesn't look like it when you look at the arena here, I'm excited for today and the games that we're going to have.
You know what my favorite moment of yesterday was?
What?
When we're going deep into game 5, and all of a sudden, you know, the KC fans were just loud for all day, and then the MKOI fans were just slowly going in intensity.
That's how it goes.
And all of a
usually.
sudden, the KC fans were just so damn loud.
Yeah, but they gave it all until the end, honestly. And I'm excited to see what we're going to have today, especially coming from the fans. But guys, 100 games of LEC versus.
Has it been that many?
Here we are.
Wow.
It's been that many, and for the very first time ever, once again, we had 2 invited teams. I want to celebrate the past 8 weeks that we have. So, what were your favorite moments from LEC versus?
I mean, for me,
if you had to take one.
It has to be kind of LR and their whole story. Yeah, I like the LR. What can I say?
Really?
But I think the base
Original
defense
thoughts.
that Baus had in the game against Shifters, this was really when Los Raton's whole journey kind of shifted. Like, before this, shifted.
Nice.
It was really rough for them. They were looking quite bad, but after this, they went on a miracle run. They nearly made it to playoffs, and it was just such a joy to watch.
You know what? I'm happy that you talk about LR and about Baus, because my favorite moment is also from Baus. Let's check it out.
You didn't listen to me. Like, you were cosplaying so much that you were listening to me. You were actually not listening the whole time.
5 hours lections we had, I didn't listen. I had YouTube shorts running on the side. I'm sorry.
Based.
You think he was sorry? Because I don't think he was sorry at all.
No.
I don't think you also, though. I'm sorry to say.
One thing I did teach him, that base defense was all me, baby. I taught him that. I taught him that. My Gragas was out of this world. I did a lot of
your
work.
Gragas, buddy. Calm down.
No, it was all me. He cannot take that away, and he's not here to defend himself today.
The only thing good about your Gragas is that he's in character, the way he's playing.
Okay, moving on.
What do you have, actually?
Oh, it's me.
Yeah.
Definitely, yeah. My favorite moment was the fact that every single time, everyone's complaining, yo, end of the regular season is so boring. We have only 2 teams. I don't really care about who makes playoffs because they're bad and all of this stuff. But look over there, G2 was in a fine spot to miss playoffs, and it went down to all the last games. Sure, my boy Baus and everyone on Los Atoms didn't make it, but at the same time, we had so many cool storylines. It went to G2 Fnatic in the final moment. You know, it didn't end up being one or the other out of the playoffs based on their, you know, tradition of hatred.
Yeah.
But also on that day, to be honest, MKOI was super close to missing it as well. And speaking of MKOI, I love MKOI. Let's talk about yesterday, because we talked a lot about the regular season, but it's all about the playoffs, baby. Yesterday, Game 3, Elyoya Kiana in his own house, he finds the mega flank here. 5-man supreme display of talent, and there's never been a more adequately named ability for this moment. I think this was absolutely beautiful. Frame it, put it on your bathroom wall, and just admire it at times.
Finn, the intensity with which you say that, you say like they won the series, like you're that happy.
I stopped watching after this part. That's all I can
classic
say.
Finn. He'll find a way to glaze MKOI no matter
You
what.
literally brought an LR, we haven't seen.
I mean, LR, yeah, they had a wonderful way.
Prestige Kedal, that's why he's Prestige Kedal. He's just latching on the LR all the time.
You know what? They had a good one, honestly, but yeah, Finn, I'm sorry for you.
Sucks,
all your
buddy.
support's not paying off. No, but I understand. I've been there. I've done that mistake, but it's fine. Your support is appreciated from them. We've talked about in-game and what we've seen are highlights from the season, but there's also more that we want to celebrate as the last day of LEC versus is upon us here. We're going to celebrate some awards, actually. I think it's been a long time since we haven't done the LEC award, celebrating all the best moments of the season, and the first one is the best pentakill chosen by the fans, and it was MKOI, once again.
I mean, I love MKOI, but come on, it's an 80 carry right-clicking. Come on, I can do that in my sleep. Come on, that was...
Then why aren't you playing on the stage, Finn? It's harder than it looks, okay? It's harder than it looks. You gotta dodge the skill shot, everything one-shots you. It's not so easy to just right-click. And as well, he got the 6 items. That's kind of like the hard part, you know, getting the scaling point of an ADC. So,
right. Next category
so
we
much
have
scope in one man.
Schizo.
is Happy Little Accidents. Do you have an idea of what it could be? Happy Little Accidents in-game or outside of game?
Surely, it has to be Karzi getting trolled by the empty tissue box, because if I would be there, I'm like, hey Rev, can you give me a tissue? And he just looks at you like this, the smile on your face like...
Kidding!
Yikes!
Yoinked! Any ideas?
I don't know.
No?
Like, Happy Little Accident is like so open-worded, you know? It's like, it could be a play that wasn't that bad, or it's a play that's really bad.
I mean, let's say, like, we're in Europe, we have a lot of Happy Little Accidents. There's quite a few. 2 minutes to choose from. Our lobsters too buttery, our steak is too juicy. There's so much to pick.
And the one we're celebrating
mistakes,
here
it's very nice.
is Caps' teleports.
Oh my god, I forgot about
82.2% of the vote. You know what? Happens to the best.
We might not have expected, but we do have a sex pack at least in our league. That was beautiful.
I like that he was dying and the teleport animation was still going off on the tower. Like, the tower is still, you know, doing its job. But I completely forgot about this one. But I guess it's just the Jojo Punion special, you know, Master of Time.
I mean, it was the first game of the season. You know, like, nerves are high, you know, Caps.
I was nervous. Jitters.
Hands are cold.
You know, Caps is kind of new to this league. You know, it's like kind of an unknown name.
I hope this kid does well in the coming years in the league.
He has a bright future.
Next category we have here is going to be the best play. Actually, this one is tough. Best play.
Best play?
Best play. Could be the Gragas play you've talked about
Could
earlier.
be the Lost Returns base defense. That one was really nice.
And the play I really loved was
Anything
the... I mean, I'm going to LR now as well. The Baus Kled ult. Maybe I'm Kled biased.
Oh, yeah,
but that Kled ult was a legendary into the Yunara mega slow into this team wipe.
You know
The Shifter's best race? No.
You know what's my best play of the season?
No.
Baus buying a potion. That's the play.
Okay, do we have that on camera?
No, we don't. It's that rare, but that's my play.
All right, let's reveal the winner, and it is MKOI once again with the Wombo combo. 48.4% of the fan vote here for this one.
Oh, I remember this one. It's about something nasty is about to happen.
Oh,
with
it's
this,
about to be
with
a
the
lot of
balance deal.
knockups.
Oh no.
Oh.
Hey, that's an Orn.
That's
I'm
an
happy
Orn.
to be-
That's
oh,
one
oh
knockup,
my
two
God,
knockups.
oh my
Okay, he
God.
missed the ult, but it doesn't matter.
Hey, don't take away from that play. This is supposed to be hype, Finn.
That
Just
was
hype it
hype.
up. That was really cool. Doesn't matter. Only even need to ult. There was enough bouncy castle around there.
Brother, I'm so compelled.
Love it. Next category we're gonna have here, and the last one is the best mic check. Okay, there's a few contestants here. Can be a Carsey humanoid
Has to be
moment.
Carsey humanoid for me. There's like
Yeah?
just so many highlights, you know, like they're just a back and forth. I don't know. I didn't thought I would like Vitality this much, but just Carsey humanoid.
They made me a fan as well.
I mean,
love them.
it's, you know, it's a good restaurant where you come in and like there's a married couple arguing in the kitchen. It's kind of the same with Vitality. I feel like whenever you listen to their comms, they're just arguing permanently, and I think it's because they love each other, and I think that's why they have such a strong bond.
All right, and let's reveal the winner is, as it is, Reckless.
Come on,
Let's
boys.
take a listen.
Come on now. Today we make history. We've been together for over a year and like 3 months.
I'm pretty good with being here together with all of you at this point of my life.
Yeah.
This is a good place to be, you know, together with all of you.
Agreed. I wouldn't want to be here with anyone else.
No, sometimes it's about the power of friendship.
That's so wholesome. That is so wholesome.
Yeah.
That's my king in the north.
I miss my
The
boys.
king in the north. Love it. Love it. We've been talking about what the fans chose, but I feel like there's something that's been going under the radar here. The players have been shining for their play in-game, but it's their beautiful voice that I'm interested in here. LEC karaoke. Let's review what happened.
From the chandelier, boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room. Don't stop, make it pop. These just beat it, beat it.
Oh, that was a voice back.
Something I'm giving up on you. Fiend, fiend, fiend.
It represents.
Fiend, fiend, fiend.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
He looks his own.
Vela, You're way too beautiful, girl. Je l'ai.
Wait, he's in Croatian.
Je l'ai.
Doobie doobie da 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 da.
Yeah.
Magic kind of boom boom.
Marek Brazda.
Oh, nice.
He comes from Turkey, the girls are very nice. He left his girlfriend to play for black and white. He scores solo bolos with the cannon on his chest. His name is Kano, Khan.
Shout out to LEC Production for this beautiful mashup. Some of them made it to air. I'm happy that there was more in the back pocket here. You guys have been playing actually for years. You have to expect that you're going to end up in mic checks and in videos like this, right?
I mean, for sure. I don't think I didn't sing much. Did you guys sing much?
I mean, I think I was a bit of a
I was a bit
songbird.
shy.
You know, like I was trying to get into X Factor, didn't really work out, so now I'm here sadly. But
I like to see the Vladdy on the voice.
Yeah,
bro, Vladdy was going hard, but I was one of those grumpy guys. You know, everyone's singing into my team, and I just look at them and I'm like,
still our buddy.
You say
no fun allowed, yeah? No fun allowed.
Lock in.
All right, if you guys want to catch our players in Spring Split and the action itself, the tickets for Spring go live on sale on the 6th of March at 4 p.m. CET at lec.gg/tickets. All right, guys, before we dive into today's series, I want to poke your pro player brain about some champions that maybe we might see on the Rift today or that you want to see on the Rift. So, sharpest analysis.
Yeah.
Give me your best, plead your case, and let me know which champion you want to see today. Jack, you can go first.
Yeah, I'll start off. So I wanted to really focus on analysis here and bring a pick that I think we're for sure going to see today, and it's just bringing a lot of energy. Kog'Maw. So, Kog'Maw, a fantastic pick. It has a really high DPS, and it's a great hyper carry. And we go to the next slide. A beautiful Hansama. Wow. I mean, it looks great. Oh, looks really good. Sorry. Up against top esports, G2 played Kog'Maw and demolished them. Hansama win rate there on screen as well. 75%, 7 KDA. Like, this is a pick that I'm looking at G2 today. And if we go to next slide here, and so why did this pick suddenly erupt? Well, it's because Crowny posted on Twitter talking about how this new item, Dusk and Dawn on Kog'Maw, gives you so much damage and it makes the W proc on towers. It's absolutely incredible. If we can go to the next slide here. Yes, look at that damage. 1,600 damage on the tower with Kog'Maw W? What? It makes no sense. It's because of the Dusk and Dawn item that just adds so much damage, and it's also just a great first item.
So
Power
crazy.
Spike, and it just allows him to go kind of AP Kog'Maw, which is so good against tanks. And then, if you're playing Kog'Maw as well, you make my favorite play-by-play caster so happy. No, that's the wrong medic. Yeah, it makes my favorite play-by-play caster so happy because you get Braum, you get Kog'Maw Braum, and then you have Mom. Medic plus Braum.
What?
Mom?
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Oedipus.
Yeah, and you can trust this analysis. Here's why. Okay, well, seriously, guys, why are we doing this here? Are you kidding me?
4 swines and a bum.
Okay.
Do you want to talk about this?
No, I do not want to talk about this. Okay, well, we didn't play Kog'Maw, I guess.
I love it,
Maybe
guys.
we play
Thank you so much. Yeah,
Okay.
hopefully we see Kog'Maw. I'm solid.
Okay, here's the thing.
No, you go next.
My criticism is always, if you're in solo, you're in LEC teams, there's sometimes where it comes to where you have just, some issues. Feel is getting the best of you and your comp is horrible. Burden is on you to save the draft. Or, ADC like Jack Spectra is whining that he's weak. Well, the easy solution is on.
Oh, no,
Brother on. Brother on.
Wait.
He comes in. There he is.
We talked
Lovely
about
man.
having fun
No,
and you
shut
bring
up.
Ornn?
Do you want to be an
Okay.
assassin? Or do you want to be a tank? Or do you want to engage maybe? Because that's what the LEC have. Yes, Finn. Yes, you pick Ornn. But do you want to carry maybe? No. No, you will pick Ornn. Do you have no friends? ADC still hates you? Well, don't worry, buddy. Level 13, the oven is ready. Items are in the oven. So, all you can do is teach that crybaby a lesson and support and upgrade the support item instead. But, sometimes happens. You're losing the lane. Do you know where to base? Did you take a bad trade? You're getting dove and maybe your jungler says, good luck, buddy. Well, you just press a button, you open item, build that Ruby Crystal Puppy. But do you like trains? Everyone likes trains, right? Look at him. He has a cool train skin. Do you need to engage? Enemies right in front of you. Do they deserve to be punished? You have Malphite Ult on a 12-second cooldown. Look at that. It's ANA getting blown out of the water. That's EG right there versus G2 MSI 2022. Do you need to engage? Enemies far away from you. Are you still angry? Hit them with the train. Blow the horn. Here they come. Here it comes. You blow them out the door. And also, he's super fuzzy, but that's not me. Go on next slide, please.
Okay.
Come on.
Nice cosplay, by the way.
What's her number?
Why is
Where's
Laura
the analysis here? This is just buzzword.
And that's exactly why you pick Ornn. He does everything and he's the best champion in the game.
Get just someone that loves Ornn as much as Odalman.
Don't forget to breathe. I love how you went full school presentation, super serious, pleading your case, and then you did that.
Don't worry.
I have to sell. It's a salesman.
Don't worry, I'll come with an
Let's go
analysis.
here.
Don't worry about it, Odamne. You're japping. I'm gonna bring the heavy-hitting analysis. Are you tired of losing games? Are you tired of seeing your opponent team with a smile on their faces? Well, look no further. The champion for you is Zoe.
Wait, who's
What?
that?
Okay,
Are
next
you
slide.
kidding
Next,
me?
what is that? Okay, next slide. It's
my God.
Zoe. Okay, let me talk. Is that Odamne? Oh, I love that. Perfect.
Wait, what?
No.
Wait, what? Why is it me?
What is going on?
Oh my
I'm
God.
talking about Zoe here. Bring it back in presentation. Thank you, production. Infinite summoner spells. Is your opponent trying to flash away to get you off their track? Yoink! Is your enemy top laner trying to defend the bot lane stack? Yoink!
BDD, my go!
Is your mid laner trying to stop you from getting a Scooby snack? Zoinks! Look, I'm gonna quote the greatest linguist of our time, Eminem. You only get one shot and one opportunity. Look at BDD, even he agrees with that. It doesn't matter how hard you hit. Are you tired of Nami throwing bubbles at your face? Well, bubble her back and watch the ocean get filled of tears. There's more salt in the opposition when you play Zoe than in the Fnatic subreddit. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, that is crazy. Well, I don't want to linger too much. The sum of the cardamom is that no, please remove that picture. I hope
Where's
Zoe.
the analysis,
I
man?
hope Zoe wins. I'm a Zoe main, and she's just so fun. The people get so trolled by the bubble, and her voice lines are so cute. Like when she sings about chocolate cake, lol. She's super random, but also smarter than she looks, just like Odamne.
Oh my god, bro.
I think we killed something.
I'm so happy I didn't see that.
Zoe. You picked the most boring champion. You
He's
picked
so
the most
hype.
tilting champion.
Yes,
you did right.
That's the point.
I did good.
I feel like you did good.
But at least
honestly.
I had analysis.
Let us know in chat which presentation you
Yeah,
think
that's
was
funny.
the best here. We're gonna take a quick break, but before we do this, Legends Academy is an organized play circuit with 3 seasons, and season 2 is around the corner. Players from all skills can participate, from casual open ladder to tournament to path to pro. Watching is not just the premier goal here. You want to participate, so go to legendsacademy.japka.pl and we'll be on the other side of this.
Każda legenda zaczynała się od jednego rankeda, pierwszej drużyny, pierwszego poważnego turnieju.
Kiedy zaczynałem, nie było akademii, trenerów, łatwej drogi do kariery. Dziś już jest. Legends Academy, powered by Żabka, to realna, prosta droga do e-sportu.
To nie jest tylko turniej. To jest rozwój, trening, analiza i mindset. Open kwalifikacje, drużyny, wyzwania i otwarta droga do Rift Legends.
Finaliści Legends Academy trafiają do zamkniętych kwalifikacji do profesjonalnej ligi Rift Legends i grają na nowy finał na tej samej scenie co prosi.
Czyli dokładnie tam, gdzie chcesz być i ty.
Masz skill, masz drużynę, brakuje ci tylko startu.
Dołącz do Legends Academy, powered by Żabka i walcz o swoje miejsce na scenie.
Legendy nie rodzą się same, one trenują.
Wbijaj na legendsacademy.żabka.pl i zrób pierwszy krok w prawdziwy e-sport.
Hello, everyone. We're here on the floor in a wonderful Olympic arena for the finals of LEC Versus. So let's see who we can find. I found the Movistar Koi Boys. The Koi Boys. Does that sound good?
Yeah, it sounds good. It sounds really good. Yeah.
All right. Do you have any predictions for today? And also, sorry that your team didn't make it.
I'm gonna go with 3-1 to G2.
Okay.
3-2 to G2.
Carmine Corp, 3-0.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, are you allowed to say that here?
No, I am not glad at all, but I think so. Yeah. 3-0 G2.
Do we have anything special planned for the stage introductions later?
Not second. Okay, it's secret. It's secret. Yes.
Who are you supporting today?
We were supporting Movistar Koi yesterday, but yeah, it's not the case anymore. I think that G2.
It was pretty cool in the arena yesterday at the end. For them, for us.
Not for you.
Obviously.
Yeah.
And it was fun for us.
So you think most Spanish fans will support G2 or KC?
Oh, there is a lot of rivalry with France.
Yeah.
So I think that most of the Spanish people will be supporting G2.
Okay,
You know.
we'll see. No way you're supporting the French?
No.
No. What's the score gonna be?
I think 3-0 for G2.
Okay.
I hope.
Photo for prediction. What is your prediction?
G2 3 y Camine Corp 2.
G2 stamps Camine Corp.
Stomps.
Absolutely 3-0.
I guess 3-1 for G2.
Thank you. Have fun. So my completely scientific poll does say that most of the people here are backing G2, but I do have a lot of faith in how loud that KC block can get. It's going to be a super exciting matchup, and I think it's going to get very, very loud in here. KC fans can be loud, but you can never outcount G2. Death taxes G2 in finals, and even winning titles is just something that we've been seeing for years in the LEC. What do you think about this, guys? And yeah, the legacy that G2 has cemented in the
G2
fans'
is just
hearts.
legendary organization. The fact that they've been top 4 since 2019, it's just absolutely incredible. And the consistency that they show year after year, regardless of roster, they've made it to nearly every single final, and it really all comes down to one person at the end of the day.
I mean, you all know who it is. It's Caps, baby. The GOAT. He's so furry and has hooves at this point because he's just so established in our league. Like, the way you can take one split of Caps and make as many montages like from a player's full career. Like, the way he pops off in fights, the way he plays the side lane, I think is unparalleled in our region.
And the really frustrating part, because a lot of time when I was competing, I felt like he was just the ultimate boss every single time. There were so many series where I walk into them, I'm like, yeah, Caps is not him today. Yeah, it's Craps, you know, he's not going to show up. But man, he showed up a couple of times.
You see roaming bot lane, you see bot lane say, oh, and then there's a double kill.
Why do people keep on doubting Caps? Why do I keep on hearing and even saying sometimes every year, Caps is done, G2 is finished, when we know that they always turn it around? What is it about with Caps?
I mean, it's popular to hate on the most, like the best player, you know? Like,
is that
people
what it
doubt
is?
Faker, people doubt Caps, and it's also like a lot of people want someone to step up. We wanted Laddie last year to step up. We want Yehu to step up. We want Jojo to step up, because competition is really what we're all about, but Caps is not allowing it.
What does it take to have this kind of success on this long of a career, guys? You've all been on the Rift. You've all played pro.
It's unthinkable.
I mean, it's just unspeakable. It's just unspeakable amounts of talent, because there's just so many pro players who just come into our league, into the LEC, or pretty much anyone in general. I think the average lifespan of maybe an LEC pro is around, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 years. But this guy is here for almost 10 years now. And in those 10 years, he just wins all the time. It's just generational level of talent.
I mean, to me, it comes down to one word: obsession. Like, he lives, breathes, drinks, sleeps League of Legends. That's the only thing he does. Like, he always, like, I talk to him whenever he's off the, like, when you talk with him, like, in the green room or something, he's always talking to you about League of Legends. Like, oh, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? But, like, just like Jon Snow, I feel like Caps is standing on top of a blue wall. And I think it's fair to say that winter is coming.
Oh, winter? That pun?
Good,
That's what we're going with?
That's right.
Well,
I mean, you did
winter
say
might, okay.
winter did come, but the winter this time will be blue because it's KC.
All right.
They established themselves as the winter favorites because last year they won winter. They, they upset G2. They went to first stand. They did a great run over there. And now I think it's actually the best time for them with this iteration of the roster to be contending against G2.
So the blue wall.
I mean, I agree. I think it's all about just the roster swaps that they made coming into this year. With Busio, with Yehu, they're just looking so much better. And it's going to be an amazing series.
What did we think about the strength of both teams, actually, before we dive into further into this discussion? KC rebuild on one side, G2 banking on the same project yet again. Do we feel like they've peaked at the moment they're supposed to, now reaching finals?
Look, I mean, let's just compare it to last year, because they were playing in the finals last year. And I think what was compelling about KC back then was their team fighting, was their structure with Targamas and Vladis team fighting on the Victor, the Kananar moments. But their identity has changed this year. Right now, how you see KC win games is through strong laning phase performances. And I think that change is what might give them an edge today.
I also think just Busio, like the fact that he's able to impact the whole map so much is the best support in the league by far. Maybe best player in the league. I know, like,
I'm not sure if I would agree with that, man. Like, do you see who's on the other side of the mid lane?
I mean, Caps versus Busio is a tough discussion, but just the impact that he has in the games, the way that he's able to not just win bot lane, but win mid, top, help jungle, he's just doing it all.
We've seen a lot of KC. We've seen them for the past 3 days. Actually, they were playing on this very stage, but G2 on the other side, they have been getting ready for this weekend. I stopped by the room actually yesterday to see how the defending finalists get ready to play for finals. Let's check it out. Hi guys, Laure here reporting from the venue for finals weekend. You can see behind me LEC practice room. So I just wanted to take you on a journey with me and show you what it looks like from a team sitting in finals, waiting for their opponents and who they're training and how everything is going. So I'm in the G2 practice room. You can see everybody here. Guys, say hi. Hello, yay. Okay, so I'm gonna ask Caps actually, Caps. So first, why are you wearing a bathrobe? What is this about?
Well, I actually expected Spain to be quite warm, but it turns out it's actually a little bit cold. So I realized I probably need to bring my bathrobe around.
Okay, nice.
Keep myself warm before the final.
Okay, feel comfortable?
Yeah, it's nice, it's nice.
Okay, so one thing that people are wondering is when you're the team waiting in finals, how does Scrim go? Because right now, KC and MKOI are playing on stage. GX got eliminated, so who are the options for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely just scrimming ERL teams. Today we are playing ERL, and we play La Cream de la Crop, as we say in Denmark. And yeah, it's been fun. They're helping us out, being very nice with us. So it's
nice. How has everything been going for you guys, getting ready for finals, waiting in finals once again?
Yeah, I mean, definitely going very well. We have been preparing. Of course, it's tough to prepare when we don't know who we're playing against, but we are watching the series right now and doing our best to prepare for both and make ourselves as ready as we can be.
Yeah, how do you do it actually? Because you're playing scrims, also the teams are playing, and this is going to be your opponent tomorrow. So how are you keeping tracks of what's going on stage, but also focusing on your scrims?
I mean, I think at least for me, I guess we focus probably more on ourselves, to be honest. Just like make sure we have like good condition, make sure we have good scrims, and then if there's something specific happening like in the game, any like habits, any like draft things we want to look out for, we'll be looking out for that. Sometimes it can also be dangerous to watch like too many games and get too like attached to all like the hype and stuff. So we're just keeping it calm, and getting ready for tomorrow.
What's the schedule for you guys in events? 5 scrim games and then solo queue, or do you just go home?
Yeah, I mean, today we're doing 5 scrim games and then we play solo queue. We actually just finished scrims, I guess. So we will do solo queue the rest of the day. And then when the venue closes, we'll probably just go back to the hotel.
Okay. When is bedtime? You don't want to go too late?
Yeah, probably around maybe 1 a.m., something like this.
1 a.m., is it fine, Romain? Do you agree? Okay, Romain approves. Caps, thank you so much. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
The bathrobe plus the music, it's giving spa. 2 a.m. bedtime before finals, do we agree? That's
He said
reasonable?
1 a.m., no?
1 to 2 a.m. Yeah.
I think it's fair
One
enough.
thinks it's reasonable.
I've seen a lot worse.
Yeah,
Pro players are usually not the most deliberate bedtimers.
For sure. I remember Ruby 6, 7 a.m. That was pretty crazy.
And that's why he didn't make finals, unlike Gaps, who's used to being in this situation here. Talking about the path and how you can make it to finals, we had 8 finals won by teams through the upper bracket and 9 finals won by the teams through the lower bracket. So what do we make? 6, 7. What do we make of these two ways to reach success and victory here, guys?
So I've been on both sides of the table, right? So there's a lot of backstabbery that can happen, right?
Okay.
Because when you're upper bracket final, the things that the teams usually do, the one that waits in the final, is you scrim the team from, I guess, the match closest to you. So in this case, would have been MKOI, and then you leave the bottom feeders to fight amongst themselves to find scrims. And this way, you kind of do a little bit of sabotaging. You know, you don't let them find good scrims. But here's the thing: that's a trade-off, because when you go through the lower bracket finals, in this case, KC, they already played 8 games on stage, and that's. Well, I think that stat is really, really cool, because you get to value these 9 wins that lower bracket had. It's just because you get acclimatized to the stage. You get to do a lot more things. You get to soak in that pressure. You get to see the fans and everything. And you get to deal with those stage jitters, because in theory, upper bracket teams should just be the better one and win a lot more. But we saw in that stat how it can go both ways.
I mean, I love that story as well. The fact that people in the finals are just blocking screams to kind of destroy.
Thing?
I mean, it happens.
Yes.
I remember, I think it was 2016. I think it was Yamato Cannon on Splice. He was only screaming Unicorns of Love while G2 had no screams, and he was like, G2 has my sympathy, but not my regrets. He dropped like a crazy line like that. And in the end, I think G2 won that split, if I remember correctly anyway. So yeah, kind of clap back. But I love the point that you made about KC doing this lower bracket round, because being warmed up in your seats on a day like this is super important. And I feel like G2 is going to come into the imprints of the MKOI players, while KC has already been there. They know the temperature, they know the vibe, they know the crowd, and they know the crowd is against them, but they performed anyway.
They thrive off of this.
Yeah. For me, what would have happened, because I'm 100% sure, to go back on this, if we would have been upper bracket final in that day when I won with Rogue, we would have gotten the Hearthstone 3-0, like no chance. You know, 15-minute storms GG, because the morale was just so bad. So lower bracket rounds are legit.
All right, we'll see about this in about 20 minutes. Before that, I want to talk about G2's success, because yet again, they're sitting comfortably in finals, waiting for their opponent. And if there's one man who's been helping through this success for the past few weeks, it has been the man in the jungle, Skewmont, shining more than ever this year.
Yeah, I mean, Skewmont has just been phenomenal. And you guys might be a little bit late to jump on the hype train, but I was there from the beginning.
Okay, buddy, I was here way before you.
For G2 at the beginning.
For Skewmont, I always knew Skewmont, for me, best jungler last year, best jungler this year. The way he is so damn efficient on the map, and the way he just sets his lanes up for success. He makes so little mistakes compared to most of our junglers in our league that just always lose their brain cells at some random stage of the game. Skewmont doesn't do that.
But he's not playing against the most junglers now. He's playing against Yike. So he needs to do a lot more than that.
I mean, look, Yike is the kind of guy, I talked to him backstage. He's just like, yeah, it was a good Kha'Zix game. Of course, I pick Kha'Zix. He will pick whatever will win him the game.
Not that easy, Jack.
Skewmont's no slouch with the champion pool either. If we could bring up the champion
Show
pools
me
here.
the bubbles.
We're not going to bring out anything, because before that, I actually want to hear from the man himself. Shox caught up with him ahead of the series. Let's check it out. You guys, shut up.
Skewmont in the house for the grand finals of LEC versus Skewmont. Would you agree with the statement that you have been the main character of G2 these playoffs?
Yes and no. I think that I got the chance to like shine in these playoffs for sure, but I do think that the reason why I shine that much in playoffs is because of like the teamwork we've been putting in, and like my teammate just made it easy for me to shine, and I would be really happy to do the same for them right today. But yeah, I mean, I think I've been playing pretty good, but the most important is today, so I'm looking forward for it, yeah.
We know there have been different scenarios when you step into an arena that the other team has already played in. Is there anything that you've been able to do to help that situation? Because you can't really fake it, right? Playing in an arena like this.
I mean, I do think that they kind of have an advantage in the sense that they already played for 2 days in the arena. And for us, I mean, besides like the tech check and stuff like this, we didn't really get to play and like play around the arena with all the fans cheering for you. So definitely it's gonna be like important to stay like focused throughout the whole day, and just make sure that we adapt the fastest way possible, so we don't have like any like exterior issue, and show some good gameplay.
Yeah, it's interesting that you're up versus Yike, because Yike, of course, has the history with G2, but also he has gone through a similar thing where he is growing into a very important character in that team who has at times played the hard carry role in the jungler, but is also able to play the other side of the coin. Yep. And he impressed us yesterday a lot with the Kazakhs. Like, were you watching and thinking, oh my God, what is this guy getting up to?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think the Game 4 and Game 5 were the one I could actually get to see fully, because we were obviously screaming. And yeah, I mean, I think he had really good angle for the Kazakhs in the last game. And I mean, he actually historically played it as well back in the days with G2 as well. So I think he has the experience, he's good on it. So that was definitely like some nice Kazakhs. And I've actually saw like a lot of like LCK players and LPL players playing the Kazakhs as well. But I think that his Kazakhs is like maybe a bit better than the others. Maybe.
Final question, KC as a whole. When I asked when we were still in the studio who you guys would expect, a lot of people said KC. Yep. What do you think is so strong about KC right now?
I mean, kinda like as always. I mean, at least like looking back at last year as well, I think they just have like really strong like laners in general. And I think they play like, when they play like a disciplined game, and they play like on their strength, which are like pushing lanes and just like playing slow in general. I think this is where they shine the most. And I feel like when they have to kind of like pull the trigger and engage, take some risk, maybe it's not their best game in general. But I think, yeah, like the front to back games usually are like where they shine the most.
Kalist said that MKOI's mid game is better than yours.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, right? Like, I guess we'll see today.
We will see today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The classic Shocks instigating, like right before closing to the end of the interview. Oh yeah, we see the trophy arriving on stage. Absolutely amazing. We'll see who gets to lift it at the end of the day, but I want to follow up on what Skumon was saying, and especially what made the team strong lately. The fact that Skumon has been one of the main tools, even if he was humble in the way he was approaching this. Of course he is, but he's been doing a lot of heavy lifting for G2. Both junglers are actually, if I'm looking at this match today, I'm looking at the jungle and what's going to happen in the early game, especially with what both these players can play.
I mean, while I'm favoring Skumon, Yike is no slouch, obviously, right? Yeah. And both of these junglers have been bringing out really exciting carry jungler picks. It's an incredibly exciting and diverse jungle meta that allows you to play a wide variety of champions. That means that you can both carry through draft and you can carry in-game by playing these high-resource junglers.
Yeah, I'll even take it one step further. I think this is the most diverse jungle meta we have ever had in competitive League of Legends. And I think this opens up so many cool avenues, especially in a best-of-5 Fearless. The fact that just like yesterday, Yike's Kazakhs pick won them the game. If you have those pocket picks in your pockets and can bring them out on demand, you can have such a high impact on a series, just like Yike did yesterday.
But that's the thing, right? Yike had to show a little bit of what's in that pocket. We haven't seen Skumon. We haven't seen Skumon dig deep.
That's true.
I'm really excited to see how Skumon digs deep in this meta, because it's all about the junglers. What? Okay, you're trying to set me up for failure here, Finn. Come on, let's look at the early game comparison, because it's really about the early game for both of these two junglers. And the word that I want to focus on is efficiency. Both of these junglers are incredibly efficient. There's Skumon a little bit more so. But it's really about full clearing and then finding ganks and opportunities after you've cleared all your camps.
You say that it is about full clearing, but that's just Skumon's playbook. On Yike's side, this guy does not full clear. This guy skips camps. You talk about efficiency. This guy skips so many camps, sets his laners up for success so much more. And look at those stats. Goal difference is the same. CSD is the same. So what is your efficiency now, Jack?
Yeah,
Where's
I don't know, Jack.
Going?
Looks like the
That's
Swedish man is outperforming.
The game is not 40 minutes. It goes longer, and then the efficiency stacks up. He has a full clear advantage, a little bit tempo. That leads into more farm. And in 20 minutes, Skumon, boom, so much stronger.
You know what's that? Cope at 20 minutes for you, Jack. That's exactly what you're saying right now.
We've seen vintage Yike yesterday on the Rift. He was known for this Kazakhs pick, this very early game, these very aggressive picks. When I met him back in the LFL, I'm glad he brought them back onto the Rift yesterday. Shocks caught up with him again ahead of the game, so let's check it out.
Yike had an absolutely stellar performance yesterday. It's all anyone could talk about, not in the least about the Kazakhs. Yike, so tell me a little bit about how comfortable you feel in terms of showing champion versatility, regardless of which type of champion.
Yeah, I mean, right now I feel like there's a very big champion pool for like a lot of youngsters to play right now, and for me, that's like kind of my comfort zone. I love playing like different kind of champs, different kind of youngsters, assassins if I can, like Kha'Zix, Naafiri I played the day before as well. So yeah, I just like playing all these different champs.
Do you think there's an evolution in kind of the trust you are given in the team, where you said, for instance, yesterday you're gonna go for Kha'Zix, even though it can be difficult to play and you can be set behind, but do you feel like there's a whole circle of trust right now in the team, not just for you, but for everyone to be able to play what they are comfortable with?
Yeah, I think everyone has so much trust in each other. I feel like when I asked about Kha'Zix, everyone was like, yeah, just go for it. And I was just gonna pick it anyways, even if they said no. So no matter what, like I feel like we just trust each other. And yeah, even if someone else wants to pick something crazy like Hana, Yeho, or Kalista, Alan, then we will let them do it, yeah.
How much are you looking forward to the match versus Skewmon? Because he is the guy that we were talking about for G2 on the Zahen, but also just in general playing out of his mind. How do you think that matchup's gonna match up?
Oh yeah, I think he's very strong right now, and I think it's gonna be a big just jungle matchup right now today between me and him, and probably the best jungler is gonna win today.
Yeah,
that's how I see it. Yeah, so yeah, I'm very excited. I think it's very good. So you just have to be very in the zone.
You gonna play boring champs? No, right?
Nah, no more Seriani. Nah, Seriani is banned. Never again.
Forever.
Never again.
Okay,
yes.
Jankos used to say that as well.
Yeah.
We know how that happened.
Oh no.
We'll see. But yeah, you're up versus G2, of course. There was that famous quote of you that you were going to end the G2 era. I think, of course, you've put them down a few times already. But I wanted to know if you can tell me about, if you look back at the Yike from G2 and the time that has passed and the evolution that you have gone through, kind of how you have changed, because now you really are that person for KC, the people that people look up to win these games.
Yeah, it's a big difference, right? In G2, I was kind of like the laid-back guy. I was just like listening to my team, following my team. They were doing the things. They were very like big veterans. KC, I'm more of the veteran now, and I have to be the like leader voice and all of that. And I feel like I got so good at it now, and that's very nice for me to feel. And yeah, going to the finals now, I think it's gonna be just very exciting for me to see how well I can do that.
Okay, lovely to hear, the veteran. I hope you have an amazing best of 5. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
It's been a beautiful journey for Yike, honestly, from coming from ERL into joining G2, the whole tree era, that's behind him now. He's back on those carry champions. He found his strength and confidence yet again. That's a Yike that I would be terrified to play against.
Just look at his smile. That's the kind of smile I would go to war for.
Yeah,
the fact that he has that smile on his face all the time, and then he just locks in the most cold-blooded Kha'Zix and just 1v9s the game completely. I think this player is so compelling. I'm so excited for today.
And he said it himself, he was this laid-back guy in G2. And for me, the most impressive thing about Yike is not really his early game, but it's just his evolution as a player, from being this side character, blossoming into this main character. Because last year, when they won in Winter, he was the facilitator for the team. And right now, he has finally grown into how he said, he's the veteran, he's the rookie, he wants to lead. He wants to lead players like this to have amazing performances. And the way that changed is that the team will play through him. He has been a powerhouse, he has been an engine for his team.
And they were in this situation a year ago. KC hoisting their very first LEC trophy. They lost that success completely in the rest of the year. When on a full rebuild here for the team, it has paid off right off the bat. They were playing for the long season, but they're here sitting again in finals against G2, getting to get that revenge. How different of a team are they this time around when you compare the KC roster from last year into what they're showing us right now?
It's a huge difference. I think especially, Finn touched upon this earlier, it's really about this new evolution of KC. It's about the early game, right? It's about drafting strong laners. Yike plays around the lanes very well. I think Yike, for me as a player, if he has losing lanes, if things starts to go bad, that's when he really retreats into his kind of old bad habits and things start to look wrong for KC. But when they're winning, when they're ahead, that's when they look really dominant. So that's why I've been in love with these KC drafts recently. I mean, this game 5 going Kalista, Renata. It's insane.
I mean, I love the way they drafted the series, because they realized they were winning the early game every single game. And you come to game 5, usually that's when teams slow, the Jinxes, the Aphelioses, but they were like, we're stomping these guys in lane. Give us the Kalista, Renata, and we're gonna dumpster them, and they did that so candidly.
Exactly, and this is where we wanted to see these draft adaptations happen, because a lot of time, as you said, when you go to game 5, the game slows down, but not for them. They did the thing where there's one captain of the ship. There's always one guy happy in the draft, and it's always been solved, right? In this game, you have the Kalista Renata, you have the Galio, you have the Kha'Zix. Everything is harmonious. There's no holds the plug in the ship.
Holds the plug. All right, all right. We're gonna go with this. I feel like when you look at KC and what they've been able to showcase lately, you never know where the aggression is gonna come from. Yike is doing a lot of heavy lifting in the early game. You can trust Kalis to pull those fights. You can trust the man in the mid lane, Yehu, the one who replaced Vladi, the one who was supposed to bring that team to a next level, who actually showed a lot and did a lot for this KC roster.
Look, we knew that Busio was going to be good. We expected that. Yeah. We knew what he was. Yehu was quite unproven, and I feel like yesterday he showed why KC put their trust into him. We know that Jojapyun was the only mid laner that kind of challenged Caps in lane last year, and Yehu just destroyed him yesterday, game after game. He was in full control. Either it was the lane push, or it was the solo kill, or there was a roams towards the side lanes. It felt like Jojapyun held no candle to the Yehu aggression yesterday.
It hurts you to say it, no.
It's a bit painful, but it is the reality.
I mean, we heard it from Caps himself as well, right? He prophesied it because even before we saw what Yehu can do yesterday, I wasn't really a believer, but Caps said it already from a week or two ago, where he's like, this guy, he is the guy that will punish me in melee. This guy will push me in the laning phase to the absolute limit.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, Odo, Cap said it, and I was surprised that he left Jojapyun out of that conversation of like because I asked him, what are the top 3 best mids that you play against? And he just said, it's Poby and it's Yehu. And then he didn't say a third. I'm like, where's Jojo? And we saw it in that game. I mean, Jojo has had great laning phases, but he has inconsistency, and that's exactly what Yehu punished yesterday.
And that's the thing, because I remember we were on this couch with Caps, and back then he had a lot of hopes for Yehu. For me, Yehu, back in regular season especially, and also in early playoffs, he was the earthier guy. Especially in best of ones, you want to go for control, you want to go for something stable. How much has he evolved since then? What have we seen from Yehu?
It's hard to say if he's evolved, because like, if we're only seeing best of ones, like, was he actually in this year one trick? I can't say, but it was the one champ that they kept going for. And now, hopefully, I would love to see Game 5, like you guys were saying earlier, because then we get to see how can he do against Caps. Yes. And that's a whole different
That is a whole different beast entirely, because I don't think yesterday in Game 5, Yehu really was that relevant. That was more on the bot lane and the Yike pick. So I really want to see, because we know who's good on the Rise, the Orianna, the Azir. How deep does the pool go?
Whoa, you just said that he wasn't relevant yesterday?
No, so in Game 5. In Game 5.
Yeah, but you're just discrediting every single thing that he did in that series. He had so many pop-up performances.
Yeah, but we're talking about champion pool depth here, Odoamne.
You guys can't agree on anything. One thing that I agree on, though, is the fact that after catching up for the first time in the LEC on stage with Yehu, he had a lot of things to say in this interview. Maybe not understanding everything, but he sent a message to Caps, that's for sure. Let's check it out.
Hello guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Today, I'm not nervous. And then, so exciting. I like this. I like it, yeah. I like big match, yeah.
You're gonna play against Caps tomorrow. Do you have a message for Caps?
Hey, Caps, let's go funny game. Woo!
So cute.
It's not about eloquence, it's about cuteness. And it's about, sending a message to Caps. 5 games is what he wants, is what we want. Are we getting them?
Caps loves it. I mean, for me, Caps is the guy that wants 5 games as well. So I would love to see 5 games, see these champions pool pushed, and see what he got.
Caps wants 5 games, but I feel like we always talk about Caps. I feel like this region has always been about Caps for like 6 years now, 7 years now.
Listen, he's the main character of Europe. He's the guy who made it to most finals twice. He's the only...
Not anymore. Not anymore. Hear me out.
I'm hearing.
I think that it's the first time where I'm looking at who is the best player in Europe or in the West, and I don't know if it's Caps anymore.
What?
Because Busio is in this region, and this guy, pound for pound, I think he's the best player in the league, because the difference between Caps and the next best mid laner is so much smaller than between Busio and everyone else. Did you see this guy? He's Alistar, he's walking in, he's sidestepping things. Tanks usually just go in, but this guy is just min-maxing every single play. He's just so damn good.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you guys go in a couple seconds. Guys, in chat, vote, please, because I don't even know what the analysts are on right now. Who is the best player in Europe right now with what we've seen in playoffs so far? Caps or Busio? Go. Now you guys
I,
are
for
listening
one,
to you.
cannot believe I'm surrounded by two people who believe an American is the best player in our league. Caps runs this region. The magic he makes on silence, there's no one that has higher impact on him. Busio is playing support.
No.
Support doesn't have that high impact. If we're talking about highest impact, pound for pound, you know you're always gonna bet on Caps.
Finn. Okay. Busio makes Nami look broken, bro. He hits bubbles like there's no tomorrow. You lock in Nami, you're not expected to land the
You
bubbles.
do realize Nami was banned like 3 out of 4 games, 3 out of 5 games yesterday. She's a strong champion, Jack. Just because he landed one double, Caps would land a triple bubble if he was playing Nami.
No, Caps plays way stronger champions while having less impact than Busio. He plays a stronger role.
Champion strength is relative to the player you're playing against.
Finn.
Look at the fans. Obviously they know. You guys
no. Twitch chat
flabbergasting
is
yapping.
completely biased. Twitch chat suffers from main character syndrome. When the whole team plays for you, of course you're gonna look good. But you know, there's sometimes they're just bad movies who the supporting character wins an Oscar. And for me, that's Busio.
It's literally called supporting actor, best supporting actor.
Yes.
Like, of course he's gonna win the
No one
Oscar for
appreciates
supporting
a
actor.
good supporting
Odone.
actor.
Okay, let's settle this. In the game that we're gonna have today, in the 5 games that we could see on stage, who do we think is gonna be the most impactful between these 2 players and why? People keep on focusing Caps. It's like focusing Faker. It doesn't work. I don't feel like we've seen any bot lane having the impact to contain Busio so far. So G2 KC.
Okay,
Caps
so
Busio, who's gonna be most impactful?
I said Busio is better than Caps, but I think that G2 is going to win 3-1. And here's why, okay? G2, they've always been the villains, but today of Spain, they're the heroes of this crowd. And it is all on the back of not just Caps, but Skewmond, the 2 main characters of this team that has a beautiful supporting cast as well that you can't forget about. And that's why it's going to be G2 3-1 up against KC.
Are we doing this, Jack? Right here, right now?
Okay.
I agree with Mr. Spectre. I believe it's going to be a 5-game series. G2 3-2. Look at this. This is the GOAT and this is Caps. Do you see a difference? There's an LEC trophy looking at them, and I think we're going to get 5 games, but we're going to get 5 bangers, and G2 will come out on top.
That's a very cursed GOAT, man.
I don't need, I mean, cool drawings, guys. Good 3D design, very great. I don't need any of that. I just need Boston over here. Carmine Corp will take the series. That's a 3-0 right there. His big circular head is gonna take the game because
shot of head.
Yike has been an absolute demon. He doesn't give a shit about Skewmond and any of that side. He has big Boston over here to roam with him, make plays around the map, unlock Yehu. That's all I need to say.
I have 3-2 KC. I just want to see 5 games. It's just that if I don't vote KC, they're going to take my passport when I come back home. So
You cannot double dip like that.
What do we think is going to come down to, guys? We've been talking about jungle being the place we're going to look at in the early game. We've said Busio versus Caps. Who's going to be the most impactful? Who's the best player in the West right now? What do we have? What is what we should keep in mind getting into this best of 5 series today?
Look, I think, like in any game of professional League of Legends, the 3 roles that are the main characters that's gonna win the Oscar: support, mid, jungle. Can KC contain Caps? Because if Caps gets to side lane position in the mid to late game, I know he will make KC run around in circles. So I want to see KC attack Caps early game, bring Busio up there like he did yesterday against Georgiapune, allow Yike to interact with Yehu's strong laning phase, and that is the one avenue where I think they can win.
KC had the stage buff so far, having the arena against them. What is going to prevail? The experience they had on stage, or G2 being used to finals?
G2 used to fans, that doesn't really matter. You know, they've been here already. They got used to the stage. They shut down the whole stadium one time. Who's to say they cannot do it again? Because even though everyone jumped ship, those are not real fans. Those are MKOI fans being phonies, jumping on the first ship they can to find some semblance of victory.
You know what, Odo? These are League of Legends fans, and that's what is uniting us all today. Us here, you guys in chat, and these fans here in the arena today. It all comes down to this day. 5 games to prove it all and snatch the only ticket to Brazil and first stand. G2, they've been patiently waiting here all weekend. It's just another Sunday for them, another chance to reclaim what's theirs, and once again to do so in Spain. KC on the other side have been longing for this moment since winter last year, looking at other teams taste the success that was once theirs. Today is their best chance to seize that moment again and prove that a man's dream will live, never die. We're seconds away from the LEC versus Grand Finals, so let's check out with the teams one last time. Shocks, over to you.
Sí, ¿verdad? Bucio y Caps? Bucio, it's been a great tournament for you overall, but here is a guy who you didn't manage to beat back at Worlds. Have you been thinking about that? And are you going to exact your revenge today?
Of course we're going to get revenge, yes.
There's also a big part of KC fans. They're holding down the fort for you. Is there anything you want to say to them?
Yeah, shout out to you guys. You give so much energy.
They absolutely do, but then Caps, I talked to a lot of fans today. They were Movistar Koi fans, but they said, today, I'm going to support G2. Can you give them some confidence?
Thank you guys so much. I mean, KC's definitely been looking strong this split, but we are aiming to go great today, so.
Final fighting words for KC?
Best of luck.
Best of luck, it's also cordial. That's wonderful as well. Y con estas palabras de Caps, ahora por fin estamos listos para dar un gran bienvenida a nuestros finalistas con Volk y Meado.
Hola, hola, saludos. Muy buenas tardes, Badalona. ¿Qué tal, cómo estamos? ¿Hay ganas de final o no? Ambientazo el que vamos a tener en el día de hoy. Final de LEC versus G2 contra Carmine. Quien gane se lleva el título. Quien gane estará representando a Europa en el First Stand. Damas y caballeros, vamos con el primer equipo. Vienen de cargarse a 2 pesos pesados. Jugar en este estadio les hace grandes y hoy se quieren cargar al boss final. Hace justo un año fueron campeones y hoy lo quieren volver a repetir. Fuerte aplauso para Carmine Core. Da igual que rival tenga delante, sea quien sea, seguro que te solo quilea en la top lane. ¡Gana! Viene destrozando todo el fin de semana. Ha sido campeón de Europa 7 veces, pero tiene hueco en casa para otra copa más en la jungla. ¡Mirad al cielo! ¡Hay luna llena! ¡Ya está aquí el hombre lobo! ¡El más feroz de la arena! ¡En la mid lane! ¡Yahoo! Se crece en territorio hostil, le pone que le abuchen y hoy quiere demostrar quién es el mejor AD Carry francés en la base. Khaleesi. Polivalencia absoluta. Si necesitas un gancho,
¡te lo da! Si necesitas un escudo,
¡te lo mete! Y si te tiene enfrente, ¡a ti te somete!
¡como support! ¡Fusion!
Ya has sido campeón de Norteamérica y quieres saborear la gloria europea como entrenador. Ripere.
Del vigente campeón, el equipo más laureado de la región, el favoritos para muchos, solo hacen una cosa:
ganar, ganar y ganar.
Badalona, levantaos para recibir al rey de Europa. Fuerte aplauso para G2
Es chiquitito pero matón, mira que tiene poca estatura, pero aún así no hay nadie que esté a su altura en la top lane. Broken Blade.
Para muchos, el mejor jungla de la liga, te invade, te roba y acaba con tu partida en la jungla.
Ya sabe lo que es levantar este trofeo 15 veces. Es el mejor jugador de la historia de Europa. Es el rey de reyes en la melee.
Es un asesino. Si te pilla por la grieta, ya sabes tu destino. Como de carry. Con Somos.
Uy, ¿qué suena por ahí? Viene con el triángulo. Es el experto en dejar a su enemigo en pánico. Como support. Labro.
No se cansa de ganar. Es la mente pensante, el capitán del barco, el cerebro del equipo. Como entrenador, Dylan Falco. ¿Estáis preparados o no, Badalona? ¿Estáis preparados o no, Badalona?
Quiero mucho ruido para vivir la gran final de LEC versus.
Damas y caballeros, que comience la guerra final. G2 contra Carminecor.
It's the first BO5 win ever versus MCOY, and it's in the heart of Barcelona.
The feeling of walking out on a big stage, it's a feeling you don't get anywhere else in your life.
I'm very happy that we won, because if our winter split ended here, that would be very sad. This is the momentum you need from the lower bracket to win the whole thing. Knowing how good we were before, we were a bit too used to each other in the beginning of the split.
G2 secured themselves another spot in the finals, and they look to take a bow in Barcelona.
KC's never a team to be underestimated. The player is very cocky. They will challenge you in every aspect of the game.
Jackie thought he could stay around, but Glyph splashes in.
What are they doing? They will always try to skill check you, and you have to be ready.
Kajix, let's go! I want to destroy him. El Yoya may be La Cabra, but he's learned nothing now. Yike gets a kill. Casey still get everything.
I don't even feel like it's half of what we will be by the end of the year. I don't even think we're close to our ceiling.
Yike in trouble with the healing, gonna come in, he finally pops the ultimate. Somebody look at health bar, Yike getting one, reset on the W, going back in, Aurora alongside the Nami. What are these bubbles, bro?
We don't want to repeat the same mistake we made the last year. This time I want to be ready.
Polymorph back against Tarasuma has to flush away with Bucio. Not just it. Wait, he's already picked up a double. He's gonna get another one.
Labro and Ants might be the only bot lane that can actually match us. Let's see how it goes, but yeah, I'm really excited and I will fight to death again.
Kana goes in again. KC must stand for Korean carry, and MCOY didn't stand a chance.
Beating Kana, who's looked as one of the better top laners, that's nice for me as well to be able to beat him.
Baron is going down, super does damage, but yike! He's the king of smite!
Skimon is looking very good right now, and I mean, personally, I think I'm looking very good as well, so I think the jungle matchup is going to be very important, right?
When things are on the line, we just always deliver. That is what makes us different.
It's Broken Blade! It's Broken Blade! It's Broken Blade!
Hey, Kev, let's go funny game.
Woo! Best team is going to win.
As long as we play our game, we'll beat everyone.
And welcome back here to Badalona, just outside of Barcelona, which Benny obviously incorrect when he said we were going to Barcelona.
Love that we're opening with that, Benny. Thank you for that.
It's important that people know we're in Badalona, not Barcelona. You know, it's very vital to me. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Dagda and Benny to lead you through the LEC versus finals where G2 are going to take on KC. And if you didn't already know that, you've only just tuned into the stream because we've kind of been talking about it for the last hour or so.
And they've been bangers. What the hell have you been doing this whole weekend? It's been absolutely insane. Why are you only joining us now? But I am so excited to get into this game. It's a rematch of what we had last year in winter once more. KC versus G2. What felt like our best team coming out of the regular season, now going up against the greatest team Europe has ever produced.
And we're thick and fast into the draft, so let's not waste any time as Yunara, Rumble and Azir making their way onto the ban list. G2 do have first pick. They are on the blue side, similar to what we saw against Koi yesterday for KC. Surprisingly though, it's G2 to ban away the Rumble. Yesterday it felt like that it was a or a second pick, I should say, perma-ban. But this time around, it is going to be G2 removing that. So what is that first pick? Oriana is available. We know that Caps is a master of the champion, and it looks like that's going to be their priority.
He's been having a whale of a time on it over the last few months, over his career, of course. But recently, I think he's really risen in form on this champion. It gives you so much pressure in those team fights as well. And we've seen such a dragon focus from both these teams through playoffs.
I was going to say that we have seen Yahoo happy to pilot things like the Galio into it, the Talia into it, and also Yag take the Jarvan into it. And that's exactly what they're going to go towards here. Immediately locking in that combo, which now makes things incredibly uncomfortable for Caps in that mid lane.
The question becomes, will we see the Nocturne? Will we get that combo coming through from Skewmond? Of course, he's played a bunch of different champs into the Jarvan matchup, but it's kind of what we'd expected for game one.
Mundo also another option. We started to see this Oriana Mundo creep up, and Skewmond was the one who brought Mundo to that main stage, the international stage itself. Looks like may not be the Aatrox going over instead.
Aatrox obviously still a flex, can be played top, can be played in that jungle role. Bard taken away from Busio. Labrov has had some very good performances on it, some shaky performances as well from time to time, but I really like taking it out of the draft this early on in Fearless.
Crazy dive composition already orchestrated by KC here. Everything going to be sent in onto that back line, and at least there you do have the Bard to try and alleviate some of that pressure, ult yourself to keep your team away from whatever this dive is going to be. But I am curious now what KC want to try and round this out with in the bottom side of the map. We have seen things like the Kai'Sa, Jhin in these sort of situations just to try and fare a little bit better when it comes towards at least being able to contribute in those dives.
I mean, Kai'Sa Nautilus is a combo that I'm immediately thinking about, and I wonder if G2 will look to do the same thing. And it looks like that Nautilus ban is going to come through. So they have a similar read to what we're talking about right now. It seems that supports are usually what you focus rather than AD carries, because AD carry, the pool is just so deep that banning away the supports usually has a lot more impact. Thresh, Pyke, also things you could be worried about. But remember, Ashe Seraphine is something we've seen KC bring out as a response to the Bard, because you get that extra range, you get that very impressive bot lane, you get a lot of pick potential. And you'll get a lot of damage as well.
And also, Busio's been happy to take the opposite side of the Nico Bard matchup. We kind of saw Bard come out as an answer to it, but Busio happy to just play the Nico and try and win out through that lane phase, which they did relatively successfully in the past. We'll have to see, though, is the Sion ban. I thought it'd be a Gnar, because I mean, Broken Blade, last time we saw Broken Blade and Kana face up in that upper bracket, it was Broken Blade getting the better of Kana in some of these matchups. Now, they were more tank orientated, but a Gnar here for Broken Blade could be huge.
Yeah, BB in those matches brought out the Rumble, brought out the Gwen, was kind of meeting Kana at that aggressive level. I like the Nico call for KC. Gives you a facilitator for the dive as well, and a little bit of disengage if you do need it. We'll see where KC decide to go. Most likely an AD carry here on their fourth pick. Leave that support for last. Yes, you know that there's a Bard, but having the completeness of the team composition does allow you a little bit more flexibility on support. At the moment, though, they are looking towards the Nami.
Looking like a Nami Corki, a tried and true bot lane we've seen multiple times this split. Gives you a lot of power in the 2 versus 2. The Corki also does have very good scaling. For long-time League fans, you may think the Corki is the type of champ that falls off. Well, that's not really true, especially when you pair it up alongside the Nami. The cheeky Draven hover comes through from Hans Summer. I mean, for anyone that's followed his career, you'll know that this is what he was originally known for. And when he brought it out on these big stages, he had strong performances, but we haven't seen it from him for a while, and looks like we're not going to see it today, as the Caitlyn giving them a lot of range. And the Shen jungle? Guys, I read a Reddit thread about Shen jungle.
He's so good right now.
The Shen jungle clear. I don't know. We don't know. We don't know. It's the flexibility of Shen plus Aatrox. I specifically remember reading, I wish I could credit the Reddit thread creator. I don't know who it was.
It was a tweet originally, Betty, and I can't remember who that was either.
A streamer as well. I don't remember any of this. Production will hopefully find that for us. But I read a Reddit thread that talked about how Shen jungle is super fast clear, it's very cheap to build, he spikes really hard on 2 items, and is very effective in solo queue specifically. Now, right now it's hovering in the top lane. We'll see if the swap does come through. I'd love it if we do, but Broken Blade is known for these unique picks and unique answers into these top lane champions, and it seems that the Shen is going to come through as an answer to Casey's comp.
Yeah, in my head, it feels like an answer into, you know, the passive damage that the Mbessa has. If you use that Spirit's Refuge, so much of Mbessa's damage is linked to use an ability, then get the auto attack off. So Shen going to be able to move away from that, but also provide a ton of protection on that back line as well. So it looks like it's going to be going topside, and
I'm a little sad.
This is Shen,
I was really excited for the Shen jungle, but all right, yeah, we are going to get a Shen coming back. I imagine he's still going to follow a similar build path, though, going for that early Protoplasm belt, basically just a lot of value stats.
The harness,
very early, the harness,
yeah.
yes. And we also have to comment, we didn't mention it, Lucian. Lucian in the LEC is currently on a 13-game lose streak.
That's not great.
It's not great.
If it's the unlucky number in a lose streak, how does that work, though? Does that mean it then flips and becomes good?
We're going to find out today.
We'll see if they can flip it over into a win streak here. Lucian Nami so often used by teams to get that extra damage. Lucian's passive works really well with the Tidecaller's blessing, and then you have the healing on top of that from the Nami. And G2 going to take on KC here in Spain as we make our way onto Summoner's Rift. G2 in their 10th final in a row. KC, their last one was back in winter last year, but they were the team that took down G2 then, a 3-0 sweep. Can they refine that form today?
And it was the game where Yike was able to stop what had been such a long winning streak for G2. They'd won 6 in a row, but it was Yike who was able to take down his former team, push himself to 7, the longest win streak of any player ever in the LEC. And now, 1 year later, he finds himself opposite his old squad once more.
And Caps can match him today. Caps, oh, he can't match him today. He has 6. And that was the most he ever got, but he's not on 6 in a row right now, so
he's done it twice as well.
He has done it twice. Rain there had a little moment. LeBron looking for the damage onto Kalista, and Busio electrocute rocking as well, alongside the Piltover Peacemaker.
So, Lucian Nami, very powerful bot lane, does get heavily outranged. And Hans Sommer and Lebrov went into lane and said, oh, we're not going to start when the minions get here. We're going to start straight away. They go for the 2 versus 2 trades. They are bullying this KC bot lane. Flash.
Counter flash from Kalista, had to get out of that Cosmic Binding.
This is rough for the KC bot lane right now.
It's also the fact that this bot lane of Lucian Nami comes online a lot more around that level 3 mark. In fact, we've even seen Lucian starting with the W in some of these early trades, at least over in the LPL, because it does give you some more of that passive damage. It's much easier to try and get some of that early matching of the DPS from some of these more ranged matchups. But already forcing that reset, it's a great start for G2's bottom lane.
And when lane swaps were a thing, Lucian Nami would go top to level 3 and then come down towards the bottom lane to try and match. Yehu able to Justice Punch away from Caps in the mid lane on this Ariana, currently undefeated in 2026.
I mean, Caps is monstrous on this Orianna. He is super aggressive in the lane. He's always finding ways to trade with his opponent. And often when we see it, he gets a lot of jungle and support assistance to enable him to play this hyper-aggressive style.
And that's why I actually really like this Shen to pair alongside it. Because one of the big faults of Orianna is how vulnerable you are in a side lane. And especially against Yehu and Yike and even Kana, there's a ton of ways to close that gap onto the Orianna if she's left vulnerable on a side. Shen nullifies all that. Yep. He just pops the ult on Caps if you ever have that over dive, and maybe G2 even have a window to turn that play around.
And I mean, we haven't had much of a chance to look at that top lane matchup. We had a commenter say that Shen is really good into Ambessa. I'm just going to blanket trust them because I have no knowledge of this matchup.
It's the internet, Betty. One person says it, we trust.
Yeah, absolutely. Trust in the chat. But early on, Broken Blade was able to get good push. I can easily see how a Shen can win out trades against an early skirmisher, especially one with very long cooldowns. And Broken Blade's got the wave in a really nice spot right now. Kana has to invest the ward to be cautious of any early jungle intervention, but both junglers having completed their full clear, gotten both crabs, going back to base, and now spending that early gold.
Yeah, and I think the fact that you have, again, it's the protection for mid, but also for bot lane, and Hans and LeBron have already set themselves up nicely. So I think for G2, that's where I put my focus, is on that bottom side. And especially because yesterday, Kalist was questionable. He didn't have the best of times, and I think this is where my eyes are going to be watching to see how the KC bottom laner steps up, because this was such a hyped addition to the LEC. But on the main stage, he just wasn't quite able to perform.
I mean, in Game 5, I think he really did step up, though, right? In the bot lane 2 versus 2, they were absolutely performing spectacularly, because we asked that same question, right? In that Game 5, we needed to see that bot lane perform. Yep. And, like, I remember their 2v2 dive with the Kalista and the Renata, and, like, it was so beautifully well executed. But that's also why we talk so much about Busio and how he's such an important part of this KC roster. His ability to find roams and his impact on the map is something that I think so few supports in the league have been able to match. Lebrov has had some strong performances, and we'll see if he can do it today as he's taking a ton of damage.
Chunked out, needs to use the heal, but Kalist can chase him down, and Kalist gets first blood.
Caster not cursed right there. I mean, immediately KC make it happen. And one of the big points we had over this weekend was Busio on this Nami, constantly hitting double bubbles, and now Hansama might be in trouble.
Gonna get chased down, has to dodge away from the bubble, still has the barrier and the flash, and won't have to invest either of them. Kalist did barrier himself. Meanwhile, Skumond is in the area, but just covering more than anything.
Hansama steadfast in the face of 2, doesn't burn any of his summoner spells, will pop the pot. But wow, KC's bottom lane, after what was a very rough start, they had already been forced to flash from Kalist. The barrier was burned early, the heal was burned early, but now finding a 2v2 kill just like that, I mean, all of the advantage that G2 had built disappears in an instant.
I think it was a good call to back away, though. Obviously, there was the barrier there, but also Shen had just ticked over to level 6 as well. So now the ability to punish on this bottom side becomes way more difficult as Kana.
Twilight Assault doing a lot of their work there from Broken Blade. That Q can do a huge amount of damage in the early game. Meanwhile, we see Kalist getting caught a little bit here. Hansama looking for the damage as Skumond comes in for the gank. Aqua Prism, Magical Journey forward. Kalist still no flash, tries to dash away. But the Darkin Blade finds its first victim.
Skumond on the map to start things off for G2. This was one of the eyes that we had on the jungler, and Skumond performing already.
That Magical Journey placement was excellent from Lebrov, because it just so easily closed the gap between Skumond and Kalist. He still didn't have his flash up, because remember earlier, Lebrov traded his flash for the Lucian flash, and there was nowhere left for him to go. So G2 bait them into a bit of a skirmish. Lebrov, he's already died in this lane, so why would Kalist feel afraid? Hansama chipping away at his HP, gets him very low. The bubble provides some space, but then Skumond, I mean, he has more than enough damage, and thanks to that Magical Journey, closes the gap and secures himself a kill.
We did see Yike push towards the blue buff side of G2 with the time that he had. I think he stole away the blue, and now he's going back to his red. Skumond a little bit later there. He's just ticked over to level 6, but basically on as even between the two teams 7 minutes into this game, as it's a slight lead in mid, bot, and support. Well, a slight lead in top for G2.
Broken getting some good trades here. Kana constantly taking these trades where you can use the Q to pull the, well, scalpel, but essentially the passive through Kana, which is getting the slows, enabling Broken Blade to go all 3 auto attacks of that Twilight Assault off. Kalist, though, still in levels of pressure.
Aqua Prism is going to land on the Hansama, and that will stop the play. Hansama already level 6, threat of an ace in the hole, always a deadly thing for the KC bot lane, so they back away before they've lost too much health.
Little attention onto the Dragons thus far, which I expected to see a little bit more, especially because Hansama has at least got decent push onto the bottom lane. Obviously, Lebrov losing his life early didn't help, but I expect them to try and put some pressure over towards this objective now in the coming moments.
You know, given that I'm 33, I'm not hip and up to date with young trends.
Okay.
But my Instagram reels do recommend me a lot of Caitlyn Tech. And one of the things you can do, and the thing is, I'm going to mess this up, but there's ways in which you can...
This is young memes?
Yeah, this is...
I thought we were going into aura farming and frame maxing.
I don't know any of that, I'm afraid. I'm talking about what the youth are seeing, which is Caitlyn Tech. Labrov in a bit of danger. But the way I've been told, right, the way you have to treat traps is it's a CC in the future. So you're basically not going to use it immediately. You've got to be like an anticipation or trying to trap someone in a certain direction. Because the way I've always seen Caitlyn traps is kind of zone control tools. But when you're fighting someone, often the better play is to actually just constantly be putting traps behind them in the midst of the fight, in between weaving your auto attacks to then make it more awkward for them to fight. As the ulti gets dropped.
Perfect execution in here. Broken Blade flashing away from the hero's entrance from Yahoo. He does still have the taunt, tries to trade back onto Kana, goes in with the taunt, but Kana flashes wisely away from it, and the Winds of War will find their first victim of the game. Yahoo on the board.
It didn't look like he had anywhere to go, so Broken Blade tries to make the play, gets the flash from Kana, but gives his life. G2 tried to respond with the Dragon. Yike in the area, though.
Yike goes in with Cataclysm, locks himself in. Cat's here as well, could look for the shockwave, a tidal wave to disengage. Yahoo has joined the fight, Tempered Fate flashed by Yike. The Drake was secured by Skumond.
A valiant attempt from Yike. Skumond, though, does secure the smite, learning from the last time that they went up against each other. But the idea is clean. Ulti in, guarantee you get into the fight, then use the EQ to get out. G2 invested a lot, though, to try and punish him, forcing him ultimately to flash away. So he ends up losing his flash, a trade of flashes in the top side of the map. Casey holding on to a small gold lead for now. And it's right now largely sitting on Yahoo thanks to the kill he was able to find in top lane.
I like the idea from KC, though. Try and punish the Shen pick in that top side by focusing Shen, because obviously he can use that ultimate to get anywhere else. So keeping that play, getting Khan into position where he can be a bit more comfortable. And especially if Shen starts to lose out effectively on the side lane, then he becomes way less threatening, because anytime he disappears, well, then you just take the tower instead.
I also just love seeing Yahoo being proactive on the map. I think he has been super impressive in playoffs, and I think that yesterday his Rise performance was really amazing, the way that he was impacting the map a lot. We saw the Galio come out as well, and I would say a lot of Galio players don't use that ult to try and force ganks early on, and already having impact on the map is something that you love to see, especially against a mid laner like Caps, who historically has been known for his ability to roam and impact the map.
I will say, we didn't title that lower third. That was done all by our behind-the-scenes
I'm not
team.
gonna lie, I would have done that.
Yeah, you would have.
I think it's a great idea, yeah. I even heard some of the crowd doing it.
It's true, it's true. The KC fans out in force as the Labrov and Hans Sommer try and push Kalist back in this bottom side of the map. Kalist has already completed his Essence Reaver, whereas Hans Sommer went for the Zerka Greaves first and a Serrated Dirk, looking for a little bit more attack speed for the extra autos in lane.
So Yike has just reset, bought his Sunder Sky, and is now kind of moving down towards this bottom side of the map. But the way he's pathing, I think they're looking for a play as this wave starts to crash in onto Labrov. Does have a ward and Tri-Brush to spot him out.
Kana going in with the Eclipse here onto Broken Blade, who only has a Tiamat and a Giant's Belt. BB needs to get out of here, but no flash on him. Kana has the public execution for the chase, doesn't need it. Kana just autos him to death.
I mean, so far the counter pick is not going the way that G2 want. Kana with a healthy advantage now on the top side as the mid laners fight.
And Caps is able to walk away. Carlin coming out of Kalist. Tied the Tsunami as well from the Nami.
Skumond is coming in behind, though. He's wrapped the whole way around.
Flank, double Tempered Fate. Skumond in with the World Ender, double flash away from KC. Flag and drag, ace in the hole, the TP as well. A magical journey out. Skumond needs to get there. The trap on Kana stops him from going any further, but public execution just misses by a sliver. G2 able to extract themselves.
Credit to Hans Sommer. His Caitlyn mechanics in that whole fight were spectacular, but it was not enough. Casey had the numbers, had the damage, and they were able to force the bot lane of G2 back. G2 came into this first game with overall an aggressive draft. They wanted to get themselves a strong bot side 2 versus 2. They wanted a winning mid, and they had the counter pick in top lane. But the early game is going the way of KC, and that has been the story of this team so far this weekend.
And I think the fact that you get to now put so much pressure on the bottom side, take these early turret plates, it's exactly where you want your Lucian to be. And you have a strong jungler that can facilitate this Lucian on potential mid plays. So for G2, it was kind of cooking, but at the moment, it may be overboiling.
Next Drake up in a minute 20. G2 did secure the first. KC will be looking to fight around it. An item and a half on Kalist, who already completed his first. On the other side, we are seeing first items out of most players. Labrov a little bit short. There's an Imperial mandate already for Busio. And Hans Sommer, because he went for those early boots, he's a little bit shy as well. Does have himself an elixir of skill, so can get that extra skill point. Doesn't matter too much right now, I guess, but it's still a nice little bonus. Caps looking for Yehu and Yike. We're beginning to walk in.
Until that dragon. I think that's why KC's starting to roam down towards this bottom side. We're hoping they can maybe make a pick on Labrov, who doesn't have his flash available. But everyone nicely backing away on G2, aware of that timing.
Broken Blade getting traded on again. Yeah, it's not the best at the moment.
The more I see these trades, the more I'm starting to think like, okay, help me understand how the counter pick works, because of course the Spirit's Refuge mitigates those auto attacks, right? Of course, that makes a ton of sense, but Ambessa, a lot of her damage doesn't come through from her auto attacks. So when she gets the Eclipse, I really start to feel that she starts winning out on these trades. We're yet to see Broken Blade's first ulti of the game. He doesn't have a huge amount of armor early on as Yehu. Oh, flash
forward by Caps to block the Justice Punch. Skewmon on the chase as well. The chains won't get the pullback on the Yehu, who does flash himself. Shockwave still catches him though. And G2 get the kill on the enemy mid just before the dragon. Yike looks for the flag and drag, can't land it. There to stand united. Caps gonna have a partner in crime in the middle of the Cataclysm. Kana diving forward immediately, taunted. A good temper fate on Busio. Stopped him getting anywhere near the action. As G2 clean up in mid.
I mean, G2, when the chips are down, when you need to make a play, the place you have to look is in the middle lane. Caps flashes in front of Yehu to stop him from getting away. On Orianna, he acts as a body blocker to prevent Yehu from escaping. What a flash to set up the play for Caps.
And on TikTok, the kids are talking about putting the Shockwave in the future to catch the Galio when he flashes. So well played by Caps, but even on the follow-up here, Busio denied thanks to Labrov's Bard. Yike tries to set up, but this is what we were talking about with that Shen, protecting the Orianna when she's most vulnerable. Kana can do nothing, and KC gives so much gold to G2.
And we didn't talk about it, but Labrov connecting that ulti onto Busio as well, buying time for the bot lane to rotate up and then get that pick onto him as well. A quick gold swing just like that. G2 find themselves with a small gold lead for now, but most importantly, the second Drake of the game.
Yeah, we're gonna have a Mountain Soul. G2 can look to get towards that in about 4 minutes time. There's a Rift held up towards that top side. A little bit of vision for KC towards the blue buff of G2, allowing them to spot Skewmon on his path. Skewmon continuing to pop off here in 2026, in playoffs specifically. He is having an absolute whale of a time.
He's about to match this topside play. Yike trying to hide in the bush, doesn't realize he's on vision. Skewmon is swept. They're trying to make a play towards Caps, but once more, Skewmon's reading it.
And the Bob's on his way as well, has the Tempered Fate. Yike flag and drag out, Skewmon with the world end of public execution in, but Kana is met by two immediately and has to dash away. A Tempered Fate will lock Kana up. The minion wave now here to tank for a second. Kana tries to flash away, but the slows from Labrov. The Meeps doing their work, the charm and the chimes. In the end, Kana will escape with a TP coming out of Yehu.
Caps' Shockwave found nothing, which actually let Kana get away. Busio thinks he can make the play happen, though.
Tidal Wave splits the upright, and Labrov has a magical journey. He's caught in the middle of it, but it still can take it a second time. No chase coming from the rest of KC.
Busio played that really well, but there was just no follow-up from KC. Felt like the Yehu wasn't really ready to pounce on that play, but at the end of the day, they keep Kana alive. They're able to get a couple tower plays, but it is G2 that continue to extend the gold lead.
About 1,000 ahead right now. Skewmon 1.3 ahead himself. Lucio and Callisto have a small lead on that bot side. Callisto now finishing up the rapid fire cannon. Has a cloth armor as well in his inventory. Hasn't upgraded his boots, just sitting on the typical clothy ones. I can't remember what they're called. What it is, cloth boots?
Brown bags?
Brown bags of bootingdom. The level ones, unupgraded. So likely going towards the plated steel caps. I know that name.
I think just cloth boots.
Sure.
Yeah.
I know the slightly magical ones, slightly magical footwear, you know? But perhaps not the most important thing for us to dive deep on right now.
You actually blanked my mind. I couldn't actually think of the name. I was sitting there being like, wait, now I've completely forgotten the name of boots.
I can't remember. I just called them boots.
Yeah,
sitting on the
they
tier
are
one
just
boots.
boots in my head, I'm afraid, Medic. Herald is alive, and it's G2 that have full control over the top side. Broken Blade playing on that weak side of the map, ready to ult in should a fight take place. But with Yike on the bottom side, I don't really expect much from KC.
I really love the way G2 have been playing with their vision, though. We had that like ward in the third brush on top lane, which spotted out Yike trying to make a play onto Orianna. They have wards now in that bottom side to spot out again where Yike is going to make plays. It feels like G2 are kind of preemptively going through what's the rundown, what is KC capable of doing if we are going for this play, and making sure they already have wards in there to make sure it doesn't happen.
Ooh, Yike almost stole away that red buff with the flag. Won't be able to get it though. Tower gonna drop on the bot side.
Yeah, Kana's still winning out in the 1v1, but Broken Blades has shown the merit of this pick when it comes to team fights, the ability to peel his carries as and when required. But that tower going down does mean that KC have equalized the goal pretty much. 400 the difference, it's a longsword, doesn't really matter. What you're looking at now is where are the differences between individual lanes. Kalist and Busio have about a 500 lead themselves, whereas Skumond is about 1,000 ahead and Caps about 300.
I think it's also the way that you want to play these matchups makes it a little bit easier for G2. Like whenever I see Illusion and Nami, I'm like, okay, you want to be trying to play around potential moments on this mid lane, especially with Yike, where you look for the Flag and Drag, Cataclysm, culling over the top, Murder is on mid lane. That's really difficult against the Caitlyn because her wave clear is good, she plays from such a long range, and you also have LeBron who's just able to help. But if you put all that focus on mid, well then Orianna gets to do her thing. But even if you focus on Orianna in that side lane, you now have Broken Blade to cover. It feels like you kind of got this followed through of whatever game plan KC try to enact, it doesn't quite work out for them. So I think that's why we've seen KC all in on trying to kill Broken Blade on side lane, because he's the only real target they have. And at the moment, still has a Titanic Hydra, not the tankiest. They can continue to make plays, but with Dragon now, how do KC try to fight this?
I mean, if I'm KC, I'm honestly not too worried about the game state. Skumond is the biggest threat. Checking if they have anti-healing. Oh, and that's exactly what I wanted to get to. Kalist, with his 2 completed items, with Busio at his back, is able to do a lot of damage. And remember, that healing reduction coming through from Busio. So G2 are just saying, you know what, we'll prioritize pushing through mid-wave. I think they're going to abandon the Dragon in order to gain control over this tower, and they can push this onto the next one as well.
They're going to charge it in. Yahoo looking for a flank of his own, but the charge will still land, and a couple more plates over to G2. The Drake secured for KC, but the gold lead extends by about 1,000. Magical Journey out for LeBron. Tidal Wave coming out from Busio. Hans Summer able to get himself across the wall, and G2 disengage wisely.
KC were still waiting on Kana to try and come across. So G2 able to walk away despite the ult investment coming through from KC. And even Broken Blade getting to push in on the bottom side. So I think for G2, given a Dragon across, you'll take all that extra gold.
You also have top wave pushing it. So Caps can go up here. You have to invest a TP if you want to defend the tower for KC. Yahoo uses his TP. Caps still holds on to his, looking for that next play.
I think KC's pretty... Well, I think overall they're pretty happy with how that sequence went. Yes, they did take a lot of damage on that mid-tier 2, but they stopped the Dragon stacking, and now if G2 get that other Dragon, if they need to buy more time and they feel they're not strong enough, they at least have the time that they can play with. Of course, we're at the point in the game where now a single teamfight loss could result in a Baron. Early on, Baron is a lot squishier than compared to what we used to see in last year. And while that first Baron doesn't normally win you the game, it puts you in that game-winning position, ready for that next Dragon. And this is also where Caitlyn shines. Her ability to zone control, the fact that she can make it so much harder for the enemy to approach these neutral objectives, especially if you're on that objective first, is something that G2 is going to look to leverage.
KC have abandoned top lane. They moved Yahoo down to this bottom lane to try and make a play. May instead just all in on mid, so you can see how safe G2 are trying to play for the next couple of moments until they spot where Yahoo is on the map.
Yeah, just have to be a little bit more defensive. There's always the threat of the hero's entrance, the TP coming in from Kana, the ability to delete someone before reinforcements can arrive, even through the Stand United shield. But, G2 just back away in case his play doesn't really materialize into anything. Caps now extending his lead to about 1,000. The laning phase, well played by Yahoo, but since then Caps has been left in a side lane effectively by G2 to pick up that extra gold from CS and from the towers. And now G2 looking to step into the KC jungle. They're not going to find much there. Yike just sitting on the walls right now. Kalist is there as well. Skumond might look. Kalist gonna face check again! Kalist is gonna face check again! The Temper Fate coming out the Exen hole will be blocked by Yike, and Kalist is able to get out. Cost him his barrier, but this time he survives.
He was not expecting to see an Aatrox in that small brush. He thought that with the jungler right next to him, he would be safe. And admittedly, he was. Yike able to escort him to safety, but he did burn the barrier. Skewmond did lose a decent chunk of his HP as well. And Kalist continues to get stronger as Yehu now isolated in top lane.
Yeah, Skewmond's already up towards the top side. Looking for the Infernal Chains, will land them onto Yehu. There's the pullback, torn out from Yehu though. Should be able to survive this. More chip damage than anything from G2. KCR pushing through mid, but Kalist needs to go back to base.
Yeah, who's very tanky on the side lane, which means it's going to take a while to get through him. And he can clear these waves very effectively.
So their TP down coming behind as Broken Blade looks for the taunt. Caps is here. Command protects Shockwave. And Kana, a Shockwave through his brain as he didn't expect to be ganked by Caps. Does have the flash, but does he have a way to get out of this situation? A little bit of outgo gaming, perhaps. Take a small break, BB and Caps that will collapse. And Kana, even with the shields, shouldn't be able to get away. Kana dies, Caps gets the kill. And there's the TP advantage we were talking about earlier.
The G2 have just been playing the map state incredibly well. KC do get that tower on top side in response, but again, as you highlighted, Medic, it's just how quickly they've been roaming around, understanding where KC can make plays, and just constantly trading across the map.
Yike was able to steal away the blue as well. He'll be happy with that. Broken Blade will get a tower in response. Gold lead stays about that 2 to 2.5k mark. Across the whole team, it's an item. But you have to look at mid-jungle for G2. That's where the large leads are. Caps built the Blighting Jewel alongside his Torch and his Zhonya's. And looks like it's going to be a Crypt Bloom for him in terms of that penetration item.
Yeah, 45 seconds until the Dragon, though. And I'm looking at Hansama, should be able to reset after this wave, pick up his Rapid Fire Cannon, match that third item that's already been picked up by Kalist. And for Caps, I mean, he's snowballed all hell. 3 kills, or three items, I should say, already for him, alongside those 3 kills.
Yeah.
And I think for KC, again, trying to establish yourselves like this early in River, fish for a pick or fish for some sort of all-in is what you need to do as G2 go for those resets.
Well, let's see how things pan out. Right now, KC have pretty good setup. Kalista's melting through these mid waves as the recall comes through. There's that extra item you were talking about. Shen also very deep push in the top lane, having to be matched by Yehu, who now has his teleport available. He'd love to get that level 16.
Oh! Caps chunked out massively. The culling does connect, and Caps is low XP, has to flash away from public execution. Yike trying to get on towards the backline. Tidal wave forces Caps up towards the top side. Yike goes in with a Cataclysm, a Temper Fate. Will stop time for a second hero's entrance as well. A double taunt. Is it enough to take down Skew? It doesn't seem to be. Skewmon survives through it with the help of a Stand United from his brother BB, who's called out with the Aqua Prism, and Busio eventually finds a kill for KC.
Kalist sets up that play for KC. This is what you need to be doing on a Lucian. Prior to the fight even starting, find that chunk onto any member really, but he finds it onto Orianna, onto Caps. Look at this, dashes in, has the full support of Busio, takes him down to about 30% HP, and this is the go signal for KC.
And then the ult from Busio ends up zoning Caps away, which means they can hyper-focus on Skewmon. And the damage doesn't come through initially thanks to a nice ult from LeBron onto Kalist, but as soon as that's gone, it's G2 trying desperately to hold on to any semblance of control.
Look at this
Broken Blade went deep.
Yeah, Broken Blade, it seems like he was trying to set up for a play for Caps, but Caps just couldn't quite get in range for a good Shockwave, so that Shockwave really doesn't do that much damage. KC navigate the fight and they get themselves another Dragon. It is G2 that still hold on to the gold lead, but we're seeing the strength of Lucian. Perhaps this could be the day that that lose streak finally ends, but there's still a lot of work that KC needs to do in order to find this game 1 win.
Not to be a support apologist, but we're seeing the strength of Busio. His Nami is sublime. The tidal wave initially to lock Caps out of the bottom side of the fight. Great ebb and flows, the Aqua Prism at the end just clipping the heels of Broken Blade to finalize that kill. This guy is on another level right now. Lebrov did a good job as well with the Tempered Fate, catching onto Kalist, stopping the initial burst of damage, but this is what can happen. Tempered Fate goes wide, the culling lands, and now Lebrov is forced away. Hansama trying to escape, Yike will fall for it. Yahoo here with the TP in from BB, no Stand United for him. The taunt's gonna land on 2, Skewmon dead, double tidal wave as well for the knockup, and Skewmon needs to get out. World Ender pop, Kana flashes away from the Infernal Chains. And in the end, a 1-for-1 is all she wrote.
KC needed to try and take that fight because Skewmon stayed standing, their jungler went down. It might have been enough for G2 thought they could have taken a fight at that Baron. But with KC putting enough hurt onto them, they will back away.
I think KC's just a bit too trigger happy. Like, Kalista had already done the work that they needed to do. After finding a trade like that, G2's forced to retreat. You have numbers advantage. You can use that time to get the vision that you want, to get the control or the space or whatever it is that you want to do. But instead, because they committed to the fight, Yike then went way too deep, and it ends up being a trade 1-for-1 where KC don't really get much off the back of it. The way in which Kalista's playing right now is exactly what you need to be doing on Lucian, but Yike had already lost so much HP off the back of a small skirmish with Skumon that he ends up throwing away his life, and it ends up being a 1-for-1.
Hun still holding on to the flash and the barrier from that play. Kalista still has his flash, but only he and Busio have them on the side of KC, whereas you look at G2, they have Skumond alongside, but not on Lebrov, so 2 flashes apiece for these 2 teams. Baron an objective for them both, but feels like neither team really wants to pull the trigger on that right now. Bit of vision control for G2 towards the top side. KC have deigned that it is Broken Blade who will be matched by Yehu, it seems, as Kana is up towards that top side. Doesn't have TP right now, which makes sense, as Yehu's is about to come off CD. He's passed up through mid. There's a stand united for BB, as the culling doesn't connect with the same velocity it has in the previous 2 times.
I think KC are just trying to get that out of Broken Blade, though. That stand united, if they can try and force that before some of these objectives,
second,
it's much
by the way, on the Shen. I was not expecting that.
Okay, clearly there's more than I need to learn about
E
Shen.
is magic damage. I don't think the Q's health scaling.
This is forbidden tech.
Yeah.
This is truly forbidden tech.
Oh, of course, because the ult scales off of AP.
Yes.
So the more shielding, yeah.
There's logic behind it. I do not think us in the middle of casting a finals are the people that should extrapolate all of that logic.
Yeah, we do have 2 top laners on the analyst desk that will probably explain it for us.
One of them could run over here and explain it for us.
But for now,
But they don't have to have headsets on.
for now, we have a Dusk and Dawn Shen. We'll see how impactful that ends up being. Dragon in 1 minute and 17 seconds. For now, G2 hold the gold lead. A lot of that is sitting onto Skumon. He's terrifying. And that's great. The undefeated Orianna versus the unwinnable Lucian. That's a pretty funny comparison. Kalisto, he's level 15, he's looking very strong. That Infinity Edge, very close to being completed. The question for me is, can he finish it ahead of this Dragon fight? He is fishing for as much farm as he can get his hands on, but there's nothing for him to take. There's not even any jungle camps for him to grab. Oh, a ward, more gold.
Yeah, it's more gold. That is true, Reddy.
But there we are. There's the LDR now finished for Hans Sama, so he's got his 4th item ahead of this fight.
You have to be so careful as KC trying to take this, though, because Kana doesn't have the TP. He's now walking down from that top lane. Broken Blade can join in at any time with that stand united, and level 16 stand united as well gives so much. The bundle pipe's now completed on towards Broken Blade as well. Very supportive build here.
A Scott at New Year's. He's bagpiping from sunrise to sunset. And there's a Titanic Hydra in there somehow as well.
Oh!
As we see the Temper Fate connecting, Yike has the GA, will flash away. Broken Blade trying to get on towards that backline. Taunt into taunt as Broken Blade pulls Yehu away from the rest of the team. Caps trying to keep Kana at bay himself as well.
That is a nice headshot that comes through from Hans Sama. G2 are winning the war of attrition. They are chipping away at KC's HP. The healing for Busio is good, but G2 have position on the objective. So now these Caitlyn traps are doing some serious work. KC, I think they're going to have to abandon this, but they're TPing in.
Yeah, who's TPing towards the bottom side. Kana looking for that public execution. Yike looking to get in with the Cataclysm. Goes in. Public execution on the backline, but it's only on the Lebrov. Hero's entrance as well to separate the team. Caps goes on a rampage as Busio and Kalista caught. Skumon dashing across the wall here to chase out the Nami. Caps with a stopwatch in the pit as the rest of G2 try to come to his aid but can't get there quickly enough. It doesn't matter. They'll sacrifice Caps for the rest of KC. Yike, that Guardian Angel is more like a devil on your shoulder as G2 wipe away Carmine Corp.
Skumon and Caps find the combo onto the back line. The flash from Skumon set up for the shockwave, and it's reminiscent of what we saw at the World Championship last year. Beautiful play from the duo, beautiful team fight from G2, and while they lose the Dragon, they'll secure the first Baron of this final.
3 dragons to KC, as you say, that Baron, and this fight starts off where it looks decent, but Hans Sama doesn't get hit by the public execution. Kalisto's incredibly low. Skumon flashes forward with the Orianna ult onto the back line of KC, and at this stage, KC just don't have enough damage in the tank. They get 1 but they die where they just stole the dragon.
I mean, once you take the Lucian out of the fight, so much of the damage simply disappears. Of course, Kana is there to help him out, but that shockwave combo from Caps and Skumond, they make the play happen, and now look at the gold difference. Before it was only 2K, 6.4 the gold lead now. G2 looking monstrous here in this first game as they look to try and close things out.
And still 3 tier 2s remaining for them to crack through. Wouldn't be surprised if when we end this Baron power play, unless KC find a miracle fight, we're looking at 9K. And quite easily, as G2 will begin to push through the top side. Broken Blade catching mid. Good push from Kalist and Busio down towards bot though. KC trying to get something out of this.
That tower's already taken low, so they should be able to trade tower for tower. They just have to try and get back for their next objective.
Caps is going to respond. Caps is there. Yikes on the bottom side of the map as well. Currently pathing down towards it. Caps trying to clear the wave in time. The shockwave to pull back Kalist. The Cullen coming out. Caps may have sacrificed himself for this again. Has the Zhonya's, has the standing eyelid, has the shielding. And the tower remains. Inhibitor towards the top side is G2. Look for the damper bait, but can't quite land it. Caps now going to TP into the fight. It's only Kana here to defend. Yehu there to try and bolster them up. But G2 may have pulled the rope, but no. Caps gets the kill onto Yike. It was BB who TP'd and KC who fell. Kalist here, but all he can do is stand and watch. He's haunted by BB. The top father is here to make sons of KC. Game 1 goes to G2.
The map play from G2 was unbeatable for KC. Constantly putting pressure, constantly keeping the vulnerable members alive. What a showing in Game 1.
For me, it just felt like that when Caps needed to deliver, he did just that. That AD carry was getting so scary, but at the end of the day, they were able to shut down Kalist. The Lucian lose streak continues, and Caps holds on to his undefeated record.
Incredible stuff all round by G2. We had a bit of a mess as well with the Broken Blade build. We're going to hand it over to Shox to find out what the hell was going on in that inventory.
Jeez, Broken Blade, how was that first game?
It was fun, it was very fun, it was a banger game to play. Yeah.
What about the Shen? How long has that been in your back pocket?
You know, we call it the Frankenstein Shen build. You know, I just buy like some random stuff and deal a lot of damage. Yeah.
Do you know who XP2 is by any chance?
Yes, I'm a big fan, yeah.
Love it. So, yeah, great first game. A few more to go. Do you have an early dinner reservation or not?
What?
Do you have an early dinner reservation or not?
We will just focus for now to the games, you know, but we like it so far.
Yeah? How's the ambiance?
Very great. Thank you, guys.
Go ahead.
No early dinner reservation, but quite convincing game on the side of G2. We haven't seen them for a week, and we were talking before the series about the impact of playing on stage versus waiting quietly in the finals. G2 came prepared today.
Dominant game 1, and I think it came from kind of the players we were expecting. It was Skumon and Caps that just took over the game completely. I mean, Skumon on Aatrox, that's always a pleasure to watch.
I mean, I thought it was such a great Aatrox pick by him. The fact that they had such little lockdown, the moment you see that Jarvan Galio, you know they're going to dive. And if they're diving the Aatrox, first of all, he's quite tanky. He's going to live through that for a bit. But also then you have an Orianna, a Caitlyn on your side. So I felt like he was really restricting Casey's options in this game. And I think he executed that champion very well mechanically.
Love it, Skumon here. Amazing impact from him once again in the early game. I do want to talk about something though, because oh, it's Caps. Okay, well, let's talk about Caps then, because we had the whole discussion around Caps and Busio. You cannot outcount the mid lane GOAT here. Yehu made it really hard for him though.
Exactly, he had to flash forward to just predict, and it just sets up this whole chain reaction that just gets Skumon so far ahead. And before this, G2 was not in a great state. They were with their back against the wall. The Lucian was about to start snowballing, and all it took was Caps one flash.
I mean, say what you want about BB's build, because let's not talk about that. The fact that you pick Shen after Shen has not been meta for a long time, just elevates the strength of the champion. You see Yike there, he did not play that fight like he knew there was a Shen ult on the enemy team. He saw a low HP caps and he just went in, and he was really shocked by the extra shield that came in, and I feel like this highlights how a champion can gain strength for being out of the meta for quite some time.
For sure, I think the Shen pick caught them off guard. I do want to give props to KC, where props is due though. While Caps, you know, was goating it up, I think Busio as well and Kalist, they had a really good early game, especially in a matchup where it's a tough Lucian Nami game.
Yeah, it's
into
not
the
supposed to go like
Caitlyn,
this.
it's rough.
What happened there, man?
Caitlyn is going to be poking you out. We saw it in the level 1, where like even though Kalist and Busio, they're getting decent trades, they're always going to be on the back foot, getting pushed in, and it's really survival for this Lucian Nami. That's the name of the game. So the fact that KC were able to pick up a 2v2 kill off of the back of like Busio landing the bubble onto Hansama so Kalist can chase down Lebrov, I thought that was amazing and phenomenal. And I loved how Yike was always covering them, playing around their lane. So even when Skewmon wrapped around, it still ended up being a beneficial play for KC, where they zoned G2 off tower, and it ended up being around like a 2,000 gold lead for KC in this early game, despite Caps then kind of taking over with Skewmon later
in
on.
the end, it doesn't even matter, honestly. If you have bot lane agency, how did they make it happen? We've talked about Skewmon, we've talked about Caps really controlling mid lane and what happens on side. Was it what sealed the deal for KC here, and the fact that because they couldn't come back in the later fights at all?
Exactly, and that's also when the preparation came in, because we saw time and time again yesterday the whole team of those games was counter gank. Yike was constantly finding these counter gank angles. He had perfect vision area, and he was always setting up these strats. But today we saw G2 do exactly the same thing. BB puts a great ward here, and now they see Yike walking here, and this was probably the last chance for KC, because this is the bread and butter play that KC always goes for. This is the way they find wins every single time, and now they finally get it handed to themselves.
And I want to shout out the guy that said he thinks MKOI's mid game is better than G2's, because when I saw MKOI make this play yesterday, they were just running in and just attacking whoever looked like they were overextending on side. I feel like here Yehu tried to do the same bait against G2, but clearly they were more aware, clearly they had more patience and more awareness of what KC was trying to execute on here.
And in the end, when we look at the later fights here, it feels like the less they have agency in the game, the harder it is for KC to take any fight. We saw that at the Drakes later. Even if Yike steals it once again, it's never 50-50 against the Swedish junglers. But maybe they're lacking tools to fight and engage those fights.
I just love that Skewmon, the moment he sees Yike go up for the 50-50, he's like, I'm losing this. I'm going on Kalist.
There's no slander, bro. He just wants to win the team fight, because at the end of the day, that's what's going to win the game. But to touch on your point, Laure, I do think that this KC draft, it's like kind of full AD. It's very one-dimensional. You need to really go in. And the Lucian Nami, they provide some poke, but it's like, it's really scary to poke this game, because if you waste that Lucian dash, you're getting a Bard ult to your head. They have the Shen ult to go in so that Skewmon can play like a maniac. So I really prefer G2 drafts in this one. That's the one thing that I would like to see different from KC.
And that's the beauty about G2's draft, because in isolation, if you don't look at the enemy picks, you say, it makes no sense. You have a Shen, a Bard, and an Aatrox. So what the hell is going on there? But when you put it into perspective against KC's draft, it just became impossible, because on the side of KC, you are looking at the Ambessa and at the Lucian as your main tools to start fights. And as the time went on, the Aatrox just became unkillable. After that mid lane play, after he got accelerated, we saw that Drake fight. He can just ignore absolutely everyone and just go kill the Lucian.
And we talked about this in the beginning of the day. We talked about KC's drafts being fixed. But now, I want to talk about G2's amazing draft strategy, because KC showed so early, and we've seen G2 do this before, where they notice what the enemy comp wants to do really early and then draft a full comp to stop that. You see the Galio Jarvan, they have one mode, and that is forward. So picking the anti-dive in the Aatrox and the Bard ult to kind of either deny the follow-up on their engage or just to cover the people getting engaged on, I think was a super clever 2-3 rotation by G2.
It's G2 in final. Once again, they haven't been playing all weekend, but they came in ready and prepared here in this finals. We're going to take a quick break and we'll come back in a few minutes. But before that, Circuit Tormenta is coming back as well. Some of the Spanish, LEC Spanish favorite players that we've seen for years have been trained and powered up in this circuit in the past. The doors are open for anyone to join and start their journey as well. The circuit is coming back on March 4, a unique chance for any Spanish team to show what they're worth in the world of LoL esports. Let's check it out.
Las leyendas no empiezan siendo leyendas, empiezan en casa, en un circuito donde nadie te conoce, pero todos quieren demostrar quiénes son. Los que hoy están en lo más alto, hace nada estaban ahí sentados. El camino a la cima no ha cambiado, solo que ahora las puertas vuelven a abrirse. Vuelve el lugar donde empieza todo. Vuelve Circuito Tormenta.
Brother, let me try.
Wait. Brother, let us break this instead. Brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
comes in for the gank. Aqua Prism, magical journey forward. Kalist still no flash, tries to dash away. But the Darking Blade finds this first victim. And a giant spell. BB needs to get out of here, but no flash on him. Kana has the public execution, but the chase doesn't need it. Kana just autos him to death.
I built. Looks winning. That's the trick. I built here. You will never die. I'll heal though. I'll move to you now, next. Better. Nice.
Welcome back to the finals of LEC versus, where G2 had a relatively dominant first game up against KC, going 1-0 up in this best of 5.
I very much agree with what the desk was saying. It felt like that they responded well to the draft that KC did provide. And I think that there were just a couple moments where KC's comp, even though it was ultimately harder to execute, had some really shining moments, and they do largely stem from that bot lane. Busio and Kalist continue to be a force on this KC side, which is why I won't underestimate them. They fell to the first game against Koi yesterday, and then they immediately bounced back in game 2. So G2, they're going to have to stay steadfast. They're going to have to be ready, because I'm very much expecting KC to change things up as we move into our second game.
Yeah, I'm curious what that is going to look like, though, because, I mean, Yahoo has looked most comfortable in things like the Azir, but has also now obviously shown that he has the Galio that we saw in that Game 5 yesterday. He just played it. I still think having him go back towards some of the old basics worked quite well for them, and try and just play out these standard team fights. Because especially if you can get Kana isolated into a matchup where, like the Mbessa, he can punish, I think he'll be okay.
And G2 chose blue side after KC chose first pick. G2 have made a habit of choosing blue side over the course of playoffs when they are put into that pick your side rather than pick your pick. Peter Piper picked first pick for KC, and the bans coming in quickly here as the Vi is removed by KC. G2 going to answer with a Varus ban of their own. Last time we saw the Yunara getting banned out, Azir as well in this first phase. We did see G2 banning away the Rumble. Now, in the past, what we would say is G2 don't play Rumble. They avoid playing it at all costs, but we've seen a bunch of Rumble from Broken Blade this split. So if they are banning away the Rumble, usually it indicates that they just don't want to prioritize first picking it. I expect that Rumble ban to come through, because it is one of Kana's best champions. When you think of Kana as a player, the champions that come to mind are Jace, Gnar, and Rumble. And generally you are a little bit worried when he gets his hands onto one of those three. Let's see what G2 decide to take away, as we are going to see the Azir ban.
I like this Azir ban from G2. I think Caps is significantly more comfortable when he's able to kind of keep the matchup in a position where he can trade effectively and find really good avenues to trade. Azir just makes that very difficult at the moment, especially with the Orianna now taken away. We have seen him play things like the Tilly into it, but I definitely think, like, if you can force Yahoo onto the Tilly or something along these lines, and you can counterpick with an Anivia or a Ryze, I think that's where Cap shows really what he's made of.
We are pushing a little bit further towards that Ryze. 280 carries, a mid laner and a jungle removed so far. Obviously, we are in Fearless as well, so anything that was played in Game 1, like the meta stalwart that is Shen, can't be picked in the rest of the draft. Jax, the final ban for KC. I wonder if they're looking towards something like that Nart in the top side, or even like a Renekton, possibly.
Yeah, it's curious.
Generally, I expect Renekton to be good into the Jax. So normally when you see a Jax ban, it's because you're worried about Ambessa, but with Ambessa already gone. So there must be something. Gwen is the other thing that I am thinking of as well.
It's also like an old school counter to Xin Zhao. So unless they want to like just hard force an early Xin Zhao here, that's what they're eyeing up. Maybe that's what they're thinking.
But Ryze is the first pick. No real surprises there for KC. Such a strong mid laner right now, does so much damage as soon as you get that actualizer, and Yahoo, having played it once, has won once on it in 2026.
But so regularly we've seen the Anivia as an answer, or the Cassiopeia. Caps has played exceptionally well on that Anivia, and I imagine that will be kind of where he goes towards again. But the Ashe hovered at the moment. Are we just going to get an immediate slam of the Ashe Seraphine?
I mean, I can see the Freljord comp starting to be developed. As you were saying, there's a lot of answers into Ryze right now. Depending on how much Caps prioritize it, they may very well just focus on securing that bottom lane. Junglers have taken a bit of a back foot for G2, it seems, right now. But we know that bot lane is important in this series. Kalist and Busio, when you give them a winning matchup, they seem to run away with the game, and they're a scary force to be reckoned with. So wanting to guarantee yourself a a strong bot lane 2 versus 2 does make a lot of sense to me. G2 are using as much of the time as possible, but it's Scumon's Mundo. Something that he definitely made a name for himself throughout last year on. We've seen Mundo rise in popularity. In fact, we saw Koi consistently ban this away from KC yesterday, and now he'll get his hands on it again.
Actually, the third most banned champion against G2 this year. 42% of games it is banned against them. We have yet to see Scumon bring it out with how much it's banned or picked away from them. So it was something that we saw with the Orianna combo a lot last year, and we'll see how effective Scumon can be on it here. Immediate answer, though, of the Neferi, and there is the Gwen as well we were talking about from that Jax ban.
I mean, I want to chime in on that Mundo point. Like, Scumon's Mundo is what inspired Ona's Mundo. Like, that's how much of an impact he had on the world stage, and then later this year, how much of an impact it's had. And credit to him, seeing him pilot the champion is going to be exciting. As like responding with this Neferi, a lot more early game agency. Your ability to skirmish in the early game is promising, and KC definitely drafted a strong topside draft to have that early skirmishing power.
They also tried to snooker G2 into getting even more top lane bans away. But picking the Gwen here, you almost have to guarantee that you're going for Seraphine, and third is G2. So taking Gwen, you can now ban away more of those top lane champs, guarantee that good matchup for Kana by trying to force Broken Blade into these more tank-oriented picks. And now you've kind of got two side lanes that you can play through very effectively with a Neferi that is excellent at ganking for them.
I wonder if Renekton will hit the ban board from the side of KC. Something that I think eventually the Gwen outscales, but early on can be a very difficult matchup for her to play. Seems that Na's going to be the focus for now. And naturally, supports. That just makes a ton of sense. Yep. Things like, I mean, Busio isn't a blitzcrank player, but something you always have to be mindful of. Nico, Thresh, all those just very common supports that we see in response to Seraphine. Given how squishy she is, hard engaged champions can be difficult for her to deal with, especially if they have a hook.
KC are lacking a little bit of that hard engage so far. Something like the Alistair could be okay, but only having a little bit of CC into the Mundo can be a bit of a struggle, and getting like through the laning phase is going to be really difficult into an Ashe and a Seraphine. Yeah,
I'm trying to go through the enchanters in my head. I think it's probably something like a Karma. Maybe you just go Karma Jhin. It's not exactly the best like as a combo, but at least you can try and push out the wave, and you can still have Jhin then match some of that utility that is provided by the Ashe later on.
I mean, Ezreal is the one that kind of speaks to me. Just actually try not to play the 2 versus 2, pick a support that can just roam around the map. Alistair can work in that sense. But the biggest thing is you need an AD carry that can deal with Mundo at a certain point.
Yeah.
And
you do have Gwen and Neferi and Ryze.
You could argue that that could be a way of dealing with it. But also, I guess, like, I find that health regeneration is just very good into mages. Of course, they are DPS mages.
Oh!
That is a Yasuo locked in.
It's a Yasuo top lane for BB.
A bit of Nako inspiration, perhaps.
I mean, BB used to bring this out all the time into the Gnar. It was like his pick.
Yeah,
at
did he bring
MSIs.
that into Gwen?
I'm not saying, look, okay, Benny. When he did it or Gwen he didn't, I don't know, okay? But perhaps at some point, thank you.
Is it going to Broken Blade or is it going to Caps?
We'll find out.
We will.
But there's that Ezreal that we were talking about. The thing that concerns me about Ezreal is its ability to kill Mundo. Poke is strong, though, into Mundo, kind of forcing him to use that all early can be a play. And right now, KC have a decent amount of poke, but they have like this strong skirmishy top side and a relatively safe bot side. 1-3-1 seems to be the name of the game for KC, but I'm super interested in how G2 close out this draft.
Because you don't really have the knockup providing for Yasuo. He's going to be very self-reliant at the moment. I'm not really sure what to do, but I mean, there is some knockup and definitely something that can answer into the Ryze in the mid lane. So it looks like it will be the Yasuo into Gwen.
I mean, gentlemen, I need to get Finn on the line right now because there's too many top matchups.
Because in my head, right, at least you can close the gap onto the Gwen, right? And with the Hollowed Mist, if you try and get that long range of the last breath, it makes it a little bit more difficult. So you kind of have to close the gap and try and set things up. So I imagine, though, it's like very effective in the trading because Gwen likes to go for these extended trades where she can build up her passive, then use that Q damage and try and extend the trade that way. But for Yasuo, he can get in, use that wave, Q very quickly, and just start to chip you down over time as well.
I mean, I very much think about it in the context of scaling. And when I think of a Gwen, I think about when she's at 3 items, who deals with her in a side lane. And so when you pick things like Yone, you're saying, well, I will outscale you. I'm going to just get stronger the later this game goes, because I think that in the later game, this champ does that. And that's what I think the goal of this Yasuo is. Because when I compare the side lanes, I think that G2 have more than enough wave clear and more than enough skirmishing power to actually match them in the 1-3-1. And then when you think about the amount of poke, I do give a slight edge to Ezreal. And I guess when paired with a Karma, I mean, it's a very interesting game because I think both comps want to do very similar things. The biggest difference is in the junglers and how they prefer to play.
We do have a small pause as we get on into the game. We'll get that sorted as soon as possible, obviously. But yeah, an eclectic draft from both teams.
We got an update from production.
Yeah, I saw it and I was like, I don't need to talk about that right now.
I think it's worth talking about it. So we got an update from production that BB lost the game of Yasuo in solo queue 4 hours ago. So whether this is just about proving a point, I'm going to assume that it is about strategic integrity, and it makes a ton of sense because it does make sense in the context of scaling. I'm excited to see how it plays out in the lane. I can see how Yasuo would win in the 1v1, but I do not have enough technical understanding of the matchup to say with confidence that it is guaranteed to be Yasuo favored.
Do you want another BB loses on Yasuo?
Okay,
Last 2 games he's played it, he lost.
So he's on a 2-game lose streak with Yasuo?
Yeah, at Spring last year against BDS and Giant X, G2 lost both of those games. Before that though, Worlds 24, he did beat BLG. So, you know, it swings and roundabouts.
His win rate does look positive overall.
Yeah, 60%, 66. He's played 9 games, won 6 of them.
So we did find out that there is an issue with runes loading into the game. So the game is being remade, so we'll be back into game in about 3 minutes time. So you're just going to be looking at the crowd, listening to us yap about this game. But honestly, it's been a really fun weekend so far here in Barcelona.
Nice.
And we've seen a bunch of interesting things. Yesterday we got to see some of the great elements of Fearless, going all the way to Game 5, the fact that Yike brought out the Kha'Zix, we saw the Gwen jungle, which obviously didn't have a huge amount of impact, but this creativity that we're seeing from teams is something that we expect in Game 5. The fun thing about G2 is that you get to see it in Game 1 and Game 2 with some of the stuff that BB has prepared.
Yeah, but I love the interview that Chucks did with Yike earlier on, where he's talking about how the team just trusted him. Yike was like, look, I need to play Kha'Zix in this sort of situation. And the team just went, yeah, go for it.
Yep.
Like, we understand you as a player. We know what you need to do, and we fully trust you in this situation. And he took over the game, and he said it going into draft, I'm going to take over the game. But it was, you know, Yahoo who supported him immediately, and both in the draft and then when they got to the game. And I think that's incredible to see, because so often teams kind of end up pushing themselves into this pigeonhole of this is who we are as a team and this is what we can do. But both of these teams have showcased that, no, we have that flexibility. When it comes towards G2, it's Broken Blade just played Shen, now he's on Yasuo. The man is on every side of the equation, and he really has stepped up over the course of playoffs as well. So I'm just excited to see how this is all going to pan out.
But this is also what BB does. We've seen it for years now, where he will come into playoffs, he'll come into tournaments, he'll come into events, and he'll just have a pick ready. I want to say it was 2 years ago where he had the Zac, and then Yike was his jungler, and it was Zac Rek'Sai. They played it early on in the tournament, and then every team ban, right? And he's brought it out with the Warwick last year.
Warwick wasn't as effective.
But it was at the start, remember? Because they did come up with the Warwick plus Pantheon combo, which attacking the side lanes was super effective. He was also one of the early adopters of Rek'Sai in the top lane. Like, Broken Blade has always been someone that's not afraid to try new things in the top side. And obviously we've criticized him before for things like, well, why don't you play Rumble? Like, it's all cool. You play all this other stuff. But then this year he's been playing a bunch of the Rumble. So I think he's trying his best to be that super complete player that can provide a bunch of curveballs. And it's going to be up to KC to try and shut that down.
And on the other side, KC have been really inventive with their drafts as well. Both all 3 of Kalist, Yike, and Kana have played 13 different champions over the course of LEC Versus. And remember, a lot of that was best of 1, so you could just play the same champion on repeat. I really like the fact that when you have a KC draft, every lane can carry. Yahoo's been carrying through playoffs. Yike has been absolutely popping off. We see Kana pop-offs, we see the bot lane pop-offs. Sometimes it can cause a bit of strife when the person that needs to carry isn't having the time of their lives. But I love the fact that when you look at a KC game and a KC lineup, especially one like this, you've got Gwen, Neferi, Ryze, Ez Karma. Ez Karma perhaps a little bit quieter, but we've seen Kalist absolutely pop off on the Ezreal over the last couple of years.
But the thing is, as you say, like, it does open them up in the draft, because it's not about the team fight, it's about a 1-3-1 here, right? Because you're like, well, Yahoo can pop off. He just stood as a brick wall yesterday, tanked a bunch of spells and murdered his main opponent on the rise, and now you got the con on this Gwen. But I do think it's going to be interesting to see, you know, how do G2 try and shut down the early game? Because I think that's where Caps has been most exceptional, is finding these moments to roam, and especially on a pick like a Talia. Can you find access to these side lanes, and particularly this Gwen, to start Broken Blade snowballing and try and shut Kana down early?
Well, the teams have redone the draft. We're loading into game. We're going to be getting into game 2 very soon. And I'm expecting both mid laners to be running the Ghost rather than the Teleport. I'm hoping that we get to see a lot of roaming from both our mid laners. Who did have an impressive performance on the rise yesterday, but we know that Caps is the man when it comes to roaming around the map and looking to have an impact. And as always, that top lane, that bot lane, it's going to be volatile. It's going to be action-packed. I'm hoping for an intense game 2 here between KC and G2.
Yeah, I think we all are. I think KC fans at home
I'm actually hoping for a slow one.
It can be, something can be slow and intense, you know? It's like camping. Very slow, quite intense, usually.
I hate you, just to be clear.
What if you go in a hammock, though? You know?
Can still be in a tent.
That'll be awkward, though.
Yeah, could be. Let's get on to the Rift. Let's do it. G2 versus KC here in LEC versus the top dogs from winter last year, once again taking to the stage here in the finals of Versus 2026. Lebrov's going to get a ward in that middle bush bot side. Immediately pinged out by KC, who put in a ward of their own. Top side, nothing really happening. Caps actually sneaking in and getting a ward towards the blue buff. No matter who wins, this has been an amazing series. Been one game.
Clearly they are very happy with how game 1 went.
Yeah.
Huge damage team comp. It's true.
It's true.
There's a lot of damage kind of everywhere.
I feel for Lebrov, because you die very quickly when an Neferi jumps on you. You do have the encore, but that can be dodged. And Neferi leaps up into the air and is untargetable. Range supports trading, and Lucio coming out on top of the support health bar, but Kalist has been chunked out a little bit. Lands a nice Mystic shot there onto Hans Summer. But Hans Summer and Lebrov have the push, and we'll try and get that level 2 first.
It is difficult to try and trade back effectively, though Bucio doing a decent job here. Heal just to try and keep Lebrov out of reach. Yeah, again, you just have so much range, and that volley is so effective here with the push from Lebrov as well.
G2's bot lane do have a health advantage. They've also got the barrier advantage, but the level 2 about to come through.
Ooh, Bucio rooted there. Hans Summer's going to step forward. Does have that barrier, as you say, Vedi. It's a cleanse for Kalist, but with the heal still being available for Bucio, Kalist's health popped up and has gone through his pots.
You can see that both junglers pathing in different directions right now, so I wonder if... I guess the plan from Skumond is he's going to try and leverage the push that he's expecting this bot lane to have, but Bucio and Kalist doing a really good job of fighting for that. It looks like Yahoo not going to get the same level 2 advantage that he got yesterday against Jojo. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Broken Blade getting that early push. This I very much expected Yasuo, especially when you get that level 2, pushes the wave so quickly if he wants to. Using that E and Q combo, the very low cooldowns give you so much wave clear that Gwen not going to respect it, not going to be able to match it, but ignites in the top lane, Ghost in the mid lane. Gentlemen, this is it. This is what the changes were for. Why you top laners now get given a free TP, why mid laners have that the upgraded boots and the faster recalls and all this cool stuff. No more TPs everywhere, more kill spells.
Kana still has TP, Vedi. He has no flash on the Gwen. Ignite TP, the choice here for Kana. Does mean that if he's caught out, he doesn't really have an easy way to escape. The Hallowed Mist and the skip and slash can try and get him to safety. We see the junglers on opposite sides of the map. Skumond a little bit quicker on his clear.
Bot, though,
now pathing down towards the bottom side, but I think he's just going to recall. Was spotted on a ward.
I was going to say, it's really easy for Hans and Lebrov to set up on some sort of play here, because if Hans flashes forward on towards Bucio, gets an auto attack, you then have to basically get away as Bucio, because any sort of slow coming through from Lebrov is going to be, or the route from Lebrov is going to be tough. You have Skumond who can then very effectively follow up with his own slows as well, and then it just becomes this kind of mind game of when do you actually try and burn your summoner spells to keep yourself safe.
Things on Skumond as he walks through his blue side jungle. Has the sweeper, immediately sweeps it. It's a common ward that Yike placed there a couple of moments ago and will be swept out. He's going to path up towards top, but really just using the fact that his caps aren't up to get a little bit more vision control for G2. Now we'll path back down towards that Grom.
Slow and steady early game, 4 minutes in, nothing too chaotic happening so far. I was expecting a little bit more bloodshed in the laning phase, but credit to the KC bot lane, finding another advantage just in the straight up 2 versus 2. Ansama missing out on CS here and there, but also getting pushed underneath the tower. Oh, Kana finds a very nice straight onto Broken Blade. Massive health swing going his way, but I expect Broken Blade to go back to base relatively soon. The timing of those bases is really important because, of course, Kana does have that TP advantage, and Broken Blade now going to have to figure out the right time to get home, spend that gold, and get back to lane. It looks like he's going to commit it now.
Yeah, it should be fine to get back up there. Again, a lot of trading down on this bottom side. Like, Busio kind of taking the brunt of it. But as you said, Vedi, like, I'm kind of impressed with how much of a lead Kalista is starting to open up on this bottom side.
Has been able to farm up really well. Had the wave crashing into G2 as well. Mystic Shot going between the uprights there as Yike looks for Caps, who's been chunked out. Skewmon here as well. Be a 2v2 in mid. Seismic Shove missing. The Rune Prison coming down as Caps going to try and get out, but the core of the pack is too damn much. Yahoo with first blood in game 2.
Yahoo again on this rise, drawing that first blood in favor of KC. Great gank setup with the tiny bit of mana that he had left.
One of the big advantages of Neferi is that she's just an effective early game jungler with the right setup. And Yahoo has the perfect setup. He was trading very nicely against Caps. We know that Caps loves to play at the very edge of his HP when he's in the laning phase, and Yike is there to punish it. Great start for KC as they open up with a 1k gold lead in jungle, mid, and bot.
And you can see how low Yahoo's mana pool was, but just goes forward, pops the ghost, means that he's able to sidestep the flick back. And Yike knows that as long as he gets 1 Q, the pack will do the work.
Smite comes out from Skewmon here. Has the goes where he pleases passive, so won't be rooted by that tether out of Busio. As you say, Vedi, 1,000 gold lead for KC early on in this game, every lane ahead.
I think it's a great position for KC to be in. I mean, we talked about it in the previous game, but this team has a tendency to get early game leads. And I will say that when you find yourself in a situation where your solo lanes are really important to playing through sides, it's nice to be ahead. So the fact that they're going to get themselves another first dragon, fantastic start here for KC.
Broken Blade not wanting to commit on towards the last breath there. Does know that probably not going to end up winning out in the long run if you end up committing there. But either way, I think you're just looking at KC now, moving over towards the dragon. Should be completely fine. Like, this has been such a slow early game. I expected a bit more kind of movement, but again, when you've got Skewmon on Mundo, for G2, you kind of know, but there's not really much that we can do to impact a lot of these lanes.
You've got to remember as well that for G2, a lot of their setup comes through their bot lane. Ulti on the Ashe, ulti on the Seraphine, that's where a lot of those engages come from. And they haven't quite hit those level 6 marks yet. So once Caps opens up, he can maybe look for those plays towards bot side, a 4-man committal towards that side, maybe even threaten a dive towards the top side with a cross-map arrow. A lot of potential plays as a nice stun comes through onto Yahoo.
There's the Weaver's wall out from Caps to try and keep Yahoo on this side of it. Cleaver out of Skewmon, Rune Prison overload, not enough from Yahoo. He flashes forward, oh! The minions! The pot, the refillable potion saving Caps' life.
Yahoo decides, am I going out or am I going in? And he says, screw it, I'm going in. He comes so close to getting a trade onto Caps, but the health pot enough to keep Caps alive.
Nah. Stop baiting us, observers. It's a mile away.
It's nowhere near. Caps walks away. 1-to-1 in kills. The gold gap closing just like that. Am I going to look back at it?
Yeah, I mean, Caps tries to use the wall to deny Yahoo from being able to escape with a nice flick back after this. But you see just one of those fluxes going just wide. Even Caps body blocking Yahoo a bit. But that 1 Q going astray means that Caps is able to survive.
Well, there was actually about 3 Qs that he missed. So he was, if any single one of them had hit, obviously he may very well have been able to turn that play around, or at least turn it into a 1-for-1. But now the goal is even in the mid lane matchup. Boots completed with a couple of components. T already stacking up for Yahoo. Yike going to be focused on this objective game as Caps and Skewmon is here to answer.
Kana has the push on the top side and has that needle work. Skewmon stepping in, trying to steal away a grub. Yike might have to eviscerate over the wall here. Smite comes out, 1 apiece so far. Neither jungler has that summoner spell, and BB and Caps just walking forward was enough to take 2 grubs for G2.
Heavy trades in the mid lane as well, it looks like, so Yahoo just going to back away, but all in top.
And Bibi uses the wind wall to block one of the needleworks.
Still being chased.
Ignites with exchange, as you say. Yahoo is being chased out, but hopefully he can find a pipe and get himself back towards the mid lane. Yahoo! He gets over there. I'm sorry, that was an awful Mario joke. It was diabolical. I apologize to everyone that heard that.
It just sounded like he sneezed.
My sneeze, much more subtle than that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I'm keeping my eyes on this top lane matchup because I'm very interested in Yasuo into Gwen. And you'll notice that Broken Blade is starting to build up a small but sizable CS lead in the top lane. He's really leveraging the shield passive to start winning out on these trades. And now that he's got a little bit more attack speed under his belt, starting with the refillable pot as well, I think he's been taking advantage of just the extra HP that he has available to him. Some couple nice side steps from Kana to avoid the knockups from the tornadoes, but Broken Blade really starting to come into his own here in the 1v1.
Kana's going to skip and slash forward. There's the way of the Wanderer's shield you were talking about, Vedi. Kind of building up the 1,000 cuts with the Realm Warp in. Broken Blade needs to get out, has Skewmon. Last breath perhaps for Yahoo, no flash on the wind wall! Skewmon waiting in the wings! Secures a kill for G2.
The timing was perfect for Skewmon. Right place, right time. Broken Blade sets up the knock-up, the wind wall to stop any follow-up as well. And the kill goes over to Skewmon. G2 now with the gold lead.
And you still have to be careful there, kind of because Yike finds Caps in the jungle. Caps was leaning top for a potential ult. Kind of gets the wave though, and it's immediately going to reset here.
Skewmon now beginning to develop that lead that he had in game one. Only about 200 ahead right now, but we've seen how quickly that can snowball. Eclipse complete though for Yike. And the one saving grace for KC right now is that lead in the bot side. Kalist about 20 CS up. Probably 3 waves after this wave is taken by the G2 bot side. Trinity Force on its way, already has the tier stacking up, 192 on it, over halfway. And the KC bot lane just getting the push consistently, but not really finding too many large inroads.
Keeping my eyes on the dragon that's spawning in 35 seconds. With items getting close to completion, you have to imagine that both teams are weighing up their options. Is it worth versus just giving up this dragon? 2-0 dragon lead if KC's able to secure it. I wonder if G2's fine with that and relying on their scaling.
I think if I'm G2 though, I kind of just look at the items and go, I think we can find it. Like, you have nowhere near a first item for Yahoo. Rod of Ages not really going to be a big one. Hang on.
Onto Gwen here, kind of with the needlework though. There's the wind wall. Broken Blade still looking for the chase. Has that Q3 with the Steel Tempest. Now needs to get the hell out of there because Yike is on his way. A Hound's pursuit in. Broken Blade dashes forward, but the Hounds are hungry and Yike will help Kana secure the kill.
Good collapse from Yike on towards that top side. Caps trying to respond.
Another Hound's pursuit. He can just chase onto Caps, but the seismic shove interrupts it. Caps here in time to hold the wave, at least perhaps chase down Kana. Remember, no flash on this Gwen, and no way really for Yike to join him. A threaded volley goes wide. The alcove, though, not your friend anymore, Kana. Unraveled Earth unravels his life as Bucio's caught with Enchanted Crystal out, has to flash the cleaver. Does not connect as Skewmon steals away this jungle.
So we got scraps happening everywhere on the Rift. KC commits to a gank in the top lane. They are able to find the outplay onto Broken Blade and they get the kill. Kana has a full level lead over Broken Blade. Partially built up thanks to that play that happened, but he ends up having to trade his life because of a roam from Caps. While all of that was happening, G2 was securing the dragon because they knew that Yike was topside, and the gold ultimately still in the favor of G2.
And I like the call from KC, because again, you've no Trinity Force, no Roa on either of your carries, so instead, just try to make the play top. And Kana finds some decent damage on the Broken Blade to set up then for the Neferi coming through. But it ends up being super messy on the after, because it's a good flash there from Yike to get around. Broken Blade tries to dash through the Neferi to make the play happen. But then Yike kind of saying, oh, okay, Caps is roaming, tries to make the play, but in squaring up to Caps, sets himself up for the flick back. And Kana gets chased down. And with the play on bottom side as well, I think G2 going to be happy with the way things went.
No, absolutely. The only downside for Skewmon is his top camps are getting stolen, so he's like, all right, fine, I'll just cross map and steal yours. So he takes those bot camps, gets the flash out of Bucio as well. The gold now very much leading in favor of both Caps and Broken Blade. But Skewmon, ooh, okay, I was going to say he's been winning out on these trades, and then he immediately loses a trade.
Caps can look up here with the Weaver's Wall. Need a skip and slash out of Kana so he can't get to the right side of it. Kana, though, wise to the fact this could be a play. Meanwhile, on the bot side, KC using their advantage to push 3 down towards this bottom side of the jungle. Look at how far Hun Summer has had to step back. Almost a full tower for the KC bot lane.
They have that ult from Han Summer if they wanted to engage, but weren't quite certain, especially as Caps had roamed towards that top side, that they wouldn't have Yehu coming to join them in a second. So again, as you say, just the push on bottom side, netting a huge amount for KC here. If they keep that up, I think that is just something they can continue to put the strain on.
The thing we're seeing in this game that I think, ooh, hang on a minute, Yike has got to back
to use
away.
The Hound's Pursuit. Does he have Eviscerate? Can he get over this wall? He can. He jumps across, was stunned on the way, but unable to really be chased too much more. LeBron caught out now, needs to flash. The Realm Warp on the wrong side, but Yehu, oh, another overload goes wide. Skewman kills off Yike as he chased deep into the jungle. As my 2 co-casters become Yehu fans, it seems. The wolf is howling, but he just can't secure the kill. A true shot barrage, a true... That's miles wide again. Observers, please, only if they're going to hit.
I mean, this will be a tower for Kalist, so a gold advantage gain for the KC bottom lane. Nice try from Yehu, but it doesn't quite work out.
Caps are starting to roam up towards that top side, and Mundo once again was sitting in the brush, but Kana, Spidey senses have been tingling fantastically this game to keep him safe.
I love that both mid laners are being super active on the map. Caps is largely getting the better of Yehu in terms of the advantages that he's finding, but also I love how active the junglers are being. Constant steals and threats onto the opposing side, looking constantly for opportunities to take things away from their opponent, and using the pressure that they have to make things happen in the enemy jungle. Yak and Skumon feel very locked in, but it is Skumon with a 2-0-1 scoreline right now and a 700 goal lead.
It looks like KC trying to... I thought they were going to actually send Kana back to send Kana to bot side, because Rift Herald is up, and I think that's where KC would like to try and use Kalist's advantage as Hans Sama.
Chipped away at good damage from Kalist as he dodges pretty much everything. Hans Sama down to 300 HP. Does have Skumon just around the corner, but can't really do too much as Kalist continues to land the poke.
I definitely had some criticisms of Kalist yesterday. Some of his laning phases weren't the best, and his Ezreal specifically in his game 1, he E'd into ranges that he should not have. But so far in this game, he's been spectacular. He's been getting so much great damage down. He's been winning out on the 2 versus 2. He is where the gold is right now for KC, and that's where you want it if you're a KC fan.
It's also a massive play because Caps has to go mid. Caps had push on bot and would have been able to roam up towards Rift Herald first. Because Caps had to rotate mid, now Yehu is able to get that push on bot, which means that they can start to rotate members over towards that Rift Herald if they want to. Like, it picks up a massive amount of map control for KC just off that one trade.
KC playing away from the objective. We've seen them do this a couple of times with that gank onto BB when the Dragon was up. Now looking for a gank onto Caps, but Caps wisely backs away. And you're talking about Kalist Ezreal, I believe it was last year when he really popped off against Hans Sama, weaved those mystic shots in the mid lane between the minions to really state his claim on the LEC.
Caps is making a play top as KC are looking at the mid. There's going to be double fights again in a second.
Caps looking for that Weaver's Wall. Kana still pretty healthy up there. Underneath the tower, there might just be a play for turret plates. Kana dives in, Hallowed Mist, able to keep him from that unraveled damage. Size of a shove will get the knockback, but it's just the crystalline overgrowth from the plates. Meanwhile, Yehu's pushing through bot. Gonna get some... As Skumond is looking for Yike, who's caught out. Yike doesn't really have anywhere to go here. Jumps up with the core of the pack, flashes, eviscerates. Now Bootsio's on the wrong side of dodge. He has the flash too. And G2 forced 2 flashes out from KC, just being a little greedy with their positioning.
Well, so what I love about this game is it's a 1-3-1 versus heavy wave clear poke bot lane, right? And when you have games like this, your engage isn't the most reliable, so a lot of fights happen in skirmishes. Oh, hang on, Kana.
Q3 was just used by Broken Blade. Yike is on his way across as well. Skumon's running up here as quick as he can. The flash, knock up onto Yike. He has to dash up, and Skumon secures the kill. The dogs are dead. Will Kana follow? I believe he will. Hunt Summer on the chase. Kana no way out. G2 take 2 on the top side.
The long-range arrow strikes through for G2. They connect onto Kana. It's the double kill. And again, it's these map plays from G2.
It's just skirmishes everywhere on the map. And and it's G2 that's reacting quicker than Casey's able to. The idea there from Yike is a good one. He's ready, he's here, he's looking to punish Broken Blade. Look at the minimap right now, but the Ashe is already hovering in the top side river. Look at how quickly Hans is moving. He's already on the rotation. Oh, we're in a fight.
Kalist immediately cleansing away. The Mystic Shot missing might mean that Lebrov survives. It does for now. Lebrov able to back away.
It's scrap after scrap, skirmish after skirmish, but every time an advantage is gained, it's G2 that's gaining it. They get the Herald, they're getting the kills. Casey will finally get an objective of their own. They're going to lead in Dragons so far in Game 2. And it's going to have to be their win condition because the rest of the map is quickly starting to fall apart as these skirmishes continue to go the way of G2.
The skirmishes are going the way of G2, but look at the turret plates. Like, Kalist is getting work done in the mid lane. You've only got 2 plates left on the top side. That bot lane tier 2 nearly went down. So while that gold is in favor of G2, I think if KC can find these windows to like make a play on sides and get the towers, suddenly I think this gold lead can just swing straight back to even.
Skewman does have the Herald in his pocket. Currently eyeing up the bottom side. Yike's going to face check into him. A 1.5k gold lead, and that is what that amounts to as Skewman gets the damage into Yike, almost takes him to half HP, steps back in with Hans Sama, Lebrov, and Caps here for backup. G2 have abandoned the top side, which will allow Kana a little bit more gold in his pocket. Rift Herald down. We'll get the charge, we'll take the plates, we'll take the tower alongside it. BB, after clearing mid, is running up towards top to try and save that top lane tower.
I like the play from G2. Just use your pressure mid, convert it into bot, secure that tower, hard push this wave in. If you can get another Rift Tower charge, that's fantastic, but if not, it's not the end of the world. They're not going to be able to get it, and now they rotate back to mid, conceding top side. But you know what? Broken Blade is actually already back in top lane. I didn't think he'd be able to get there in time. He doesn't commit the TP, he just runs there.
So Kana ended up backing away from the turret, which I was surprised at, because you saw, I believe, most of the members of G2 on the bottom side for KC, but didn't want to stick around, and Yike catches it, but it doesn't amount to anything.
He's just playing fetch.
Well, he did catch. Not going to bring it back, though.
Back in towards the mid lane. Skewmond with the Heart Steel and Dead Man's play already complete, but good wave clear coming out from KC means that G2 can't push in any further.
So the problem for KC is, if you assume that both comps are very similar in how they want to play, playing through your sides, collapsing, using things like Rise Ultimate to create a numbers advantage, having Yike shadow in your lanes, the poke that comes through from Kalist, G2 side lanes are just stronger now. They have more gold. They're in a more advantageous position. And the Ashe Arrow, I think, is a really big difference maker in how it can change the shape of these fights. Of course, Hans does still need to land it, but the fact that you also have the ability to scry, to get that information in the enemy jungle, where is Yike, where is he shadowing, makes it harder for KC to really make these plays on the map.
Betty, in the League of Legends IP, it's called Vision. Here, not Scry.
But it's still a term that is used by witches, actually, to garner information on the location.
I was just making a joke about Rift Tower. I wasn't trying to offend you.
And I corrected you by using adequate lore about something.
Yes, it was good.
Well, G2 are bounding across the rift towards mid lane as they try to take this tower as we get back into this.
Good one. Pretty tanky, but some damage coming out from Yahoo. Sitting up those 2 items, one of H's 2 stacks away from being completed. Another plate will go down in mid for G2. But the problem is you can't do this for too long because Kana's still pushing up top. Someone needs to go and deal with him. Nash's Tooth on its way. About halfway there for the Gwen.
I think with the crystals, just an auto attack will take it. So that one now falls. And Kana, he has great scaling on this Gwen if he can try and get to that position. So I like the KC are investing in it.
I feel like Broken Blade just wins now, though. Maybe I overestimate the damage of Blade. Maybe it's at the next time, but I felt like he was already kind of winning the skirmishes. But, I mean, for now, Broken Blade is showing restraint. He's not going to go for an all-in play.
I think it's the risk of the Omnivamp from Riftmaker and Conqueror as well, right? If you don't kill him quickly enough and kind of gets the stacks up, you're kind of fighting a losing battle.
I do also, like, I think at the moment, I do think Broken Blade is still winning. Maybe with the Nashor's Tooth, he starts to teeter over. But I imagine by 3 items, Gwen is just so strong off that spike.
Well, my expectation is the Yasuo at 3 items should just win. Like, I think that the Yasuo outscales... Oh, hang on a minute. Caps once again contesting these Raptors. I mean, we'll see how things play out. Kana now grouping up with his team. A minute until the Dragon. KC want to guarantee numbers. That's the go signal for Broken Blade to shove out top. Bot lane, though, Yehu is continuing the push. He's about to take over to level 15. Nice interrupt on the back. Cap's going to be delayed in responding, and a tower actually just going to be picked up by Yehu, isolated in the bottom lane.
Easily able to take that one. I think this is where, if you can continue to push in this bottom side and actually have Yehu start to make rift plays towards mid, you could try to put that pressure down. Again, like, these turrets are next to no health in the mid lane.
And get yourself a little bit more gold. The lead for G2 has stagnated. For KC, you're looking at those third items. Actualizer on its way for Yehu. He has had a lot of time in the side lane, just farming up as much gold as possible. Kalist on his way to 3. Azar, Kana, and Yike. On the other side of the rift, we are looking at 2 apiece. Immortal Shield Bow complete now for BB. We'll see if that 2v2 item battle on the top side ever does materialize, or whether they'll continue just keep it on tenterhooks.
G2 constantly are trying to collapse on mid, which is giving Kana a bit of time on this top side.
Who wins? Who wins? Ignite going down. Okay, BB wins the initial trade at least. The needle works, the Weaver's wall as they look to collapse onto Kana, and they use the knockup to give Kana his last breath. G2 collapse, and they're going to look for a little bit more. Scumon's chasing out Kalist and Busio. The Drake, an afterthought, the Baron at the front of G2's minds.
What a collapse from Caps. I was not expecting the ultimate of Talia to be the setup. Kalist is going to throw his ulti down, it'll connect onto Broken Blade, but I see no way that they can contest this.
Yeah, who's going to walk in? Rise can do a lot of damage in situations like this. Hansama was caught. Yehu continues to stand and deliver. A turret with an encore over him, but the Mikhail's able to get him out of that CC. Skumon healing up in the middle of it all as Hansama a little bit isolated. KC still looking for that collapse. There's a flash. There's a ruined prison. There's an overload. It's not enough. Yehu dodges the cycling shot in the middle of it all, but Skumon, it's just too tanky for KC. There's nothing they can do to get through Skew.
There's Skumon's healing, there's Lebrov's healing, and there's no hope in hell KC can kill him. Everything for G2 just went their way.
It just feels like KC don't have the resources to get through this G2 composition. While all that was happening, Broken Blade even got a kill onto Yike. His former brother-in-arms ends up falling. As we look back at this play, such a nice combo. The knockup, Broken Blade doesn't have to commit the flash because the knockback comes through from Caps, and that is the go signal to start off the Baron. The Baron is secured. KC get desperate to get something back, but it's just kill in the lane, kill in the jungle, and G2 find themselves dominating in game 2.
Last time in the series when G2 got a Baron, the game ended 2 minutes later. Here they're pushing through the bot side. KC still have tools to defend. You've got a 3-item Ezreal. You've almost got that Actualizer for Yehu. But the question is, can you get there in time? G2 will take the tier 2 down towards this bottom lane. Will even out the turret score. Yehu is pushing through top, trying to get that 3rd item, searching for it. Yike looking for a flank onto Caps. Here will be spotted again. KC a little bit divided, and G2 are dividing their towers and their inhibitors from life. There's a schism in the base, and KC do not react. They just give up the inhib.
KC divide themselves, and it's G2 that conquer. The base in tatters. It just feels like everything that KC are trying to do, G2 are one step ahead. Like, both in this game and the last.
With this comp from G2, I felt like that a lot of it was determined on how these early skirmishes were going to play out. And the fact that they were able to consistently get those small edges in the actual fights is what enabled them to get the gold lead, have these winning sides, and ultimately punish a lot of the plays that KC tried to do. The saving grace, the potential bastion of hope for KC is that they are at soul point. If they can secure that dragon, if they can hold the line, maybe there's a world where they can bring themselves back into this game. But even if they do, how do they get through this monster in the jungle of Skumon as he goes where he pleases and looks to secure another tower?
Kana showing on the bot wave here without teleport means that G2 will be able to push in this tier 2 in top. Caps is looking for the tier 2 in mid as well. Gold lead extends to 7k. They will back away. They'll defend against Kana. The base will not fall on this Baron push.
G2 are separated though. 2 members now. G2 on the top side is the rest. They've gone back to base.
Beat drop from Lebrov, dodged by Yike. Skumon needs to get out of here. Can pop that maximum dosage in a minute, but will it be enough to help him escape? Does still have the flash. There's the dosage. Weaver's wall TP. G2 are beginning to collapse. And there's the seismic shove! Who's locked in here with whom? KC! G2 find one Kalist, trying to do the damage with the Mystic shots are more mythological than actually working. Nothing is going to get to Skumond as G2 collapse. And just as I said, it wasn't over. G2 said that's enough.
G2 can do no wrong. They looked like they were caught, but it's a fake catch as immediately G2 turn it.
It was like Skumond said, all right, guys, I'm on the clock, you go have a break. And then he clocks in just at the right time. Look at this, 2 members in the base, Yasuo in the bot lane. Casey saying, we have 4 members, let's collapse on a Skumond. But this man, he doesn't care. Caps arrives in time, the Ash arrow's on the way, it doesn't connect anywhere, the TP from Broken Blade. And in the 4 versus 4, G2 simply dominate.
What are you supposed to do? The collapses are constantly there. G2, every door you open, they're slamming it shut in your face. And now, as G2 once again approached the Dragon, that sole attempt for KC just feels like it's slipping through their fingers.
And the small mercy for KC is G2 didn't have the waves to push in and finish with 3 members of KC dead. The Drake is up in 4 seconds time, the Baron in a minute. And KC are giving this one up. They're playing down towards that bottom side, down towards that blue buff side. Caps backing away, realizing, hey, we don't see any of them. No need to give my life away for cheap.
I mean, at this point, KC's just hoping for a miracle. A surprise pick, a big mistake. But it feels like with the way that G2 are playing, KC need to be thinking about game 3. All of the momentum that KC was riding off the back of, getting a 3-0 against GX, a 5-game banger against Koi. Naturally, people would be looking at this KC squad as one that had the opportunity to play on this stage, had that opportunity to ramp up, come in prepared, and then G2 just knock the wind right out of their sails as they look to lead this series 2-0.
But it's also a G2 that scraped into playoffs. It came down to that last game against Fnatic. It was lost or tones, or it's G2 to make it. And G2, they got there, but there was some doubts leveraged at them. But it just feels like when G2 get to playoffs, it never matters. They just step up, they bring out Yasuo and Shen top and go, all right, but what have you got in response?
It's just one of those things. Like, so many times over the year, you're like, oh, is this the time G2 falter? It's happened once or twice. We even interviewed Dylan about it in the regular season. It's like, hey, at some point this gets boring for us as well. Like, asking you, how are you struggling? And he's like, no, we'll level up for playoffs. You have to keep doubting. You can't trust when a team only just scrapes in at the 7th seed that they will elevate to this level. But right now they run the LEC, they run KC. And as you said, Betty, it feels like game 3 more on the minds of KC than anything else. 3 items though on Yahoo. 4 on Caps. A 2.3k gold lead as the Weaver's Wall comes out to lock a Yike in the cage. Seismic shove doesn't connect, but Yike doesn't really have anywhere to go. We'll go out with the Eviscerate. Encore's going to land onto Busio, but only him. He flashes out. Kana and Yahoo trying to collapse. Do they have the damage on Caps? The answer's no for now. It's Kana. It's just run down by G2. Yahoo caught up as well. He'll dive onto Caps. He gets a K in his pocket, but G2 are looking for 4.
Oh my God,
another. And Skumond just whacks them over the heads with a briefcase. It's business time for G2 as KC are left in the dust.
Kalist just disappeared. He just got one shot by the Mundo. G2, what the hell was that?
Skumond ends the fight with a triple skill. Skumond says that enough is enough. It's time to clock out. And G2 are looking to go 2-0 up in this best of 5.
Yahoo can do all he wants to try and defend, but a stopwatch will not be enough for him. He almost takes that one, but even LeBron remains standing. G2, in dominant fashion, will be 1 game away from LEC versus champions.
It was a pretty slow game to start, but the skirmishes, the scraps, the little fights that were happening all over the map just kept going G2's way. And when push came to shove, a single pick converted into a Baron, and from that point on, G2 just didn't let the game go.
This just feels like G2's day, but we're going to toss it over to the AD to see if they agree.
We said it at the beginning of the day, it's just another Sunday for G2, yet another final, and they're one game away once again from hoisting that trophy that we see here on stage. Guys, there is nothing competitive about this series and about this game especially so far. Where the hell is KC? They went home yesterday.
I'm trying to grasp at straws for what KC can do, because Skumon and Caps, I don't know, like they just keep playing better, and Skumon especially. Like, I thought this matchup would be way closer. Like, yeah, I thought Skumon would win, but he's just putting Yike in the dirt.
It just feels unfair. You were talking about grasping at straws, and I think I found one that broke the camel's back, because this mid lane dominance we see by Caps just highlights why he is the GOAT of Europe.
Okay, before we get into all this, I want to talk about the draft, and I want to talk about the drafts in general, because I was browsing Reddit and I feel like there's some disagreement between what we've seen online from you guys at home and from you guys were thinking at the desk. So I think we can all agree on the fact that LEC is once again cooking, maybe overcooking. I'm pointing at Nafiri, Gwen and Yasuo here with Ryze, as he does, running away, as maybe he's one of the only champion that made sense here in Casey's draft. I saw a lot of negative comments criticizing G2's draft. You guys thought that KC overcooked in the kitchen, so the floor is yours, guys.
Ryze is running away from crimes because that kitchen was definitely on fire. So I was just super triggered already when I see Nafiri and Gwen on 2-3.
Rush out alert.
Because every single thing that we have said about Yike, that he's so good about Yike, always came down to him having friends and people to play with, right? A strong 2v2 somewhere, a strong 3v3 somewhere. But no, Casey just going back to square one, where they're just picking Nafiri and Gwen. Other side, Reddit is somehow, somehow criticizing a comp that has a Mundo, Ashe, Seraphine. They see Yasuo, they get traumas from solo queue, they get completely triggered, and they think that that's a bad draft. Look at the one on the right, that's a crime.
Look, we talked about G2's draft game 1. They saw the engage and they insta drafted full anti-engage. Now I want to highlight that G2 blind picked this Mundo really early in the draft. Now, can you tell me one champion that can actually deal with a Mundo right-clicking them from the comp of KC?
Gwen.
I heard Gwen, yeah.
Sure, but the Gwen is not... Okay, good job, Jack.
You said one!
To be fair, if you're gonna make an omelette, you need to be willing to break a few eggs.
They broke all the eggs
the fact that they're
the eggs are on the floor, my guy.
cook, even though it's not a Michelin-star dish. But I do agree that like the CC on KC's side is really lacking. I like the mid-jungle duo of Nafiri, Ryze, but you really need a top side, or a top laner rather, to facilitate that more, and you need a support that will facilitate the Nafiri to actually be able to go in, which neither of those KC actually have.
Okay, we know how it ended though. Didn't work at all for KC, so I want to talk about what has been working for G2 in this game, and so far, Ryze getting away with murder time and times again.
Yeah, I mean, I might have said that this guy is the GOAT, but I might have been seriously wrong, because Caps was an absolute demon this game. There's so many times, even now, he's behind right now. He's using ult offensively. He is standing his ground. This guy is unfazed. He really doesn't care. And right now, he's just sitting there, and now...
He's a psycho, though, that's what he is.
Imagine now you're going top lane, and you're the Nafiri just goes over the wall and kind of is like, oh, well, what's going on? This little nutcase is just running at me with that demonic smile on his face, ready to clinch another title in front of me. This guy really does not care.
And you know he's giggling while doing it.
Demons are afraid of Caps, that's right. He's running the show here. He's been doing so for ages, and so has G2. Honestly, throughout the entirety of playoffs, guys, they haven't dropped a single game. It's not so much that they woke up in playoffs. I think they're the most fraudulent 7th seed that I've seen in a while. Honestly, demolishing
we're seeing that
the
7th
opposition.
seed, but none of us are actually like, wait, this is the 7th seed? That's the first
You're
seed?
not.
Is that how you're watching this seed?
Kinda, yeah. They have Caps, but like, come on. Stats are stats.
I mean, that would explain the 3-0 from Odo Amna. That's the only way to really rationalize it,
I never said it's a 0. What's behind this, we might see at the end of the series, they might do a little slide here, and it's a 2, it appears out of nowhere.
Your prediction might be cooked, but the best of is maybe not still cooked for KC. What do we want to see from them? One last game to prove it all, to turn things around, because so far, the preparation, their drafts, everything that we've seen throughout the weekend has been missing. G2's preparation was crisp against them. So what is the solution for them here if they want to come back?
I mean, So the way I see it is instead of thinking like, how can we win as KC, you think, why is G2 winning?
Okay.
Now, the first, it's Skumon and Caps, right? This is Skumon and Caps show. And how do you beat Skumon and Caps? Well, to level with you guys and be completely honest,
I don't know.
it's a difficult task, you know, like I'm glad I'm not on stage right now because I would not be able to do it, right? So
that's what you
did
do
from the AD carry
position. That'd be very
But-
impressive.
So how do you beat players that are playing so well? You make them uncomfortable, and it starts with the draft. I think Caps needs to be in a matchup where he can't really bully. We saw in this game on Tilly Rise, it was closer, and he could, you know, Yahoo could be able to fight him a little bit more, but it still went to Caps' favor. But in game one, it's Galio versus Orianna. It's Caps' comfort zone. And I also think Skumon, he's running laps right now around Yike, but it's not just Yike's fault. He doesn't have the tools that he needs to deal with Skumon.
All right.
So it's really about making sure that Caps and Skumon are not on their A game through draft, and then gameplay shutting them down wherever they can.
Odo, what do you have?
I fully agree with Jack Spectra. I think it's a super valid point. The fact that Caps just gets away with so much is one thing. Another thing that I don't want them to get away with is Busio on Enchanters. I want them to pick Engage for Busio. This man is the best support in Europe right now, and you're putting him on Enchanters. Please give that man an Alistar, a Rel, an Nautilus, Leon, anything, please, that allows him to actually have some agency in these games, because Yike is out there on the map completely alone while he's holding his AD carrier's hand because he can't do anything else.
All right, Odo, what do we have?
When everything goes bad, there is a chance that people might hate each other.
Chrono Break? Oh, no, sorry.
No, not that one. That's the MKOI special.
Is this the LR coach? The special,
Talia
like-
is out. You need friends. Exactly. You need friendship, because from that draft, it really looked like there was no one friendly with each other, because those drafts were horrible. As Finn and Jack have said, we need more tools. It's just extremely disheartening when you go into game and you just have no tools to win the game, because KC have been doing the traditional find leads early, but it's just they can't capitalize and, you know, lock that win in as we go into mid-game just because of the lack of tools. So we need more friends for Yike. Find the winning 2v2, find the winning 3v3 somewhere, because right now in these first two games, we had nothing. And then maybe after, you will see what was under Busio's head.
That's a lot of cope and hope. Maybe we'll see that after the break. G2, they were right to believe in the fact that staying together was what was going to bring them success here in the LEC yet again. They're one game away from maintaining their champion title here in the LEC and grab their first ticket to First Stand. And as we head to the break, we're giving you an exclusive peek into what's coming into League of Legends during First Stand and beyond, including the next for Demacia Rising. Let's take a look.
A symphony of justice. Demacia must lead by example. They are nothing before me.
The fall inevitable.
Try to keep up. Every death is a sacrifice.
What's wrong with me today? I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Maybe cause I'm not crushing. My body wanna talk. What was that?
Whoops. Wrong word.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Here behind me, this is the game corner of everything. And yeah, they were a little bit quiet after game one, but the cool thing is that they can directly see into the G2 side of things. So I'm gonna go check out what's up over there. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Qu'est-ce qui se passe?
Qu'est-ce qui se passe?
Qu'est-ce qui se passe?
On va gagner!
Je ne te crois pas!
On va gagner, c'est pas grave.
This is the G2 corner. I don't know if they're gonna start something for me. Yeah, let's go. You guys have confidence?
It's gonna be 3-0.
3-0?
3-0, 3-0, 3-0! Let's go!
Well, they certainly have confidence.
Big Star Wars fan there. just missing the CP, and then you've got the 3-0.
Right.
Obviously afterwards. So.
Naturally.
Yeah.
Thanks for that setup.
Will there be a new
just
hope?
casually follow
I've
that
got
on.
it, buddy. I've got it.
Yeah.
Will it be a new hope for KC? Or will the Empire strike back and
You're
go
a phantom
3-0?
menace. Let's get into this game. Jesus.
Hey, trumpet.
Got a bugler.
Anyway, yeah, it's not looking great for KC.
Yeah.
Analyst Desk talked a lot about draft. We're going to talk a lot about draft. And it does feel like that G2's just kind of running rings around KC, as KC will once again choose first pick. They will remain on the red side. They seem to very much like the red side of the Rift, as they will ban away the Aphelios, and Varus is going to be the response.
G2 are putting them on the red side, because G2 get to pick side selection,
Oh,
right?
yeah,
So,
that's true.
So I would say KC
You
don't
are
seem
correct,
to like the red side.
because
so
they've
far.
always chosen red every time they have.
Yeah, it's also true, yep.
Yeah, I do think, though, it's as much as the kind of the draft has obviously helped in occasion for G2, I just think it's the way G2 have been playing. Like, they've been so good at keeping control on where Skewmond is, to cover for Yike, to cover for lanes, and just both solo laners constantly helping each other. Like, Broken Blade was on the Shen in game number 1 covering for Caps. In game number 2, Caps relied on him on the Talia and repaid all of that help. So I really enjoy watching the way G2 have been playing, and for KC, that's kind of left them a bit stumped, where they haven't found that same success in the early game that we've been highlighting for them this series.
And now need to find a reverse sweep if they're going to be able to make history with their second ever LEC win. The bans are Varus, Azir, and Yunara from G2, Vi, Nico, and Aphelios from KC, and that leads us straight to a Rumble first pick for KC.
Well, no Galio response from Broken Blade, something that we've seen from him a lot in the past, which means they're going to have to come up with something else. Ornn, we saw a bunch from Mewin as an answer. I think you could also consider something like Rek'Sai if you want to, if you just want a little bit more sustain, something tanky in the top side of the Rift.
Especially since the Galio is gone, which has kind of been that answer for Broken Blade so consistently into this matchup over the past, but it looks like it will be the Ornn.
Now, I am looking at the player cams, and the reason why I'm doing
Ornn
that
jungle.
is because, yes, I did see an Ornn jungle by Inspired, and it would not surprise me if G2 did something cheeky like that, so I'll wait to see, but for now, we'll assume the Ornn is in the top lane as an answer into the Rumble.
When Inspired did an interview last year about G2, he said Skewmond is the jungler most like me in the LEC
okay,
as well,
yeah,
right?
That's true.
So
He
it's
did
possible.
say that.
I am curious, though, as we get over to the other side, if KC end up just immediately taking something like Wukong Braum, because when you look at it, like, a lot of those enchanters are already starting to slip away, and I mean, you can try and maybe blind Lulu here into the Braum, but I still think you get a lot of answers into the Ornn. You get a good opportunity to try and force them off of this next rotation in towards more of those engaged supports as well. But I think Wukong and Rumble are just such a strong pairing, and there's the Wukong.
I like the Wukong. Want someone up on top of the Equalizer. Alongside that, Yehu is going to bring out the Ahri, which can sometimes struggle for damage, especially if you go down the Rod of Ages
I mean,
route,
he had a great game on it yesterday, though, with the some charms really solidifying the game in their favor.
The problem with all the picks they've shown is that now my brain is like, okay, Vex could be good here. Ooh, okay.
Silas.
I am a big fan of Caps' Silas. He's got some great ults to steal as well. I was thinking to myself, what is a good champion to Ahri? There's a lot of them, but what's good into Ahri and can manage Rumble and Wukong? That becomes the trickier part. Silas is someone that doesn't have a super winning matchup against Ahri and can even be bullied, but the fact that he has a lot of mobility, there's a relatively short range from the Wukong and the Rumble, and he's got great ults to steal, mean that it makes a ton of sense when paired up alongside a Pantheon as well.
It does mean, though, that you've got 3, if not 4, maybe melee champions coming in if Rob decides to go that route. That could end up being at least pushed to the side thanks to that Cyclone, make things a little bit easier for trying to clear out these fights. But obviously, if Ornn is able to get this ultimate off, that can really seal the deal. I still think you have an option here to just take your AD carry and then leave that Braum open if you want to for KC. Because with everything there, like, I mean, you're a Braum aficionado, like a couple of auto attacks onto a few melee champions is great.
I love Braum into this G2 comp. I think there's, yeah, even Silas stealing your ult isn't really the end of the world. Unbreakable does so much work for you. It is tricky in lane if you're playing into a ranged matchup. You can just be chunked out quite a lot. Lulu,
yeah,
likely to be banned.
But that's the thing, if G2 ban Lulu, then it's Lulu, Bard, Seraphine, Karma, Nami gone, and I'm trying to like...
Melio.
Melio
is
yeah,
the one I'd look towards.
yeah.
If you're looking for an enchanter at that point. Kai'Sa taken away. Lulu and Zaya banned away by G2. KC can continue to pinch that AD carry pool if they want. They kind of just want to get rid of some of the dive follow-up for G2. Again, G2 have the options to play into these side lanes with the Grand Starfall. Something we see so often from the Pantheon is the ability to influence a lot of the map. Skumod having only brought out this Pantheon once so far this split though, and did lose. Oh, there goes my voice. Did lose on it. We've seen G2 just having such a higher level of performance overall that you can't really count them out, even on champions that they've lost on already. As we see the Alistar as the final ban from KC. G2 having a think, having a ponder. Where are we going in terms of
I mean,
AD
Corki would be
carries?
the easiest one, right?
You're right, Betty. You're right. Corki would be the easiest one.
You just don't have to overcomplicate it.
Yeah, there we are.
So then,
Jin would be the response traditionally, because Ezreal is the other one, but Ezreal's gone. So
how do you get through the Ornn if you're playing
that's the
Jin?
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, they could do Jinx.
Is it just a Fenrir's gone.
If they want to do hyper carry, they could do Kalista. Nah.
No. Kalista into Ornn also doesn't sound like the most fun.
All right, well, they can tell me. All right, they've decided to go for Jin. Into a bunch of melees, not too bad. Jin Rumble, always a great combo. You talked a lot about the Braum earlier. I think they could also consider Leona.
Yeah.
But then you're giving another nice ulti for Sylas to steal. Oh, Nautilus is still open. For some reason in my head, this was gone. But I guess it was just banned a bunch throughout the
Banned
series.
in the last game, yeah.
But actually hasn't been picked yet. So Nautilus makes a ton of sense to me. And I mean, so for those that don't follow Labrov or his career, Rel is something like, I think it's his most played in his career. But there was a split on BDS where he had something like 17 Rel games and then like 2 of something else. Like 17 Rel, 2 Alistar. Like, he's played so much Rel. It's one of his most comfortable champions. I think it synergizes nicely with what G2 have gotten. And here's the reality. G2 have gone for a simple front-to-back teamfight comp with the added element of strong side lane because of Sylas and Pantheon. Their ability to collapse, the fact that they can win out on skirmishes, I think is needed into Ahri Wukong specifically. But I do think that when the desk was talking about KC having tools, this game, I think they do have a lot of tools to find out plays, to find picks, and to make things happen on the map.
And honestly, I think with the Pantheon there, it actually kind of turns Ornn into a side lane threat because he can tank towers and he has so much CC. He just enables the Pantheon to come through so effectively. So I think even if you end up in a 1-3-1, you kind of have to play defensive as kind of into the Rumble. And as you say, on the opposite side, I think for KC, it's try and play through strongly jungle, hope that this Wukong Rumble is enough. Because if you cannot beat G2 and take down kind of where they are going to end up relatively tanky, you just run out of steam so quickly as KC.
KC and G2 taking to the Rift once again, the 3rd time today in what is a mirror of last year's finals. On that occasion, it was KC with the 3-0. Here, they are trying to stop G2 from performing that same whitewash. The last time a team went undefeated through an LEC playoffs without losing a single game. It was 2019 G2. I will say production put that on the screen. They told me to say it. I didn't bring them up willingly.
I mean, that is super impressive, though.
Yep.
Like, coming into this top 4 conversation, we had 3 out of the 4 teams hadn't made a single roster change moving from last year into this year.
Yeah.
KC being the only one. KC realized that their progress, they weren't getting better as the year went on, they were getting worse. And the fact that they failed to qualify for the World Championship meant that changes needed to happen. And to their credit, those changes have been good. Like the introduction of Busio, the addition of Yehu, I think that we've seen way more consistency and a higher ceiling from this roster overall. Ooh, hang on a minute.
Yeah, LeBron using the aftershock here, but Kalist holding on for the 4th shot until that aftershock falls off means that LeBron loses about 1/3 of his HP bar.
But ultimately, my point is that G2 has this strong mentality of believing in that 2-year plan, that long-term investment. And while the regular season didn't give much to be desired, oh, hang on, Busio, they're interrupting my point.
Ignite on LeBron, he has to walk out of this. The staggering blows, Busio might flash for the auto, Kalist flashes! And it's a summoner for summoner exchange. LeBron forced to back away. Hun Summer has to walk the long way round. Oh, good hook around the wall, but Kalist unable to land the deadly flourish to follow it up.
Yeah, LeBron was trying to find trades using the shield that the Rel had, but she never actually popped it on Busio, or kind of traded back onto Busio. So Kalisto was kind of free autoing. Hans wasn't able to get through the damage onto Busio at all. So these trades were just constantly going in Casey's favor, especially when he missed the crash down the second time.
Keeping my eyes on the junglers, I thought maybe Yike would consider abandoning his bot side camps and actually just making a rush towards bot, but for now he's going to focus on continuing his clear.
Nice route from Caps as he uses that passive, the Petricite burst, to get the damage in.
Nice job by hiding behind the minion as well. That minion ended up tanking the charm that Yehu was trying to land onto Caps as he went for that all-in, or sorry, all-in, the trade. So nicely done there as well.
Both junglers on their final camps. Should be hovering around the bot side, but it's Casey that have the prio, so we'll see if Skumon chooses to go back to base to then move up towards that top side crab. Right now, he doesn't really have any pushing lanes in mid or bot. It's a dangerous place for him to be, as Yehu doing exactly what you need to in the Ahri Silas matchup. Just take advantage of your range. Bully, bully, bully as much as you can. HP pots have been traded, and as we expected, Skumon gonna go back to base. The likelihood of a dive seems low. But okay,
but never
no.
zero, Vetty.
Yike is thinking about it, and they
It's
read it as well.
Nautilus loves to dive. Root lands on Hans. Summer has the barrier, has the flash, crash down onto Busio. He hooks himself away. Yike stunned up with a shadowing strike. Skumon on his way across, and now KC on the wrong side of the tower. Aegis assault from Skumon lands onto 3. Look at the blinking health bars on KC. One falls, a second follows suit. The dive goes pear-shaped, and G2 take 2.
Skumon forever in the nick of time. The last bop from KC's jungler took the tower shot and secured the play.
Great awareness from Skumon. He paths top, immediately says, oh, I can see the dive coming. Goes straight towards bot lane. Yike takes that extra tower shot, and Skumon, I mean, it's like a scene out of 300. He just dives head first into them, knowing that he can easily have the damage, have the HP, and he leads game 3 with a 2-0 start on Pantheon.
I was just about to talk about how KC had 3 winning lanes. They had a lead in the top side, a lead in mid. Yehu was forcing Caps low. Kalist and Busio were on the right side of every trade. And then one botched dive turns it into G2's favor. Almost 800 gold ahead now, Skumon in the jungle.
Still the trades on bot lane. KC know they can still find some windows, but it just alleviates so much of that pressure on the bottom side, especially after what was that really strong level 1 from KC.
What a talent Skumon has become. What accolades he's been able to build up. I mean, obviously so many question marks when he replaced Yike. I mean, everyone was like, is this really the right move? Like, Yike, of course, internationally, there have been some questions around his performance, but ultimately, he's a very solid jungler. But Skumon has come into his own as Busio goes for another trade against the Brov. The back and forth between these bot laners is consistent. Caps now very low.
Dash in from Yehu with the Spirit Rush. Skumon on his way across, has the flash. Will get the shield vault in as well. Yehu flashed away well, but Caps is on the chase. The stolen Spirit Rush. Enough for G2 to get their third. Yike looking for the dash in here. Caps absconds away, won't take the fray.
Caps played that so well. He dove for the minion wave to kill the minions, to give himself level 6 so he can steal that ultimate and turn the play around.
Yike is trying to fix the wave for his mid laner, but Skumon won't let him. The wave is in a nice spot for Caps now. Go back to base, quickly rush out. Gonna come back into mid lane with the Hextech alternator. Will help him a lot in the trades against the Ahri. And the momentum is just shifting so dramatically. KC, the wind from their sails that was riding high from the first 2 days of this 3-day weekend seems to have all but vanished. As KC, they haven't given up just yet. The fight against the Brov.
Spotted. You have a Grand Starfall. He just hit 6. Skumon with those 2 early kills and the assist has his ultimate quicker than usual. And with Hans waiting in the alcove, KC are pounced on. G2 find their prey, and Busio will not live to see another day.
Skumon just does not miss. I thought coming into this game, coming into this series, that there'd be a conversation about player of the series, but Skumon is stealing the spotlight just like he did in Madrid.
Absolutely insane performance from the G2 jungler. It just feels like KC can't blink without seeing this man in front of them. And it starts off as a decent trade, like they get LeBron, they think they've interrupted the reset, but it's all the mind games. And it's Hans Sam as he comes out, they realize they're too far, but now Yike might be caught.
There's 4
Yike
here
goes
now.
in with the Cyclone Busio there as well. The equalizer down, the charm as well. They'll find it. Skewmon killed off by Yahoo, gets the shutdown. A 600 gold lead for him as well.
A much needed pick for KC. Slow down that snowball in any way that you can. Get gold onto Yahoo. And just stymie this aggression that G2 is building up. The top crab will be secured for Yike. Level 6 secured for him. There's a massive gold difference between the junglers, but KC, they're not the type of team to just roll over and die. They'll keep fighting back as much as they can. Let's see if they can keep this up.
Hans Valkyrieing in, just looking for the barrier out of Kalist. Will get it. They'll be exchanged. Kalist opens up the curtains, misses the first. Hans trying to sidestep, second connects, the third goes wide. A fourth, Hans flashes it. Busio with no flash can't close the gap on the G280 carry.
Glaze getting the flash out of Hans is a nice little setup that maybe they can punish later. But one of the things I wanted to highlight was when we saw KC kind of dropping behind in the games against Giant X, it was Busio who stepped up to make plays on the bar, to roam around the map and try and get KC back into position. That pick was off the back of a better roam from Busio. Maybe that man can step up again once more for KC, see if he can find plays on the map and just claw something back for KC here.
I mean, the good news is the gold difference isn't insurmountable. Obviously, Skewmon is very strong now that he's got that, the
Sundered Sky.
Thank you very much, Medic. Now that he's got the Sundered Sky, you do not want to fight him. Absolutely not. But if KC can slow the game down, as you're saying, if they can find opportunities, maybe find another pick, punish Skewmon's aggression, then there are definitely ways in which they can come back into the game. And getting that first dragon is an excellent start. If they can grab that objective, at least it's a way to stop G2 forcing KC into these dragon fights.
I think the hardest part for them is that Busio, because he's been roaming, is so far away from that level 6 though. So trying to be that kind of key engage tool with that ultimate is going to be tough. It needs to be Yike. And if the Grand Starfall is up and available like it is now, I think Yike just gets a little bit more nervous about fully trying to commit to any plays because Skewmon can show up.
A couple of good deep wards placed in Skewmon's blue side jungle from KC means that he wasn't able just to walk towards the top lane and Grand Starfall in with the Call of the Forge God layering. KC find one in response.
It's something back for KC on the mid wave. And it does mean that at least you're getting some gold into Yahoo, getting some gold into Yike. Maybe these are moments where you can try and push that pressure into side lanes after.
I mean, Yahoo is becoming the shining light for KC right now. Nearly a 1k gold lead over Caps, quickly rushing towards that first completed item.
And it's not a Rod of Ages.
It's not a Rod of Ages. It's going to be the Black Fire Torch. Something we've been seeing a bunch on the Ahri. I was kind of hoping that they would start that dragon off, but they did invest a lot of resources. Yike goes back to base, picks up the Trinity Force, a nice item spike for him, but he's decided, you know what, the dragon is too far away. He's going to prioritize clearing through his camps. I expect him to grab the grubs if he sees an opportunity. G2 not going to be upset about getting the first dragon of the game.
Yike's been doing a good job of farming while Skewmon has been ganking. Yes, Skewmon is 5-1-1 and 1,000 gold ahead, but Yike has the camp lead. Now pings towards those grubs. There's a control ward on it for G2, so they'll know it's happening. But KC have evened out that gold lead. 400 now. A longsword at best. The problem is, a lot of it sits on Skewmon's shoulders. Yike will be able to take one of the grubs. Caps coming across. Kana pushing in the top side. BB trying to match it. Caps clears out the vision. It will be 2 grubs for naught for KC.
Yes, he's too paranoid. He doesn't quite know when that Grand Skyfall is back up again. Caps was enough of a threat to deter him from finishing off the grubs. He'll take 2. Be happy with that as Skewmon makes his way back out onto the map. And it's that ulti I'm keeping my eyes on. Broken Blade's almost back up as well. Means that a top lane play could always be a possibility for G2.
There's a very slim window where KC could potentially make a play on the Hans Sama when he doesn't have that ult available, or sorry, the flash available. Busio needs to absorb 1 minion to hit level 6, but maybe that timing window will be gone by the time they get down here.
And we'll have the Cyclone. No flash on Yike, but if it's set up with a depth charge or a dredge line, they could look for it.
Some nice deep vision has come through from G2 to spot out where Yike is, so making that potential bot lane play even harder, thanks to the information Labrov was able to garner. I imagine he needs to go back to base soon to replenish those wards, but instead he set his sights on mid lane, as so many others have done the same. Yike is hovering around, looking to protect Yehu. Keep my eyes on Skumond as well, has the ulti available, looking for a flank.
Yeah, took the last grub. Yike's going to spot him. In the end, I think it's much ado about nothing here.
I mean, taking that grub just announces exactly where Skumond is, so I think KC immediately pull off the play, knowing that grub
going in with the Cyclone, looking at Skumond here. Depth charge going down as Caps answers with one of his own, but now they'll dive back in with a second cast of the Cyclone, and Yike takes the kill. LeBron under the tower low. But KC get another on the board.
I mean, if you want to go back through G2's history, an effective way of shutting this team down is to keep attacking Caps, and KC have said, you know what, it worked once, why won't it work again? 1.2k goal lead now for Yehu, a second kill secured for Yike. KC fighting their way back into this game.
I mean, Yike spots Skumond over the wall. This is a brave man. I wouldn't have considered that they would have had enough to try and get through him, but a good depth charge for Busio hits on towards 2. Yehu hitting that charm at the Caps was crucial as well, as he then turns to be the focus. Really well played by the mid and support alongside Yike.
Absolutely, that Busio depth charge, you called it out, was just so clean. Really set up for the rest of the KC members to secure those, well, the A kill. And at the very least walk away with something. So now the gold's lead has swung to KC. They fought back valiantly. They need to keep this going. Next objective is the Herald, spawning in about 1 minute 8 seconds. Across the board, those first items have been completed. KC feeling a lot more confident now that the gold has started to swing their way.
Yeah, Oblivion Orb for Yehu as well to try and mitigate some of that healing that comes out of the Kingslayer from Caps. Another charm connecting as Yehu continues to find his man. Abscondab dodging, going deep. Caps. Rocket Belt out, but the chase could continue here. No Spirit Rush for Yehu. Another charm though. Caps getting pulled all across the battlefield.
Overzealous there from Caps. Costs him a decent amount of HP.
He should be fine though, able to reset after clearing this wave, has the TP available and still be in position for Rift Herald, which in the next 30 seconds. I think it'll be relatively hard for KC to try and find a big fight at that objective. I think it will be a case of trying to fish for some sort of play on the bottom side with where Wukong is at the moment.
I do think KC have some solid team fight options. Of course, Skumond is a scary opponent to play against, but that Rumble Ultimate is the big thing that I'm keeping my eyes on. How can Kana use it to shape the landscape of the fight? Because I think we can all agree that G2 is kind of front to back, Rel ulti, Ornn ulti, and the fact that if Silas steals a Wukong ult, or even the Rumble ult himself, like maybe it's Caps that can use Kana's ult more effectively than he can.
It's also, you know, it's Wukong ults into Charm, which then just constantly keeps someone on that Rumble Ultimate as well. So I think if you can focus someone down like Caps, maybe then you have a chance. Or even Skumond
behind him.
Here we go.
Skumond's going to have to give up on the Rift Herald, and G2 might just give up on the play entirely. KC brought everyone up from the bottom side of the map, and with the TP in, KC will be able to secure the Rift Herald.
As a Wilder Kana could have TP'd down to bot, they have the Ahri actually catch the top wave, and then they can still protect those plates on bot. But by not doing that, while they do secure that Herald, the problem is Hansam is just getting free gold, getting free XP. You can see he's about to tick over to level 11.
Double in, they look for Yike. He's going to try and get out. Call of the Forge God down as well. The equalizer means the Broken Blade can't get any closer, but the Call of the Forge God will still find his man. Kana, though, just burned BB alive.
BB gave his life for nothing. They tried to make the pick on towards Yike, but that's Grand Starfall down and Broken Blade's ult with Dragon up and available. I mean, Wukong could just reset and Yike can immediately move into that bottom side if they want to.
You can hear the KC faithful in the arena really starting to come alive as KC swing the momentum in their favor. Yeah, Skumond was so powerful in this early game, but after that 5-1 scoreline, he's not been able to have much more of an impact. That gold lead, that monstrous gold lead that he has shrunk to only 300, and now it's Kana and Yehu, the solo laners of KC, that are the ones with the advantage.
Now with the Rift Herald down in mid, KC get first move on the Drake. They'll get the tower as well. Busio keeping Lebrov at arm's length. And G2, I don't really think want to fight this Drake at all. It will be one apiece. KC now 2k ahead in this game 3, a game they must win if they are going to continue on in this finals.
You can see though, KC very worried about any sort of cross map. Immediate pings from Kana onto the top lane, and even Busio was trying to go for a quick reset to immediately move towards that top side, but G2 just not in a position to try and go for it, so they will all just back away. But you can kind of see KC, how nervous they are. Like, what G2 does is get into your head, but KC are finding ways to fight back against it.
I really like what I've been seeing from KC in this game. I love the roams from Busio. Oh, Caps though.
The abscond Doug will land it low on mana, steals the equalizer. Kana still has his flash. Caps still with the chase, but no mana for any further follow-up.
Small mental game there from Labrov. Committed the Q, threatened the flash. Kana though holds onto his flash. Doesn't worry too much about it. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the chat sentiment very much leaning towards G2, but it is KC that is fighting their way back. Yehu though getting low.
Does have the Spirit Rush. Call of the Forge God out. Will exchange ultimate for ultimate. Still lands it. Broken Blade though can't really follow up any
TP
further.
behind him though. Kana wants a piece of the Ornn.
Yeah, Kana's going to get the flank position here, and now BB might have to use his flash to try and get away. Will Searing charge, a counter TP, the brittle proc as Kana runs. Does still have his own flash. Caps here to equalize the wave. Hans Sommer looking for the flank. Kana flashes away. Caps likely to think better of chasing any further and does so.
Okay, so a lot of things happening here. Mainly, Broken Blade thinks he sees a play, forces Yehu back, he rotates to top, Caps TPing down to bot, puts him in a position to catch that wave, allowing for Broken Blade to reset. And now I think G2 are getting the lane assignments that they want. They want Kana out of this Ornn matchup, which, while you would expect Ornn to be able to manage it, because Kana's so far ahead, he is doing a lot of work in the 1 versus 1. But Ari doesn't quite have that same impact because she doesn't have that magic resist shred that he has on the Harpoons. So instead, by putting the Sylas into the Rumble, you have a little bit more outplay potential, and that threat of the Pantheon ultimate coming down with the Sylas is much scarier for Kana to handle.
Also, by not running the TP on Kana, it is just a longer cooldown. It's a 7-minute cooldown versus the 5-minute cooldown. So it means that you'll have a timer where Caps has his TP up and available before you actually have it back up on Kana. But now Kana in trouble. Grand recovery.
Grand Starfall is the play here. You can see Skumon coming in. Depth charge stolen away by Caps. They'll dive onto the Rumble. And he immediately gets evaporated underneath the tower. Dredgeline's going to hit on Skumon, but he's not tanking it yet. The charm goes in. He tries to shield ball forward. Yehu gets another Spirit Rush charge. Can they go any further? You can see Kalisz trying to move, get in position for the curtain call. Another charm goes in. The shield from the crash down. The curtains are open. Not even needed. Close the door on Labrov. As G2
topside though
lost 2. Meanwhile on the top side, BB getting chased out by Yike. On the bottom side, Caps dives in, gets 1 but dies for it. KC winning across the map.
Yehu is having so much impact on this map. KC trusted him with the resources in the early game, and now he is delivering. A good teleport to respond to the action on the bot side. A nice flash charm in that play as well to catch Caps. And Yehu definitely getting the better of Caps here in game 3.
But this game looked done. G2 looked like they controlled everything, but now it's Yike who's making plays towards Broken Blade in the top lane, getting a solo kill onto his former top laner, using that Cyclone at the perfect moment when Bellow's breath is gone. And on the bottom side, Kalisz is picking up kills as well. It's now a 3k gold lead for KC.
We look back at this dive, and this is exactly what we were talking about earlier. Sylas plus Pantheon on a silent into Rumble looks like an easy pick, but Busio keeps them under tower. The charm connects onto Skumon, finding a pick there as well. They wait for the Jhin to rotate down into the river. The charm connects. They say, hey, do you want to clean this one up? Nope, we'll hand it over to Yehu. All good. And they find themselves more kills.
And then a 1-for-1 after it as well. KC now 4,000 gold ahead. After being so far behind, the only one with a lead is Hans Sommer, and that's 114 gold. Sure, you can buy a couple pots. Not really too much of an advantage.
40 seconds until the Dragon. KC pushing up mid, trying to keep the pressure on towards G2. Caps will get the side lane tower, but there is a collapse coming through. I don't know what the plan is for KC.
With the super boots. Labrov is there as well, but I don't think KC know his exact location. Caps, the first one to receive a Masterwork upgrade from Broken Blade this game. The rocket belt has become a more rockety belt, it seems.
Busio hasn't reset for wards though, completely out. Only has the 2 control wards in his inventory. So this becomes a little dangerous as Labrov has a full plot and can try and maybe get access here, but it looks like G2 not even going to try and contest.
Might look to try and catch someone on the move. Caps does have the TP, but as you say, KC just secured the Drake. The second of the game for them. Still a while away from Seoul, but whiling their way towards it. Busio, Hex Flash on Hans Sommer. Death charge first. Valkyrie flash across the wall. Yeah, who can spear rush forward? The charm eaten by LeBron, but the root's still connecting. And with an equalizer on top of it, G2's bot lane doesn't really have anywhere to go. The chase continues for KC as they claim their second of the fight.
Yike uses the increased range on the auto attack from his Q to pop the blast cone before LeBron can get to safety. And that means with 2 down, KC can get the Baron.
KC have fought their way back beautifully. Dagda, you said it earlier, this game felt like it was done and dusted. But Yike and Busio found repeated picks in the mid lane. They found kills onto Skumon, they found kills onto Caps, and they may well have found another one.
Caps here, a couple of harpoons. Kana flashes forward, he can't keep the blast owner because there's a rumble on top of it. The Baron now for KC. They are truly in command of this game.
KC, when it looked at its darkest, they found a slim light and they are clutching it with both hands. But it is incredible picks and plays coming from Yahoo and Busio here. You managed to somehow get Kalista get the root behind there onto Hansama. And then here, watch, Yike uses the Q to hit the blast cone, so then Lebrov actually can't get into position to get over the wall. And with 2 picks, that's the Baron.
I mean, the range is the thing that gets me. This is why Jhin and Rumble is seen as such a good combo, but Jhin with almost anyone on this side can make for some very easy picks, and KC just continue to find them. With the Baron buff now, there's a lot of standing gold that they want to get. Those tier 2 towers are up for grabs. G2 setting up in the jungle, looking for a pick.
Maybe trying to see if they can catch Busio, but yeah, it's a face-off I don't think you want to take here, G2.
Yeah, can we put on the Western music here? Is that what, you know, the...
Yike spotted. Busio just still waiting. It's like, okay, I think you guys are in there. I'll step forward, control ward, G2 run away. Immediately back away from it. Hansama will be spotted out by Yike. Equalizer stolen away by Caps, but not as well placed. Grand Starfall coming in, the curtains open. Kana looking for the damage now onto Caps, who has to flash away. The curtain call just short of clicking with the 3rd shot. Death charge on Hansama. He Valkyries out, but Skumon's knocked up forward. The Sundered Sky not enough to heal him up. LeBron being burnt to a crisp underneath the tower, but a good Shattering Strike means the Kana will go down. Hansama gets the shutdown, a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of G2.
Well, hang on now. That is KC overextended a little too much. That type of Baron play means that these towers become a lot harder to siege. KC naturally feeling themselves, naturally feeling confident, but this play, they just went too deep.
I mean, the rumble up from Caps was not well placed at all. Kalista opens up with a great route, which then puts that pressure on the Caps to have to flash away. But KC think they see blood in the water, not realizing it's their own. Yike goes under the tower, which does set up for a great play on Skumont, but then gets dragged under. Kana tries to follow up, but a flash shattering strike from Lebrov keeps him tucked under the turret, and it's Hansama who picks up the kills.
Still 500 gold behind is Hansama, but on his way to that 3rd item. 3 items complete for Kalista with the Infinity Edge, Lord Doms, and Collector. And now the question is, do G2 decide to take a fight at this next Drake? They can give it up. KC would be on soul point. KC, I think, would be happy if G2 decide to take the fight. They are in a really strong position still. 3 items on Kana, 3 on Yike, 3 on Yahoo, 3 on Kalist. Only 1 on Busio because he's a support, but they're still really powerful.
There is the Ornn item starting to come through though, so already 3 given across the board. And when you actually look at like the number of items that are picked up in a lot of these situations, they're still kind of even. So like, even though that gold lead is there, remember each Ornn item is about 1,000 gold. So that gold lead not as ballooned as you might think.
The thing for me is that the Red Bull Baron power play really didn't give KC that much of an advantage.
Yeah,
they took the objective off. Yeah, it was barely anything, and I feel like that they kind of wasted it. Broken Blade and Caps threatening a pick. Yike is playing around it though.
KC just go mid.
Yeah, KC just going to keep pushing mid. They're taking mid tier 2. Not really much G2 could do to keep that one standing. It was already pretty low.
You can see the vision is just littered with red wards. KC controls so much of the map. A couple of, I mean, some nice wards, but they're going to be spotted out, cleared out quickly by KC to make this contest much harder for G2. They've got to be feeling pretty good. The LDR now finished for Hansama. 3 items on him. And a good ulti steal from Caps could be the difference maker. KC in the driver's seat. Hook goes wide.
Busio unable to find his man. G2 don't have a wave to play through on the mid lane. It looks like they are just trying to get to that tier 1. Caps is going down towards the top lane, or up towards the top lane, I guess, to catch that wave. They'll give up the Drake. This tower still very healthy for KC. And double the amount that G2 have managed to pick up through this game. Guardian Angel now complete though on Skewmont.
This game feels a lot more tense than it should.
I mean, it's because if KC make a mistake, they just lose the finals.
And Kano just might.
Kana caught out. Grand Starfall there for the follow-up flash away from Kana. G2 won't look for more. TP and a flash. Burnt by KC. Yehu gets the movement speed, but can't get close enough to collapse.
And you can see that there, right? You were just talking about how tense this was. KC afraid that that might have just been that one pick, so immediate teleport. But there was nothing to gain, nothing to give. So it all falls back, but a teleport now down for Yehu.
Yeah, and with the Baron spawning in a minute's time, G2 now have some options in terms of their lane assignments with what they can do. Interestingly, they've got two people in the bot side of the Rift, Broken Blade and Caps. Normally, you'd want them separated, but with nothing ready to push or play for on the top side, they just have Broken Blade shadowing. They want to funnel out XP into Caps to get him to level 16, lower the cooldown on that ultimate so that he can potentially use it multiple times in a single fight. They're shadowing one another to threaten a pick, but KC is cautious. They realize how scary the darkness is.
Yeah,
and the pings are coming down.
As soon as they saw Broken Blade, who is level 17, Caps now 16. Yehu has bought himself a Book of Many Wonders, 10 stacks on the Medjais. Has had an absolute stormer of a game, but needs to keep it up. His ability to dodge around the fight, so vital. 4 items for him.
So now they've moved Kana down towards the bottom lane. Ari's regrouped with the team. Top wave isn't being pushed out, but watch Caps. He's going to move towards that top lane and push that one out himself. Broken Blade should be fine. Caps a bit indecisive here. Does he want to move towards mid or does he want to push out top?
I think they're hoping Kalist would just overextend. That's what they're waiting for.
Nice control ward there. Spot out that ward. They've got another one over the wall, but that's been spotted out, pinged by KC.
G2 managed to get that Scuttle Crab. KC have the push in mid, matched by BB. Lebrov looking for that Magnet Storm, does show ward in the bush now. Yike jumps in, Shadowing Strike on the clone. Lebrov forced away, smite down on him. A little bit tentative, a little bit scared, you feel, from KC there. Didn't want to go for the all-in engage. Dredgeline short of clipping Skewmond.
You can feel how tense it is for both teams. A single play could very much decide the outcome of this game.
No one wants to pull the trigger either, because if you end up overextending as KC, Broken Blade's ultimate could completely separate out the fight. But it's a similar story where KC can try and scatter. Busio has Yike in the wings.
Now he can use the decoy to get away. 2 minutes on the next Drake. If KC can delay and delay and delay
Absolutely.
and get to that point, then it's an infernal soul for them.
I completely agree with you, Minik. I feel like that's the game plan for KC. Don't really overforce anything right now, just stall. Keep buying time, wait for the dragon to come up, and then force G2 into this very difficult situation. Force G2 to have to make a choice.
Getting towards those 4th items as well for Kalist. On its way for Kana. Looks like it's going to be a Rabadon's as his 4th.
Broken Blade is bot. KC trying to see if they can set up around this top side, look for a pick onto Caps or look for a start on towards Baron, get some TP out of Broken Blade here.
Yike a level ahead of Caps, as is Yehu. Skewmon's going to jump onto Yike, who uses the decoy. Caps looking for the chase, Spirit Rush exchanged. With the TP coming in from BB, Lebrov is caught up with the Dredgeline. Shield Vault in from Skewmon. Lebrov could look for the Magnet Storm. Yehu's still holding on to one part of that Spirit Rush. Decoy out from Yike as Caps doesn't land the chains, but still continues for the chase. Yike forced down to half HP. Caps able to dodge away in time to not get caught up with the deadly flourish. Lebrov at half himself. He's forced away, Call of the Forge God, lands on Kalist, but with an equalizer, G2 can't step forward. A flash Cyclone onto Skewmond. The Guardian Angel will bring him back, but the charm locks him up. Magnet Storm in, Caps trying to get in as well. Kana kills Broken Blade, KC have 5, G2 only have 3, and not for much longer. Skewmond will find 1, but there's a Quadra for the Jin, as KC are not done with this series yet.
KC are not going to waste any time off the back of that fight. They have set their sights on the Nexus, they've set their sights on another game, and they want to show that they are not done just yet.
It was hard fought for KC. They battled back from a deficit, but they will not be denied at least a 4th game in Barcelona.
KC trying to build that blue wall brick by brick. The first in place, the foundation set. Will we see them get the reverse sweep? They still have one more game to go before we get to Silver Scrapes.
KC fought back valiantly. I love the plays that they made around mid. Busio and Yike were instrumental in helping this team come back, and they trusted Yehu with the resources, and it was him that delivered when it mattered most.
Really was. Great performance all around by KC for G2. Something you got to wipe off. But also the mental toll of having a jungler 5-1-1 and not being able to close out the game, that's got to play into game 4.
I wonder, but also, this is the first game that they've lost in this playoff so far. But you've heard enough from us. Let's toss it down to Sharks.
No, I think I feel like I was very strong, and yeah, I think we team fights much better.
You hear them booing, I'm sure, but there's also a really loud corner of KC fans that is cheering for you. So can you give them some good news? Is there a reverse sweep on their way?
The reverse sweep is on the way, yes.
Yes, let's go. I'll let you go back to your team. The reverse sweep is on the way.
Reverse sweep down the way. Le Mur Bleu est de retour. They finally entered the arena here and scored their first game, and it came down to resilience. They didn't make it right off the bat. They had to fight for it. And guys, I want to follow up on what we were saying before this game, what KC needs to actually come back. We've talked about good draft. We've talked about friends, apparently. What have we seen here?
We saw friends and we saw a lot of mental resilience because, man, oh man, that Pantheon was 5-1 at some point, and somehow Yike, through all of that, still puts on a masterclass of a performance in tracking him down and also getting KC back in the game.
I mean, the fact that we have criticized KC's mid-game when they are not ahead, back to back, and now they actually enter the mid-game while behind, and they are the ones finding the comeback. It is the crucial picks made by Yike, Yehu and Busio that catches Caps back to back, that brings them back in his game.
Yeah, and you were talking about this.
I was talking about it. I mean, it's really about Caps and Skewmon, right? And this game, I thought it was a wrap, right? As Odo said, it started off so well for G2, but you see how it's KC that are shutting down Caps in this game. We start off with the draft. It's Sylas versus Ahri. We know it's a matchup that can go both ways, but it's really Ahri pushing in the Sylas at all times, which allows then KC to constantly be the one that's actually proactive in the plays, because it's much easier to play around this pushing lane, where KC then out-skirmishes them, and they're actually able to leverage a lead from that.
Man, when I rewatch these fights, all I can imagine in Yike's head is that personal vendetta for benching him. And I see the plays so different. Him flashing on Caps under his own tower, him picking up Broken Blade on side later, him being the one to lead the charge in every team fight. It's incredible. But we also need to talk about this man in the mid lane.
He put on a masterclass of a performance. And I also feel like all of it just finally came to fruition when everything is just so obvious on who the big target is in the game. You had Sylas versus Ahri. You know that everything is going to happen around that mid lane, regardless of how the other lanes go, regardless of if your ball needs 0-4 or 4-0. The action is down on mid lane. And I feel like KC finally, they managed to find the draft where it's clear and cut. You have a win condition. You play to one man, no matter what happens on the other side of the lane. And it happened.
They had the tools to do it. They had the tools to do it. They had the execution to go there as well. So back to the initial point what we were focusing on at the beginning of the day. Skewmon versus Yike. Skewmon had a fantastic first 2 games. It came down to Yike's resilience here. And if I scroll back to Yike last year, even when he was at G2, in moments like this is when he would crumble. Now Yike in 2026, difficult moments and difficulties for his team, he thrives. And he's the one bringing the victory to his team and participating in it.
I mean, he said it in the pre-game interview as well, that last year he felt like stepping into the leader position of that team did not fit him that year. But he said as well in the interview that this year he feels more confident in leading the charge, pushing his view of the game. And I think you can see it in his gameplay as well. He looks so confident. It's not that docile Yike we get when they fall behind. He is proactive and vicious.
I also think, like, when you look at this roster, he's the one that needs to step up, who needs to be clutch, because you have Yahoo and Busio who are coming in, new players. You're not going to expect them to like clutch it up in the most important moments for the team. And we've seen Kalista and Kana that they faltered when it's the most important moments. You talked about Odo, like Kalista is not the player that we think of like super clutch. He's kind of more usually disappointing in the clutch moments. So it's Yike that needs to be that driving force for this team when they're back up against the wall against G2.
Okay.
Exactly. We saw it even there. He said it himself. He said it many, many times. His sole mission is to end the G2 era. And now we're at the point in this series where I feel like it's a pivotal moment. It can or it will not turn around, because when you're down 0-2 and you find finally one formula that gives you a win, now the question is, can you replicate it? Can you do the same going forward? Because at the same time, G2 is no slouch. Skumon still had a great early game. It all went bad in the bot lane play where they just overcommit and dive because of that pressure that was coming from this series. It is the first time G2 loses in this playoffs. So now, going forward, I do want to see another one of this draft from KC, another one of this set of plays from KC, because put on the pressure on G2 so that we can have a great series.
Yeah, I mean, G2, they tried to go for a lot of plays, and some of them were a little bit over-forced, I'd say, a little bit over-eager. They had the early game lead, and then they ended up throwing it. But for me, there's just not much that changes. I predicted G2 3-1.
Okay.
And I think we're on, you know, scheduled programming here. KC, they got one in, but they're not going to take this series.
Not going to be enough, all right?
Look, I mean, this was a fantastic win by KC, but it was not in the same convincing manner we saw yesterday. If you're a KC fan, you're still shuddering a little bit. There was a lot of mishaps by G2 this game, and it was not clean. If you're a KC fan, you want to see them come in, channel this energy into the next game, and build on what has worked. I said it before, I'm saying it again. I like Busio on Engage. It gives confidence to Yike, it gives confidence to Yeho, because he knows he can actually have an actual human champion show up in his lane if the laning becomes volatile. If that's a Karma ganking your lane and not a Nautilus, I think it's a different game we're watching.
I mean, I don't know. Looking at KC, for me, one of the big questions coming into today was, are they able to turn games around if they don't have an agency in the early game and if things don't go well for them in the early game? They proved that they could. Do they have enough tools? Do they have enough resources in draft, especially to make magic happen and take us to game 5? We see that G2 chose first pick here, so I'm asking you guys, what are the OPs left here that... for G2.
That's hard without seeing.
It's hard. Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot, guys, here. I'm putting you on the spot.
Look, I mean, there's still a lot of champions up and available.
Yeah.
I think especially Varus still available.
Varus,
I do
Yunara.
think we'll keep seeing Varus, Yunara banned. Because usually when you commit to these bans in game 1, you'll probably see them sticking in game 2 and 3. My eyes are right now on the Zahen. I think both these players have had a lot of success with it. I think BB also likes to play it, if I remember correctly. And I think that champion is something that I want to see in game 4 at least.
So we want to see flexes here, maybe in game 4. You think G2 is going to wrap it? You think G2 is going to wrap it? Where's Busio boss in here?
Hey, we can still find out the mystery right
Forget
after
about
next
the
game.
Why is KC winning this one?
Why is KC winning next time?
Yeah.
Oh, we saw it yesterday. Game 5. Now it's in game 4. It's not even the maximum limits of their champion pool. We still have one game. They found the formula. Busio is unleashed. Even with the Nami, he played it earlier. Wasn't his fault. It was just there was a Lucian on his team, and you know you just lose all the time. But still, this game, mark my words, is a turning point.
What's the turning point in this game? We'll see if they can keep on making it happen here. We have a series finally, 2-1 on the side of G2 so far. Let's see if the blue wall can strike once again and take us to game 5.
Brother, let me try.
Wait. Brother. Let us break this instead. Brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
On another level, ain't stepping through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so no one above me.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
He just hit 6. Skumon with those 2 early kills and the assist has his ultimate quicker than usual. And with Hans waiting in the alcove, KC are pounced on. G2 find their prey, and Busia will not live.
Rel, no flash.
Solo, yeah.
No flash. Fucking no flash. Rel, no flash. Kill Rel. Kill Rel.
Nice. Stuck. Yeah. Go on, shot now.
Yeah.
No, we can. Look Silas.
I'm ulting Silas.
Vem me the wave. Då backar ni. Vem me the wave.
Nice.
Nice.
Pentan, ja? Pentan?
Oh, Quadra.
Welcome back to Barcelona, where we are getting ready for Game 4. Something I think a lot of people after 10 minutes in Game 3 did not expect to happen. KC with a massive mental gap, in terms of how well they were able to play after being that far behind in Game 3 of a series. I was incredibly impressed by them in Game 3.
And it's something that we were talking about. It's like on both sides, the ability for anyone to step up and be that carry. It was Yahoo who did incredible stuff on the Ahri. Busio again on these roams in the early stages to really solidify those leads for KC. And Yike taking some of the most, in my eyes, risky plays that really came up clutch for KC as well. It was a stellar performance from the trio on KC.
It really was. Really impressed by them overall. We'll see what they can do as we get into Game 4 draft. G2 picked first pick, KC picked red side. So for the first time today, we will see a normal solo queue draft. Blue side will have first pick.
This was Game 1, Medic.
We will see for the second time today a normal solo queue draft. Aurora and Aphelios banned away by G2. KC going to get rid of the Azir. With the trend that is happening in this pick ban, Annie has to be the next ban here because we're going through all the A's.
Yeah, it was played today by Jovi, so that means that the entire mid lane pool is picking it up right now.
That's true, that's true. Varus instead, where we are going to go with that ban. And we'll see where G2 decide to go with their third. First time they've had first pick through this whole series. A reminder, we are in Fearless. That means all of those champions above the draft on your screen cannot be played again. They've already been played once. Lulu, the ban by G2.
So, 80 carries.
Yunara.
Yunara indeed.
Oh, good job. Yeah, nice call actually. Yeah.
That is a scary champ. Are they going to ban that, KC? You going to ban that?
I feel like you have to. I feel like you have to. Is that where KC are going to say, we'll give it to you? Nico the ban. G2, you got to feel, it's just the preemptive first pick here.
Is it the devil's fruit, is the question. Does it look too supple? Perhaps it is a trap that has been laid. Nope, they're just going to take a big old chunk of that, all right.
There we are. That little bite of the fruit. Nothing went wrong with that, let's be honest. KC will look to dive into it.
Yeah, Zyrakan is available. It looks like that is the direction that KC's considering with Yike's Vi. Now, Yike does have a bit of stigma around his Vi, but his Vi was awesome yesterday. And so far in playoffs, it's been a pretty strong pick for him. So he's definitely getting away from that stigma. The response now, though, it was G2 that banned the Lulu away themselves, which means that what else can they pair alongside? Bard is gone. Nami's gone. There's no Lulu. Is it do you forego enchanters and then instead just pick something melee?
No, there we go.
You go for a different enchanter.
Interesting. So Renata is good into the Rakan, but traditionally, I feel like you want something for Yunara that's more of enabling her attack speed. So at least you do get some sort of enchanter with her. But I think it is just more a case of, rather than the actual pairing, playing for the dive that is coming through on KC.
That's the thing. I think Renata just works so well into dive. And you've already got Xin Zhao, who also works well into dive because he can use that Crescent Guard to reset the fight. Keeping the Yunara safe and then having that disengage the Xayah, no real surprises that KC have decided to lock that in for their third pick. But I really like the Renata. I think, as you say, it does kind of work okay into the Rakan. It's not the best. Rakan can find good flanks, and assuming he doesn't come from straight on and the Vi is coming from a different sort of pincer movement, it's hard for the Renata to immediately just lock someone out of the fight.
Yeah, I think it's just more in the lane if Rakan goes for the grand entrance. I've seen the handshake.
Yeah, you can handshake it out. 100% agree. 100% agree.
But I am now curious as to what do you pair with the Vi in the mid lane? Because there's so many of those picks that I kind of traditionally see with the Vi that are already taken away. Like Azir banned, Talia gone, and a lot of those champions that can follow up effectively with her engage are already gone.
Kali.
Honestly, is kind of where my head was at. But I think it depends on the matchup, right?
Yeah, you can't really blind it. It depends how confident KC feels about flexing it to top lane. But there's no real needs. With Sion and Cassante gone.
Sion isn't gone yet.
Renekton?
Now it's gone, okay. Yeah, sorry, I was looking at the different screen, the one that the audience... My bad. Kennen banned away.
The Kennen ban is surprising to me, because if I'm G2, I feel like that's good for me. Like, I've already got a lot of things I want to dive in on top of me, and Kennen kind of works well in that scenario. But maybe they're trying to open up for like a Gnar for Broken Blade. Ooh. Maybe they're an Exton.
LeBlanc, someone that can match the damage from the Vi and close the gap.
From Yahoo during the regular season.
He played really well on it, but he did end up losing.
Yeah, he built like a 50 CS lead. Okay, they're just going to go mega safe. All right, Victor, I mean, it's fine. Right now, the Rakan is the main follow-up on the Vi. With Ambessa gone, that's kind of one of the key combos I consider when paired alongside the Vi. So, yeah, right now they don't really have a huge amount of dive. They're playing very kind of front to back, and they've gotten rid of 2 of the biggest tanks. So I'm curious as to how Casey's going to round this one out.
Also curious where Broken Blade's going to go towards the top side, because the start of Casey's comp is looking dive, right? Vi, Rakan, Renekton is the lock here for BB.
So now it's like a Gnar, right?
Yeah, probably a Gnar from Kana.
And then Caps into Victor. I mean, you probably just pick something. Well, I was thinking Syndra, but Syndra into Rakan Vi is really not fun.
Very low mobility on that mid laner.
So, I mean, I'm not going to lie things out with a Gnar here. On paper, at least initial impressions, I do prefer what KC have brought to the table. I think that they would have a winning top side. I think they would have easy plays around mid. Of course, Syndra can be super oppressive into a Victor if you're given that proper jungle support.
Yeah.
But I think that it's going to be Busio that has more roaming power on the Rakan, which we've seen. It's just like the winning formula for KC. Get Busio out on the map, get him helping Yike set up plays. That is the formula for success when it comes to KC.
Yeah, I agree with you, Betty. I think for what KC have drafted is really effective. And it kind of feels like for G2, they went for this attempted anti-dive. Like Syndra can, at times, play well with trying to get the scatter the weaks as the rest of the dive tries to follow up on something like Yike. Same with Renekton being enabled as team jump into them. But it does mean that they're heavily reliant on trying to catch people with that Syndra stun combo to try and start fights, which is never really the best when you've already got a good amount of range with things like that Victor on the opposite side.
Do you know what I think, now that I've had a little bit more time to think about it, I think GT should have considered something like Ivern. Like Ivern plus the Yunara, make her the hyper carry when you've got Ivern plus Renata. But at the end of the day, we're in this draft now. We'll see if we go to a game 5, what direction we'll get. But right now, I do quite like the tools that KC have. And I just want to echo that sentiment that the desk shared earlier in the day, which is that KC look the best when they have the tools to make plays.
Yeah.
And their argument on the desk was that in game 1 and game 2, they didn't really have any tools. And a lot of that was because G2 shut them down in their response to the draft. But in game 3, we saw KC have the ability to make things happen on the map. And in game 4, I think they've drafted in a way that can do the same. Can they find those same opportunities against G2 again, though? Because G2, I mean, they've never been reverse swept in a finals, and they're not looking to start today.
Once more into the breach for G2 and KC. For KC, the end of a long weekend. 8 games before today, now cresting over 11 into their 12th in 3 days. For G2, they played 3. Gotta say something for being a little bit more rested. Came into the series very hot. Able to get those early kills. Skewmon here sneaking in towards the blue. Might just look for the steal. Could go for a split map, trying to isolate this Xayah and Rakan away from the rest of their team. It's Spellbook Rakan with the exhaust to start.
I wonder if it does get sniffed out, though, by KC, because they do have a ward over by the Raptors. And maybe able to kind of sniff out that, oh, we haven't actually seen the Zinzel. Maybe he is trying to go for some sort of split map.
I think the other risk is 2-camp gank, 3-camp gank. Like, Skewmon just immediately runs towards bot after getting these 3 camps.
Here's the other thing. Right now, Yike is thinking to himself, oh, well, he's doing a full topside clear.
Yep.
So the likelihood of him even threatening an invade is very low. Meanwhile, Skewmon is clearing out these bot side camps. And as you said, that bot side gank, I mean,
on the Xayah.
Given the wave state, I think it's going to be a very difficult gank to pull.
Also, it's the exhaust and Rakan as well, which makes it even more difficult to try and manage that.
Point, yeah.
Kalista and Busio stepping back. Rakan level 1, not the most powerful, especially into a range support like the Renata.
The Brav faked going across the place. Actually, he has the sweeper. I was going to say, it looked like he faked going across the place of ward, just to maybe give it a little bit more of the ruse here. But Yike now going to spot out that his bot side is gone.
Yeah, so Skewmon will path towards. You can see actually the ping now coming out on the Razorbeaks from KC being like, oh, he should be here by now. Now the question marks coming out from KC. Will Yike look for an invade? Skummon's going to start up his Razorbeaks, has the smite. Yike could try and cross. Would be difficult for him. Skummon holding the smite here.
Look at BB though, he's roaming down towards mid lane. They want to try and fight this as a group.
Skummon able to get a few of the Razorbeaks there. 6 to 15. Yehu stepping forward. Caps looking for the scatter. We can't land it. Yehu's now burned his flash, and BB's on the way across. The Victor has nowhere to go. G2 strike burst. Cleanse coming out from Kalis's. Hans Summer is exhausted. 2 summoners burned for none on the side of G2.
G2 with some really creative plays in the early stages. The invade working out, but that roam, using that timer by Broken Blade to get the play on mid and set this up with Yehu. Hang on.
Dodges away from the scatter. The weak. Caps might have to flash the wall here. Yehu on the chase, and Caps a little greedy with his positioning there.
Yeah, I mean, an absolute misplay from Caps. He doesn't actually connect the stun onto Yehu, which allows Yehu to chase him down. He's forced to flash away. Now, Yike getting to soak up some of the XP in mid lane helps him a little bit, but not to the point at which he can really come back. The TP will come through from Caps. Yike has gained information, but he realizes he cannot stick around, so he's going to be extremely far behind his jungle counterpart.
If he tabbed and looked at the CS though, he should be able to tell, hang on, that bottom scuttle wasn't taken. So maybe looking to, oh, actually I was going to say look, go for it, but just going to reset, spend his money, and then go back in towards his, well, I was going to say on the top side, but may want to just cover the bot side in case of a repeat.
Busio and Kalist using the combined recall there to get out that a little bit quicker. Busio making sure the wave does crash in. It'll be a Sheen first here for Kalist. Essence Reaver, his most likely build path on the Xayah. You are pretty mana hungry on the Xayah.
So insult to injury would have been for Skummon to be ready on the Wolves respawn.
Yeah.
But by clearing his top side out, he's decided that it's not worth it. Both supports are hovering around in the river. Busio was a player we wanted to keep our eyes on, but it looks like he's going to contest these Raptors instead. Smite's available for both junglers.
Both the supports are across here. Caps looking for the knockback. Busio able to dodge away. Skummon goes in, steals away one of the Razorbeaks. Busio here can battle dance around, knock up with a Q3. Lebrov with a good handshake for the stun. Yehu still no flash, remember, but no CC for G2 to lock him up, as he is chunked out once again.
Credit to Yehu, the way he spaces his way through the fights
Kalist is moving as well.
They don't know he's there.
Caps puts a ward in. Kalist flashes looking for the root, can't land it. A great scatter the weak, pulls him back, a handshake to follow. Thank you very much, we'll take your flash.
Kalist thought he had the play, but couldn't get the feathers into the position that he wanted to. And now it's just so much burnt by KC, trying to help out Yike on what's been a disastrous early game for him.
Ooh, level 6, level up.
Wallop out for the stun. Kana has to back away. Already hit 6, used the Gnar. Was fearful of the Dominus. Broken Blade has already had a recall where Kana hasn't actually gone back to base at all yet.
So, level 5 secured for Skummon. He knows that the Dragon is going to be uncontested. Yehu not strong enough. They don't have the push in bot. There's no way for Casey to really challenge this. And Yike desperately needs camps. He's behind in XP. He's behind in gold. He's just behind in general. And he's got to get what he can get while his camps are available.
It's also Kalist who has... hang on a sec.
Great handshake stun there again. Hans Summer putting the damage in.
But yeah, it's also Hans Summer who was able to pick up a nice little lead for himself when it comes to the CS department, because Kalist tried to roam up, and now they're just being able to zone away. Kalist and Busio will be able to get another turret plate off this wave crash too, so starting to open up a nice little bit of a gold lead here.
Gold leads across the board for G2. And Kana immediately proves me wrong by getting a couple of CS up towards the top side. Only minimal in support and top, but mid and jungle for G2 once again ahead. That's something we saw in the first 2 games of the day. Hans Summer here trying to hold that wave so it pushes towards him, and Casey really can't do too much about it.
Kalist is going to be forced to go back to base. The wave is in an unfortunate spot. Top laners just continue to trade. But overall, G2 looking solid in this early game. Grubs will be something that neither team has really put a huge amount of priority on. I think Grubs are just a mega weak objective right now, and teams are quite happy to just trade 1 for 2 and just let it be what it be. But all these Raptors contested once again by Skummon. I love that this weekend, junglers in Europe, I feel like have gotten so good at just focusing on stealing camps away from their opponents. And I mean, earlier in the day, game 2, I think it was, like so much of the game was determined based on just fights over these camps of the enemy jungler. And I love seeing that because it kind of changes the dynamic of the game, and it doesn't just make it about grouping up at Dragon, forcing a fight. It becomes a lot more about navigating away through skirmishes, being in the right place at the right time. And I think both these teams have shown strengths and weaknesses in this department.
Dominus out from Broken Blade here, just trying to chip away at Kana. Caps with the Scatter the Weak onto Yehu, but the Arcane Storm chunks him out a ton. Caps going for the Lucidity Boots here on the Syndra, just for those extra spell casts, extra ability haste.
The fact that Yehu's getting this much control, though, is actually a bit of a benefit for Yike. His ping's going down onto that top crab. And I'm curious if Yike wants to try and make something happen up there. Will be a little while, though.
As call it out. Exhaust as well on Hansama. He's got a bailout on him in case he was chunked out, but Skumon's on his way across. Kalist has the Feather Storm. Busio has the Flash, and immediate back away from G2. Didn't want to go any further for that fight.
You'll notice as well that while Yike has been able to secure a couple more of his camps, the experience gap hasn't really shifted. The gold's still very much in Skumon's favor, but for now, nothing too insurmountable. It's Caps where a lot of the lead is sitting for the time being, thanks to that first blood that he was able to get off the back of a nice play from G2 in their entirety. G2 holding on to about a 1.2k gold lead, but again, based on what we've seen from KC just in the last game, we know that this doesn't mean a huge amount to them. They're very creative at finding ways back into the game, and I'm excited to see what Busio can do on the Rift. Level 6 is coming through for him very soon. He can just move over towards mid, soak up a bit of extra XP, start grouping up with Yike, and start making plays on the map. Let's see if they can pull any of those off.
Skumon going to start up these grubs. The second neutral of the game for G2 if they can find it. Caps stunned up in the gravity field, but not really much doing. Lebrov still needs another minion for 6. Busio clips over to it now, has that quickness. Lebrov with a good handshake, Scatter the Weak, Forcer will. Caps building up that passive. Needs to get to 120 of those Splinters of Wrath. You can see 48 on the bottom corner for all of your spells upgraded and the extra AP.
Busio roamed down to this bottom side, though, which allowed Kalist to pull the wave. So they're setting up kind of a nice freeze for KC in this bottom side. Now Lebrov has to roam back down to cover. So Busio sneaking in behind, putting some pressure on mid here with Yike.
There's only a single grub for G2. Kalist, loyalty program, look at the handshake, gets the pull back. The cleanse used, and Kalist still has the Feather Storm, looks closer than it was. His flash only just came back off cooldown after the fight had concluded. Now he's forced away. Hansama will be looking for this plate. Kalist was able to pick one up earlier. Kana about to go mega. Broken Blade goes in. Gnar back. Wallop for the CC chain. Chuck a house at him. Dominus out from Broken Blade, but really just to dissuade Kana more than anything else. Yike is looking for a red buff invade, but isn't able to go any further. Busio stops the recall of Hansama in the bottom lane.
Just wanted to get a ward down, it looks like, for the Krug camp. So Yike can spot out exactly where Skumon was going to be. Caps taking a decent amount of damage. But a huge amount of this is, again, just kind of like battling back and forth for small advantages. Like, do we have vision to try and play aggressive? Busio trying to interrupt now, but might get himself caught as Lebrov coming over.
Hansama, I mean, Busio, it's the long-range battle dance. As Kalist does step in, looks for the blade caller route, lands it.
But the Dragon started there because Hansama's low, so even though KC don't really get much, get any damage really done, it's going to be the Dragon for them.
Nice play overall from the KC bottom lane. Busio.
It's a long way away from friends. Quickness has to be used. Often you think on Rakan, you can do these sorts of plays. You have so much mobility. But when you jump in, immediately are met by 2 members of the enemy team. Yeah, sometimes you just need to use the quickness to get the hell out of dodge.
But hey, Dragon secured. KC aren't going to be too upset about that. Skumon, though, wants to go back to his lovely holiday home, which is Yike's jungle. Will secure the Grom, steal away another camp. And you can see that camp advantage continues to get bigger. G2 holding on to their very solid lead as we find ourselves in a very timid early game. I wonder what's going to be that turning point. Role quests now will begin to be completed. Another nice handshake. Lebrov landing a bunch of good ones so far in this game.
No quickness on Busio, but Skumon just here to cover to make sure that Yike hadn't somehow snuck his way into that tri-bush. Caps looking for the top side. Kana about 2/3 HP. Broken Blade low as well. Dominus up in 6. Kana only half on his Mega Knight. Yike coming across. Caps will be met by Yike, who holds the Vault Breaker, but Forza will flash, cease and desist. Broken Blade's going to look to see if he can just delete Yike, and he can! Yike thought he had it. Yahoo's on his way across, kind of building up the Mega Gnar. Skewmon trying to get here in time. The Gnar into the wall, the wind becomes lightning, and Kana has to flash away, but Skewmon chases him for days. A flash away from Yahoo. Wind becomes lightning, hits again. Featherstorm out. Blade Caller not used yet by Kalist. In the end, able to dodge away from that hostile takeover.
Such a heavy commitment from Yike to that skirmish. There was no Mega Gnar for Kana. It was very difficult for him to follow. And, oh, Hansama, he ults onto Busio.
Yeah, Busio's fine. Can walk this one out.
He's able to ghost away thanks to the spellbook. But KC, they hand another 2 kills over to G2. Oh!
Flash quickness, immediately engage here with the barrier, though Hansama still very safe. Kalist has flash of his own and has to use it to get away from Lavrov. The TP coming in from Caps. As G2 might just look to force the KC bot lane away from their tower. They're going to do exactly that. Caps doesn't have the unleashed power, so no real threat of a kill here.
The early laning phase looked a little tough for Caps, but once he picked up that kill, has really opened up these leads. The kill now shifting towards top of Skewmon.
Caught out by Yike and by Kana. Didn't expect him to be here. Crescent Guard down. Yike holding on to the Vault Breaker's going to look for it, but the Scat of the Week stops the channel. Kana chunks a house at Skewmon, but can't connect with it. In the end, G2 will be able to walk away.
The timing on the Crescent Guard was perfect from Skewmon. Denies the grand entrance from Busio. And as you called it, the Scat of the Week after. Just picture perfect G2 step away on what could have been a dicey play.
I mean, this sequence was really bad for KC. Not only does their bot lane get forced back and they lose a ton of farm, Hansama gets another play, gets his recall off before Kalist does. So he's back out onto the map before the enemy AD carry, who just got zoned away from bot lane. Because of the heavy investment into the bot side, Broken Blade is then left isolated top, who then grows his lead to about 800 on the top side. And what was a 2.2k gold lead expands to a 3k. G2 leading kills. Grubs, I mean, Grubs are honestly whatever. Dragon spawning in about a minute and a half, but G2 slowly but surely are building up a lead. The KC are struggling to stop.
Oh, Lavrov caught out here though by Yike. With the gravity field down, Lavrov just doesn't get a chance to move.
And as you say, it's this mid-jungle combo again for KC, but Broken Blade looking for an all-in. I don't think it's really going to amount to anything, just some trading of spells.
As soon as the wallop hits and then you have the boulder toss to follow it up, I'm pretty sure Broken Blade knew he wasn't going to be able to close that gap. Trying to use the fact he's finished his start the Stride Breaker first to get that damage down onto Kana.
Again, though, we're seeing this kind of fallback plan from KC, though. When things get dire, just try and play around Yahoo. I mean, in the Victor, he can definitely be a carry. But now, can they cover top?
BB with the dominance. Yike clearing out the Krugs. BB dodging away with the slice and dice, but Yike's still on the chase. No flash for him. BB trying to get onto Kana. Can't really get close enough. Hit by the wallet, followed by the Vault Breaker. The slice, the dice. BB escapes!
They tried to gift the kill over to Kana. And just like that, BB gets out.
Kana had no Mega Gnar. Like, he went Mega Gnar, but he had no Gnar to actually use in the fight. So there was very little he could do to contribute. So there was this awkward standoff where it was basically just Yike versus Broken Blade because Kana was way too low. He's able to buy enough time to bring the E back up and get away to safety. Broken Blade gets to tower, gets away, and G2 get the first tower of the game. A scary position for KC to be in. Dragon in 8 seconds. The recalls, that's the word I was looking for. The recalls coming through mean they're not going to be in a good position. They've got some wards littered, but Skewmon looks like he's making a beeline towards that objective.
BB going in once again, a 2-level lead over Kana at this very moment. Kana is about to take over to 12. A TP out, avoids the Gnar, dodges as well, pings Yike on his way.
It looked like he patted him on the shoulder as he sent him out the door. I cannot believe that didn't hit, but it's perfect for G2. Herald mid will get the tower, will get the position on Dragon, and they just get to rinse and repeat.
I mean, G2 are really just running circles around KC right now. They're using the strength of their laners to punish their opponents. They're taking advantage of the early jungle lead that Skewmon was able to build, and now they're just kind of dancing around and punishing every play that KC tried to make. KC, they need to slow the game down. They need to get a little bit more of a foothold, because if they let things continue the way they are, things are going to be very dangerous as Caps, he walks away to safety.
That was the quickness. Busio ulted there.
Yeah.
And Caps just like, cool. Like, I'll get knocked up and I'll walk away. Cool. That's not usually what you see from Busio. Perhaps he was the one being caught. We didn't quite see the start of the play. But that ultimate on cooldown for about 75% more of its time. Tower in the mid lane for G2. Scumon's going to take away the Scuttle Crab. Yike has snuck behind him. Kana's on the way across as well. Scumon, Smite comes out, he gets the Scuttle. Kana trying to get across here. Yike already knocked up and he doesn't win the trade. He's 2 levels down. Scumon's blocking the Bolt Breaker and Yike has to burn the flash. Scumon follows with the flash of his own. BB punching down onto Kana too. He's forced away. Yike down. Kana almost follows suit.
Jungle versus jungle, top versus top. G2 get the better of both roles. The fact that KC even tried to contest that, a questionable play from Yike. He's forced to retreat immediately. And again, it is in these moments that G2 just getting the better of their opponents.
And with that, Scumond will steal away more on this top side, will make Yike even more uncomfortable. And now, you just put this pressure bot lane. Like, that's the last remaining outer turret. And with that, it feels like GT kind of secure themselves position for Dragon in 3 minutes. They'll finish off these second items. They are in such a strong spot with this 4.5k gold lead.
In game 2, the plays that KC made were working. They were getting kills. They were slowing the game down. They were removing options away from G2. But this time around, they're not. They've gone top lane twice, and it's failed both times. They haven't been able to kill Caps. They can't really find any play on the map. And look at Scumon and BB. Oh, the Bash Bros are looking for a brawl.
Yeah, getting chased out. Yehu now stuck under his tower. Hunsummer walking away from Kalist. Can dash as well with the Cat-made steps. He escapes Kalist's clutches.
I mean, this feels desperate, Medic.
It truly is desperation.
Flash from Kalist, ulti from Busio. Hans just has to ult in response and walk away. Now the threat of a dive in bot lane is very real.
Yehu uses the Arcane Storm to try and clear the wave, but G2 do not need the minions to dive.
It feels like G2 looked at 2025 and said, you know what, not winning everything just isn't good enough. Coming into LEC versus, this is a statement, and they want more.
KC are being corralled. G2 are hunting, and it's Caps at the forefront. Bolt Breaker from Yike diving towards Caps. The hostile takeover doesn't clip Busio. He's separated from his team, but he can battle dance away. In the end, the TP just leads to KC scattering.
Yeah, the TP looked scarier than it was because Caps had no ult.
I thought it was BB, and that's a bit scarier.
That absolutely would have been. But yeah, a bit of an ambitious play there from Caps. They really had no resources, no ulti on Caps, no ulti on Broken Blade. There wasn't much of a play there. At the very least, they forced KC back. They alleviated some pressure in mids, but the gold just continues to grow. KC's running out of options, and every desperate play they tried to make falls apart.
Next Drake, 90 seconds away, would be G2's soul point. 2 items though, for Kalist, for KC. Perhaps they can put the weight of expectation on the shoulders of Le Petit Prince. Perhaps they can find a way for Kalist to carry.
I think if Kalist still had his flash, maybe. But being flashless against things like the Syndra Stun, the Renekton, like, yes, you got cleanse in your ult, but it still plunks you right back down in the middle of all that danger. But Busio still sitting top, looking to just make some sort of pick on towards side lanes. Again, you're seeing that KC spirit. They don't want to just give up and lie down. They will keep fighting every step of the way.
KC at such a disadvantageous position. They need to find a pick of some kind. But I look at the levels, I look at the gold. Things are not looking good. Yike is 2 full levels behind Scumond right now.
We said this in game 3 though. Yes, it was a different portion of the game, but in game 3 we were like, it's done. This Pantheon is way too far ahead for KC to be able to find a way to fight back, but they found it and they fought. And here they must do the same. Not quite a miracle, but something, a close approximation to one. 5,000 gold behind. Drake up in 10. Looks like KC might be giving this one up. You can see Yike pathing to the Hex Gates towards the top side. A couple of pings towards the Baron. Perhaps a sneak is an opportunity, perhaps just vision their goal for now.
I think it's just try and get as much gold into their hands as possible. I mean, Yahoo, while he is still nearly 800 gold behind, is actually in an okay spot with 2 items completed. The upgraded Merc threads as well means that he'll be relatively good against Caps' all-in.
Lucio, exhaust on Hansama. Okay, just forces the ultimate out of Hansama and then battle dances his way away. Wind becomes lightning, does not connect. The spear just missing Bucio's toes.
Seen a couple plays from Bucio now where he just drops the exhaust down. I thought he was trying to threaten more of a play with his jungler right behind him, but seems as though he's just looking to get ready to use that Unsealed Spellbook.
Yeah, and I think that's why having access to Unsealed Spellbook, you can just rotate through these spells very quickly. And maybe there's a window with Hansama's ult down and you can do something, but you can see how quickly that's back up. It's just fish for anything in this sort of situation.
All right, guys, you don't kill Broken Blade.
Big collapse onto Broken Blade. Yike goes for it. Kalista on his way across. Dominus pop. Broken Blade dashes out. And yep, you are correct, Veddy. They together do not kill Broken Blade.
I mean, 4 of them might have been enough. And I think it was smart of Broken Blade not to... Like, if there was a world where a cross-mat could have been an option, I think he would have actually taken that fight.
Yeah.
I think he would have said, you know what, I'll take the challenge. If you commit 4 people to me, my team's going to get a tower or something. But there was nothing really to play for on the map. So instead, he just chose to commit the ult, get away to safety. He's close to level 16. 3rd point in the ulti will put him in a very good position. But I mean, what else is there to say is, right now, G2, the gold just continues to go up. The gap continues to grow. The jungle gap especially, that is a 3-level difference now. Skumon is completely making fun of Yike here in this game.
Yeah, and I think it makes a lot of sense that this G2 is doing so well. Their core has been together for such a long period of time. When you look at Broken Blade, Caps, and Hansama, they have played over 1,100 days together. That synergy means something, but Labrov has to flash.
Flashes away. Bucio looks to engage. Yike there for the follow-up. And that is Hansama down. Broken Blade joins the fight. Bucio tries to dance away and manages to do so. The Gnar gets 2. Cuts a guard out from G2. And they're the ones flashing away. They're the ones retreating. Broken Blade dices. And KC has sliced through the AD carry. Is it now a Baron play? Caps still has ult.
A single moment was all it took. KC found a pick on the Hans, and now they've set their sights on the Baron.
BB
G2 are TPing back in.
BB has the TP and his ultimate. The Baron down to 7,000. KC, one roll of the dice. Is it snake eyes? Is it double sixes? Yike in there, goes in with the Vault Breaker. Broken Blade trying to force him out. He's gone. Yike no longer in the pit. Broken Blade with the bailout. Skumon takes it. He unleashed power onto Yike. Puts him in the dirt as Caps chases Bucio out, even flashing for the kill on the Rakan. The Baron to G2 will sit on Hansama and Labrov. Caps will fall to Yahoo, who will be able to chase him out, but 2 Barons to G2 in a fight they just shouldn't have won.
They shouldn't have, but they all die. Apart from Hansama,
Hans
the Baron
wasn't
doesn't
alive on the buttons.
Labrov, but like, okay, so in the fight, great engage from Bucio and Hansama. The man does not get a chance to react. And after Kana getting this double knock into the wall was huge, as Bucio is just about able to escape. This was the moment that KC needed, and while the Baron did go down, shutdowns galore went to KC. The gold lead is dwindling.
So Yike has to make a difficult decision. Do I stay in the pit or do I get out? Skumon takes the Hex Gate and uses it to get into the pit. We're back to live already.
This will be the last Baron buff for G2, and he doesn't have flash. Burns it before the previous play. The win becomes lightning. Bucio looking for the follow-up. KC continue to fight.
How the hell are KC finding these plays? One game was enough, but another game in game 4 where they are holding on to the brink of this.
It's crazy to think that Kalist's feathers was the start of this cascading effect. A single pick onto Hansama ballooned into a Baron play, which while they did not secure it, gave them a massive injection of gold. And look at that gold difference. 1.6k the lead for Kalist. Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver, and the Navori all completed. The man is online. The gold difference reduced by 3,500 gold. KC are not done just yet.
30 seconds until Dragon. The interrupt onto Hansama. He can't get back. Kana might be able to keep him operating in that top lane and TP into the fight as well. So KC keeping up the pressure still. And G2, how do they hold?
Caps has hit the magical 120 Splinters of Wrath. Has everything upgraded and that extra AP behind it. 3 items now on Hans Sama, matching Kalist in terms of full completed items. But the gold lead has shrunk to 1,000, negligible at this point. TP to the mid lane by Yahoo. Yike in the pit, Kana looking for the flank. G2 haven't warded, but Broken Blade will act as a bodyguard. Yahoo puts a laser through them. Kana building up that Mega Gnar, almost has it. The charm, the quickness, the hostile takeover only landing onto Busio, disengaging the fight. And KC could do that too. Kana could look for the flash Gnar here. G2 are up against the wall. The Drake for KC secured. No soul yet for G2. They try and gain control of the mid lane wave. They're forced back by KC.
I mean, the bot side camps are going to be enough for Yike. He's like, I need gold, I need XP. I'm going to take anything that I can take. He's going to steal away the red buff. The fight doesn't explode, but I don't think that KC's upset about that. He will, at the very least, get his red buff, but a dragon denied away, the soul denied from G2. And KC, they've bought themselves more time. This whole game, they've been looking for a way to slow G2 down. Would this be the accelerator? Kana's trapped.
Jumps across, Skewmon goes in. Kana building up towards that Mega Gnar. Nas gets the stun on Skewmon. Yike coming in for a follow-up play. Kana still pretty healthy. He's going to flash away from Hansama to the Crescent Guard, keeping Skewmon safe for now. Hansama flashes forward, and KC begin to disengage. The Scatter the Weak from Caps does not find its mark. The G2 still find the kill.
Kana stays too long on that bottom side, and that handshake from Lebrov took him away from the safety of that Hextech portal. Callisto can still get the mid-wave, and at least that's some gold into KC.
Whew. Okay, what felt like a foregone conclusion has now turned into a very interesting situation. KC's continuing to scale up. 3 items finished for Yahoo. Of course, Caps with the gold lead in that mid lane matchup. 5 kills on the Syndra, but their items, they're the same.
Yep.
So KC have been able to close a really important gap. GA now finished for Kana. Once Yike gets that item completed as well, these fights will become very close indeed. A single pick has completely swung the game. G2 from such a dominant position, ultimately throwing this lead. Baron, a minute 20. A single fight is all it takes.
Credit to KC for finding that pick at the start, and then taking the fight afterwards, and then taking the Baron fight afterwards, and then finding Lebrov to kill off all the Barons. They've done the steps they needed to do to get back into this game.
But it feels like KC just managed to pull off these miracles. Like, think back over playoffs where Giant X had the leads, and it's Yike pulling off steal after steal after steal to keep them in the game, to take that 3-0. Now against G2 of all organizations, KC are finding whatever thread they can pull and pull G2 into these fights that they can win.
Caps looking for the Scatter of the Weak. Doesn't interrupt the recall. Busio was waiting in a position to find that quickness. Has cleansed himself. Great on the Rakan. Not something you can too commonly get your hands on. He's gone for the Mikhails too. 4 items now on Kalist. Lord Dominic's regards, joining the Essence and the Navori and the Infinity Edge.
I mean, I will say, G2 not really playing much through their side lanes. I understand why KC feels the need to group, because for most of this game, they've been on the back foot. But G2 have double TP available. They keep stacking as 5 in the mid lane. These side lanes have just kind of been stagnant, which I think that when KC was behind was a good situation for them to be in, because it means that when those waves do eventually catch up, they can catch. They don't have TPs available, so they have to group up in mid. Yike now level 15. The experience gap closed pretty significantly. Yahoo doing what he can to land what poke he can.
G2 having to step into darkness is Broken Blade's job. Ruthless Predator for the stun. Gnar out from Kana, but BB dodges it. Doesn't get caught against the wall, but still no vision control gained for G2. Skewmon, Wind Becomes Lightning, lands onto 2. Lebrov trying to position for that hostile takeover. Yike on the flank. He's spotted on a control ward. You can see how minimal the vision is that G2 have managed to establish here in the river. Now they'll step forward.
And that's what KC are doing a great job of, playing around that vision. Yike only just being spotted. Busio's out in bottom. Busio dodges away with the grand entrance.
Yahoo trying to push forward here more. Skewmon there, the TP behind by Broken Blade. Yike misses the Vault Breaker, lands the smite, but now Broken Blade on the TP, looking for Kalist, and they'll dive into him. Double GA available. Kalist dies to Hans Summer. Yike trying to get onto Caps. Broken Blade slicing across. The Gnar from Kana. Hostile takeover. Caps brought back with the bailout, but the unleashed power not enough for him. Meanwhile, on the top side, Kana has a GA of his own. Skewmon's trying to survive through it all. The GA on Kana is propped. So is the one on BB. Skewmon dives back in and kills off Busio. A 2v3 now. Broken Blade goes in with a strike breaker. Yahoo slowed, stunned up, locked up, taken out. But in the end, still, KC win the fight 4-3.
KC threw everything that they had, and it's Kana throwing G2 into a wall. That is the wall G2 can't get through.
Unbelievable that Kalist just gets melted at the start of this fight. Skewmon goes monster mode as he basically single-handedly removes the AD carry, but he holds onto his ult, using it at the last second, gets sniped by Hans Sama. The charm comes through, and then here comes the Mega Gnar. Meanwhile, on the back line, Caps is being soloed by Yike. The jungle is doing so much for both sides. Broken Blade in the brawl. We have to go back to life because the dragon is being secured, but what a back and forth. Junglers, top laners, supports doing everything they can to keep their teams alive.
And crucially, Yahoo stayed up in that fight. Hans Sama and Broken Blade put all eyes on the KC mid laner, but they couldn't take down the Victor. He could keep the damage going, and KC, for the first time in this game, have a gold lead in their favor.
I mean, we're seeing more and more how hard it is for G2's comp to really play into this. You've got two melee champions that Xayah really punishes hard, and now they're going to have to face check into this Baron. Can they actually gain the space? This is melting.
Caps is in the bot lane, now he's TPing up to join this party. That's all KC wanted. Skewmon doesn't keep the Baron aggro. G2 will gain control around this. But with Kana and Yehu having their TPs and BB and Caps not, side lanes become so much trickier for G2.
I mean, you have to imagine that in the G2 camp, they're now asking questions because the fights are getting harder, target acquisition is getting much more complicated, whereas for KC, they're riding the high. The gold swing that they've been able to bring back, the fights that they continue to win, like, the momentum is so much in favor of KC, but now the pressure is being put onto KC as G2 set their sights on the Baron.
Now it's Yahoo's bot lane. G2 to start the Baron to try and draw that teleport out. Yahoo will have to respond to this.
Yike puts the control ward in the pit. Skewmon's going to clear it out. There's the TP in by Yahoo. G2 back away. We've seen this dance before. It's Kalist. It's chunked to half by Caps. Yahoo with a laser will put a little bit of damage back into Broken Blade, but nothing too consequential. Kana dashing away was slowed there.
Kalist has no lifesteal. He has to go back to base.
G2 aren't letting them. They're just chasing down the members of KC, trying to keep them scattered so they can't really get back to base. And then G2 will start up the Baron,
Absolutely.
and Kalist can't do it.
Absolutely.
Has to stay around, has the red buff. Not enough healing from it. The knock-up onto Hans Summer is there in that Baron pit. Yahoo still in the mid lane, now working across. Kana doesn't have the Mega, and G2 immediately turn onto him. Hostile takeover only going to land onto Yahoo. Lebov doesn't find his man with it. Baron resets, G2 back away. What did they get? The Arcane Storm in exchange for the Transcend oneself and the hostile takeover. Kana still looking for the flank.
The red buff has healed up Kalist. Kana in front of them.
Kana! The quickness! It's KC all the time as Busio dives onto the back line. It's beautiful for the Carmine Corp as they wipe away G2. Skewmon left standing, but not for long. This arena is blue. Skewmon, though, begins to turn it around. The ball breaker in. He dies. KC now make a beeline for the mid lane. And with 4 still alive, this should be the Nexus.
At the start of this game, it looked like KC would take silver. But by the end, we are going to silver scrapes.
One more for KC. They've done the unthinkable. They won from impossible positions. One more now needed for KC.
What a comeback game for KC. In game 3, they were behind and fought back. But in game 4, what a monstrous turnaround performance. KC bring us to game 5. Analysts, take it away.
I can't believe what's happening here. Oh my god, what is going on? in this final here in Barcelona. 2 games ago, KC were dead and buried. They managed to pull one comeback. They managed to put it again here, and they're taking us to game 5.
All the naysayers, where are you? Everyone was saying when KC loses early game, they never make it back. But man, 5K gold down, and they managed to pull such a miracle comeback.
And it all comes down just like last winter to a massive Cannon Gnar ultimate. He suddenly finds the clutch fight just like he did last winter, and it looks right now like history is about to repeat. Jack Spectra.
I mean, the momentum has shifted. Like this game, it was a 5K gold lead, as you said, Odo, and it looked like G2 were gonna win, but it feels like mentally right now, G2 are not how they were in the first 2 games. Because I know if this was game 3, G2 is 3-0.
What happened, guys?
You know what it is? Second win, 12 games down. The tank is empty, but games like this are exactly what turns everything around. Now, all of a sudden, there's a, as you said, Jack, there's a huge momentum shifter. All of that from behind you is rallying you up into this next game.
Guys, the fans never doubted them. They have been playing here on this very stage for the past 3 days. They went back here from the loser bracket. They did it against GX. They did it after 5 games against MKOI yesterday, and they're taking G2 to 5 games yet again. How did they make this comeback happen here?
I mean, it just felt like it was Kana and Yike's show, really. Like Kalist didn't have the crazy DPS that we were looking for, but it was the bruisers of KC that just fight after fight fought it out, really. It was both top sides that were doing all the heavy lifting.
I mean, leave it to Kana and Yike to defeat G2 in a winter finals. What an absolute performance. I think Yike in these team fights bought so much space. If you look at Caps in these fights, Yike is always on his trail. Just look here how he marks the Syndra time and time again.
It's kind of poetic the way they're doing it, because as we said, on one side you have Kana on Gnar, signature champion. You have Yike on Vi, infamous champion for him, and he said it time and time again. Guys, you keep on doubting me on this champion. It is not cursed. I have it, and he has it in him here once again.
This was honestly the best game to show this kind of performance, because after what happened early game, Skewmond was running him around. It was the early invade, kept track of him the whole game. At one point, he was 2 levels down. And on Vi, something that everyone, fans, Reddit, everyone just criticized from him, he manages to keep it back.
Although, Anne, explain to me what it's like to win 2 games in a final. No. Game 3, you're winning the early game handedly. Game 4, you are running the early game, but somehow, somewhere, the enemy team finds a way to fight back. Going into Game 5, how do you find the strength to bounce back?
That was disgusting, Finn, but go on. Please answer that.
So how, that's how it feels, right? That's how it feels from the other side, right?
Oh,
because
wow.
that sucks, right? So when you're up 2-0, especially in Game 4, because I had this situation the same, where you're like 5K gold up, about to win the game, you get, you know, a heartbreak of a defeat. It's hard. Because I wasn't able to do it. It's hard. So the mental pressure and the mental load on G2 now into that locker room in these 10 minutes of break, or however much it is until they go back on that stage, is unbearable.
Do we think they can do it, guys?
I mean, it's not just Odo, right? It's Lebrov as well, who also got reverse swept against. And I wonder if, like, for me, he had a stinker this game on the Renata. Like, I was really liking how he played the first 2 games, but mentally, if there's one player on G2 that's starting to crumble, I feel like it's Lebrov.
What is it going to come down to, Finn, in the last game?
Look, we're in Game 5, fearless right now. Anything can happen, and it's all about who's got the the bigger pockets to dig into. How wide is your champion ocean? That, I think, is my saving grace for G2. If there's one team that I trust in a Game 5 fearless, I think it's G2.
It has been about resilience here for KC. Will they bring us the very first ever G2 reverse sweep and go victorious against all 3 days of the weekend? We'll crown the LEC versus champion after the grab. But for now, let's turn up Silver Scrapes. 104 games of LEC versus later. Here we are for the very last one. It is G2 versus KC, a completely different series from what we had at the beginning of the day. G2 had the upper hand, they had complete control over their day. It was theirs, and then KC came back.
I mean, it's gonna feel so bad for G2. Like, it was in their hands both Game 3 and Game 4, and now you're going into Game 5. I mean, I predicted G2 to win 3-1.
Well, I predicted G2 to win 3-2, Jack Spectra. I'm still standing. I'm still standing. Come on, it's fairness, Jack Spectra. We gotta have some faith. We predicted G2 3-2
we're staying with G2
in the beginning of the day, and I stand by that. I think coming into this Game 5, it all comes down to the mentality and the draft, the two pillars of your team. And I think that when it comes to draft, KC have still been shaky. I've liked G2's draft in general, but look at so many champions that have been taken out. You gotta get extremely creative at this point.
What are we looking at here?
I'm looking at KC finding more creativity, because this is the first time where G2 goes to Game 5. Even in scrims, when you practice and all the stuff, you can never be ready for Game 5s. You never really are like, it's the end of the day. We're not going to really take it so serious. But KC has been here before. They have been forced to dug deep. And I do bet that they will find a solution for this, because there's champions like Alistar. We can see a repeat of the Kazakhs. There's still the Kasante Open, right? So I hope we're not seeing that. I want to see Bloodbath. I want to see Bloodbath everywhere. But I'm sure that KC will find a creative solution.
Bot lane in the series hasn't been the most meaningful, most impactful. But going into Game 5, we saw it yesterday. They went to Kalista, Renata, KC, they went crazy. And we have two fantastic Kalista players, two fantastic Draven players. I want to see they really battle it out in the bot lane. And if they're not feeling that spicy, they can go feeling it.
And that's why we let Jack Spectra cook. I love that, absolutely. I really want to see the Kalista Draven matchup. I want to see the confidence from these two AD carries. Now, looking at mid, we have not seen Yehu being this pushed in the pool. So yesterday we saw the Galio, right? We saw the Galio come out. Wasn't super relevant that game. So I really wonder how he's going to deal with Cabs. I have my eyes, I said it in the beginning of the day, on the Zoe. I think the playmaker, when the games go this far, are so powerful.
But realistically, anything that happens in this game is going to be impossible to win because there's just so many OPs open. At any point, they can just decide to be like, okay, let's leave Azir open, let's leave iStar open, let's leave all of the permabans open from the first 4 games. Let's leave them all open and have a jolly old bloodbath. So regardless, anything we say is completely useless.
You know what, guys? I want to talk a bit more about the players and what is at stake here, but there is one element that we have not really mentioned yet. The 6th player for KC, the blue wall. They're here, they're loud, and Shocked is standing by with them right now, ahead of the game.
Oh my god! They're actually gonna do it! They're actually gonna do it! Hey!
We will win!
I didn't believe you!
I believe me!
Do you believe in it? Do you believe in game 5? Do you believe it?
Of course! This is Carmen Corp!
Yeah! Bien fait, bien fait!
My faith in G2 has been wavering, but with you, Finn, I can still hold strong.
Look, the fans are here. They're outnumbered, they're outgunned, but their boys are not out yet. They are screaming, shouting for every play that KC makes. And I want to bring it back to what we said about Busio. Game 3, he picked the Nautilus. Game 4, the Rakan. He is pivotal. And if you do not give this man engage in Game 5, I will lose my marbles.
Now, I'm surprised G2 chose first pick here. I would expect that he would choose maybe last pick in Game 5.
I mean, maybe they're hoping they're going to get one of those permabans open like Odo said.
Well, exactly. Because when you go into Game 5 and everything is open, you have the argument of going red side and going, last pick, finding the counter picks, but you also hold all of the cards. You get to manage every single trade that can happen into this next draft. You can secure that power pick that is going to hopefully give you the win and deny this reverse sweep.
Look, when it comes to this, all the coaches are sitting backstage with multiple Google documents open and they are scribbling, looking for straws, and they're going through all the simulations where the OPs are banned. As you say, Odona, if you leave all the OPs open, they are in for a world of pain.
It all comes down to this one final game between these two teams. For KC, it's about proving that the rebuild, the addition of these two players is finally paying off and that they can hoist the trophy once again as they did last winter. And for G2, it all ends with success for here, and it has to end with success for them here in winter as well. Can they do it, or are they going to get reverse swept for the very first time in the history of the organization? Casters, over to you.
Guys, let's take a breath. Let's take a second, because I don't feel we're going to get one for the next 35, 40 minutes or so. We have a moment before we get on into the draft. G2 in their 10th final in a row. KC in their 2nd ever.
I mean, I'm happy that we got 5, simply because last year's winter 3-0. KC came up through the lower bracket. They just stomped G2, came super well prepared. And ironically, it was Kana's Nah with that crazy play that he was able to make that was so game-changing, helping them secure that 3-0. And then G2, in the final that they won in Madrid, another 3-0. It was just a clean sweep, dominant performance. But KC have fought back valiantly, and now it all comes down to this. Yesterday, KC clutched up that Game 5. Can they do it again today?
And if you're G2, you're going to be happy to have that information, because one of the questions we had coming into yesterday was, what's the depth of KC's champion pool? What's the depth of their playstyle? And they completely mix it up on us with Akali, with the Kazakhs, working through that top side, playing for Yike. And if you're G2, having that info, trying to keep that Yike in check is going to be important.
40 champions off the menu. Still 130 left for us to pick. They've got a wealth of options, but we are falling down in terms of meta picks.
Game 5s are always the best because there's something that's going to spice up the draft. There has to be. With Azir taken off the board, Aphelios, Rek'Sai, the Varus now looking to join the pool. Lulu still up and available.
The Rek'Sai says to me, though, the G2 are thinking of putting Broken Blade on a tank.
Yeah,
this has kind of been the answer to it. The Sion, the Cassante, these kind of things have been still left open. So we have to see exactly what that first call is going to be.
Yeah, but can I raise you a Dokla Vayne top lane? Because
that's what Busio's been hovering this whole time. This is the game. This is why.
Perhaps that's what I'm hoping for. The Lulu will now be banned by G2. What will the final ban be from KC? Will it be something like a tanky topside? Will it be directed towards that bottom lane? Things like Zeri, Tristana, Misfortune. There's still plenty of AD carries that these players could look towards.
The Nico's still up and available as well.
Oh, that's a big one. That is a super big one.
I think that's where the focus might be, but it's a case of, do you give the toss-up of the Sion or the Nico? But it's the Zehen, okay.
Taking some power away from Skumond. Zehen, absolutely devastating. G2, is it first pick Nico? Is that where we're looking? Do you want to put that much pressure on your support? In a game like this, Lebrov did not have a great game 4. Struggled on the Renata to have as much impact in fights as he could.
The hover, they're using the full time. Of course, this is a complicated draft with so many things taken out of the pool. On top of the bans, they're going to use the full 30 seconds and they're going to secure that Nico. So, plenty of AD carries you can pair alongside this. If you want something really strong, something like the MF as a possibility to give you a little bit more lane dominance. We've already heard the analysts there talking about Kalista, Draven as a possibility as well, depending on how aggressive you want to play the bot lane 2 versus 2. What is the response here from KC? It's really difficult to predict when we're so deep into the pools.
It's also who you want to put your weight on.
I do think, though, you can still fall back onto what has worked for Busio. The Alistair available, decent into the Nico, because you can help her away when she looks for the engage. And I imagine that's what we'll try and look for in that bottom side of the map. But there we are. The Sion was what we were saying with that Rek'Sai ban, more than likely going to be the play. But we'll have to see exactly what they're going to pair this out with. Aurora was banned in that last game. And Yehu going to be happy to snatch that one up.
Ooh, Aurora. Definitely a bit of a risky pick. I mean, she has really good lane dominance. She can do a ton of burst damage, but she's relatively short range. And I have to credit Finn, if you want something that can like outrange this Aurora, Zoe is a possibility. Solid wave clear, you can stay well out of arm's reach of the Aurora, at least during the laning phase. But the Kai'Sa going to be the champion for Hans Sama. So a lot of dive already being built up, and there's the Kled, an old school response that we've seen from Broken Blade a lot last year into the Sion.
Something that can provide that chase down and enable things like the Nico for that engage. But I think, yeah, just go for the Alistair. It has been, to me, one of Busio's best champions. And honestly, I think he's performed better on the Alistair than he has on the Bard, which was his namesake. So comfort, at least, it feels like, for that bottom side. And Yehu's had some decent performances on the Aurora as well. So it'll be on G2 now to see if they can make this Nico really find that leverage and make it that first pick worthy.
Slight mismatch in terms of what we've got picked from this first rotation. It's top mid support on the side of KC, support AD carry and top for G2. KC then immediately get rid of the Trundle, knowing that Skumon can bring that out, use the Subjugate on the Sion. They're going to have the MF taken away from Kalist.
Trying to limit that bottom side, whereas I like the Trundle and this jungle attention coming through from KC. Trundle obviously good into the Sion, but also a lot of the jungle tends to now slip over towards things like Sejuani, the Maokai. Yikes, at the start of the day, never playing Sejuani again, but maybe required. We'll see what happens as more and more of that pool gets pinched.
Nocturne, one of the dive options. They're going to take that off the board. 80 carries. Will they continue to be the focus? It would make a lot of sense. I mean, how worried are they about scaling? Zeri could be something they're concerned about. Tristana is another possibility. Gives good lane phase while also a decent amount of disengage as well.
Yeah, the lane phase is going to be a struggle for this Alistair, at least the early portion of it. Busio, an incredible Alistair player, probably at top of our league. I mean, I think some people would argue that Alvaro is up there. But the Zeri is the ban. Good call on that, Vedi. KC.
So Kalista is now something that I'm thinking about.
Well, my thoughts were Vayne is an old school counter into Kai'Sa because she just outranges. And Kalista is a Draven player.
Nah, I think that's way too ambitious.
It's not going to be Samira.
No. He's just teasing the crowd.
There's no way it's
Samira. Maokai! Okay. So now KC need damage. They need like a Jinx. They need something kind of hyper scaly because right now they just don't have enough. Like, you've got a ton of utility, you've got great engage, but that front to back is going to be the most important part. And KC needs something that can dish out the DPS. Kalist, the eggs are going to be put on him. I'm looking at the face cams now. He is looking at the rest of his team saying there's an intense conversation that is going on. How will G2 respond?
Tristana could actually be really good here for Kalist. The knockback on the Nico, the ability to jump away from some of the engage, because you're kind of a one-note tune here for G2 with the way that they're playing, like heavily reliant on this Kled to speed up a lot of their units into place, especially as they just lock in the Skarner there.
Where is Caps going to go into this Aurora? We talked a little bit about the possibility of a Zoe. And Nivea, a little bit more control in terms of zones. The ability to put down the Glacial Storm, that is locked in. And now we see the AD carry.
I mean, I kind of waited with bating breath. I mean,
is it something like a Jinx? Is it something a little bit more aggressive like the Tristana?
My expectation is the Jinx. I feel like that they need damage. I see Busio nodding. He's nodding. They seem to have agreed on something.
Sivir
okay,
does
this
the
works.
damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's a little bit short-ranged into a Nivea. I can't say that I love it because you are a little bit more prone to, I mean, well, dying. But ultimately, Sivir works very well in a front-to-back composition. She's got so much peel. Sion, Maokai, Alistar. She has all of the front line that she needs to act as the late-game hyper carry. Whereas G2, they're looking to create a little bit more chaos in the fight. Control around these neutrals is going to be so important with the amount of zone control they provide. Think about a Nivea wall, her ultimate, the amount of space she can create. Also, the Nico ultimate, the Kled ultimate. The wombo combo potential is there for G2. And if they kill Kalist, the damage largely disappears.
Yeah, it is hard though for G2 to try and find these kind of fights, because if you try and engage off a flank, Yike throws out the ultimate, denies any sort of follow-up, you can deal with that flank threat. Same with Kana being able to buy a lot of space. The actual ways for G2 to get in, I think are going to be kind of difficult. Like, I really like that KC have kind of got this big zone control themselves against, on the opposite side, what is a kind of short-range composition in its own sake.
I mean, I'm excited. We didn't get anything super crazy coming out. Everything is a little bit predictable. But at the same time, it creates a super interesting story. Because for KC, we've seen monster moments from Kana throughout this weekend. Yike has been able to claw the team back in the clutch when he's needed to most. Yehu has been super consistent, but the person that's been the most up and down, I feel, has been Kalist. Yeah. He's the player that's made those mistakes while also having strong carry performances. But here, with a draft like this, KC is fully trusting in him. Last year, he shouted across the stage, "Remember my name." And with a composition like this, he's setting himself up to go into first stand as being a superstar, and G2 is looking to shut that down.
He's a player as well that KC have put their faith in for a long time. Upset was brought into the squad with the knowledge that Kalist would be raised in his place. For G2, on the other side, it is a struggle. 2-0, winning in game 3, winning in game 4, unable to bring it home. Now looking down the face of the first reverse sweep that has ever happened to them in a final. A repeat of last winter, losing to KC, not going to first stand, not getting to fight against the best in the world.
I mean, for G2, they have their own legend in the making. Skewmont was brought in to this roster, knowing full well what he was capable of doing in the LFL, and G2 molded the team to fit him, to set him up to be a carry, and we have seen some incredible carry performances from Skewmont here today. But now he has to dig deep to find that moment one more time, to work with an already made legend in that mid lane, to see if they can secure one more trophy for the G2 organization.
We have a small issue loading in runes in the game, so the game is being remade. We'll be back in game in about 3 minutes time. Have to remake the draft.
We're just building the tension, building the drama. We're getting into draft remade, getting the players ready. But my goodness, yeah, I mean, you mentioned Skewmont, and I really want to echo that sentiment. He's genuinely had a spectacular finals. Like, if G2 win, he is right now my front runner for player of the series, just because I think that he's been super consistent. He's been able to find such good early games, and he's been so impactful for this G2 squad throughout the entirety of this playoffs. And it's been a really fun jungle matchup to watch. The fact that Skewmont has been able to build these leads, find these opportunities. Yike has had to fight his way back, find opportunities of his own, largely working with Busio to make things happen. And it's a close back and forth that really is anyone's game to take.
And on the upside for Yike, it does feel like he's really starting to break off the mold or the shackles that a lot of people had put him in coming out of G2. He couldn't play Vi. Well, he's just had a fantastic performance on the Vi where his engages set up that lead working with Busio, or at least that comeback working with Busio. He's now playing things like the Kazakhs that he was famous for in the LFL, the reason he got noticed by G2 in the first place. And he's now got a team that is willing to support him in those endeavors, know that he's capable of bringing them not only to finals, but maybe to one more trophy lift, depending on how this game goes.
And then they put him on Maokai.
Exactly. But it's by choice this time, you know?
Well, we hope. Okay, well, as the draft gets ready, as a reminder, this is the final game of this final best of 5 here at the LEC Versus. The winner of this will represent the LEC at first stand. The loser, I mean, it's going to feel frustrated because whether it is G2 taking the trophy and KC being 1 game short of the reverse sweep, or if it's KC taking home the win and then G2 being 2-0 up, being in winning positions in 2 games and then failing to close it out, someone is leaving this arena incredibly frustrated with the outcome of this best of 5.
I think either way, though, it is no longer a case of saying that G2 just owns LEC. Even with the win here, they've been pushed to the very limit. MKOI pushed KC to the very limit yesterday. There is new stars rising up constantly in the LEC. And I think for so many French fans, a KC win would be huge to show that those roster moves at the end of the year have made the difference, that the team is starting to really come together in a cohesive manner. But for G2, is to show that this project has actually paid off, that the investment over that last year in 2025 can net them something at an international level.
I mean, I think the LEC has wanted this for a long time. They've wanted someone to challenge G2 at the top. And last year, we were extremely lucky to have KC winning, KOI winning, into the G2 win, showcasing the top of the table really is super competitive, even if the finals themselves weren't always as competitive. But now we get our 5-game series. We see the changes coming to fruition for KC. Can they make the reverse sweep happen? Or will G2 stamp their authority on the league and walk away with the trophy?
The draft has been fully remade. We'll be into game in about a minute's time. The last game of LEC Versus, a split that has had incredible highs and also a lot of lows for a lot of the team supporters. For G2 and KC, it all comes down to this. One final time. You see the loading screen. One final time you take to the Rift to try and claim that trophy in front of the fans here in Barcelona, in front of the fans all watching at home with bated breath. One more time we step out. And for G2, it's been 3 more times in a row. This, their 3rd finals point, their 3rd championship point for KC, having fought back from 0-2 down from a 5-1 Pantheon in Game 3, from a massive disadvantage in Game 4. It feels like the gods themselves are on the side of KC.
And there's a lot of really interesting stories, specifically around the champions. So a fun fact about Caps, he's the one that really pushed and I guess introduced, I think it's a fair word, of the world to Anivia.
Yeah.
I feel like that his impact on Anivia, I mean, we know for a fact that Faker himself said that, like, I was inspired by seeing Caps play the champion. He's been playing it for a very long time. The most famous story he had about it was when he went up against Jojo at MSI all those years ago, and Jojo joked, what does this champ do? I've never seen it before.
I will say, just as a clarifier, in recent times, Caps has been the person that's introduced everyone.
Absolutely.
I don't want to forget Froggen. Froggen was the GOAT,
yes,
right?
Of course,
he was
of course.
the bird.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. That is unequivocal. I would never besmirch the legend himself. But the interesting thing about it is now here in Game 5, bringing out the Anivia, it's just something that he has a huge amount of comfort on. And in the same vein, Like, when we think about Kana, a lot of people said that, like, if he's not on carries, then they can't win. And this was actually a story for them last year when they got knocked to the lower bracket. It was when he was playing things like Sion into G2 that they lost that upper bracket match. We heard from the coaches them saying, no, we can't have Kana playing these tanks. We need to have him having impact. They were a very top-focused team, but now they fully trust in his ability. They know that they can trust the rest of the team to carry, and we see the evolution of him as a player and his impact on KC.
The thing is, though, last time KC were facing G2, Kana was on tanks, it was Broken Blade who got the better of him. This time,
BB,
though,
that's not going well.
Kana kind of getting the better of him. Well, I suppose the thing is, though, for our Kled, like, now you mount up, you're still kind of okay.
Yeah, jousts forward, will get the pullback with the bear trap on a rope. Doesn't want to use a joust again to dive underneath that tower. Kind of okay and definitely okay are two different beasts, though, Dagger.
But the thing was, the point I wanted to make, is that Broken Blade set the record for the most damage ever dealt by a top laner in the LEC versus Kana when he was playing tanks. It was on the Gwen, and it absolutely destroyed Kana thanks to an early gank from Skumon. Not going to be the case in this game, but certainly Broken Blade, okay, wanted to find answers on this Kled into Sion, and now he trusts it in a game 5.
All right, well, Cap's going to take full advantage of his passive. I think proccing it very early on in the laning phase, definitely not a bad idea, but I'm expecting him to base soon. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, while we've been yapping away, look at the CS discrepancy that's been built up. The Kai'Sa plus Nico. Oh, hang on a minute.
BB. Decimating smash coming out. Yikes, almost there. BB flashes. Bear trap on the road. Will get the pullback, but BB dismounts before it can. Yike now trying to trade back onto Broken Blade, but the violent tendencies means he'll remount. Forces Yike away. Kana had to burn the flash. It was exchanged on the bottom lane. LeBron burnt flash and heal for just Busio's heal. Gets the root though. Hansama on the chase with the Void Seeker. First blood to the Nico.
The top lane dive though.
It shows impact. Lands onto Kana. No escape for him underneath the tower. He will fall and he can't get to the wave that quickly to really use the zombie passive.
We've been watching scraps happen across the rift, but it is G2 that walk away victorious. A good gank in the top lane from Skumon, a 2v2 outplay in the bottom lane. G2 off to the races here in game 5.
G2, this is exactly how you want to start this, but after seeing the last 2 games, still doubts, honestly, in my mind, as to how they carry forward.
Yeah, having a lead doesn't mean much based on the recent evidence. That's absolutely true.
But certainly, control for Broken Blade on top is crucial. Controlling this bot side, even better, to be honest.
Look at the lead. It's almost 1,000 gold between LeBron and Hansama combined over Kalist and Busio. You do expect the Alistair to struggle in the early game. I thought the electrocute with the passive there from Yahoo would be enough. He is absolutely pushing Caps to the very brink. Caps will back and TP back. So in the end, just grabs those items. Yep, okay, he does.
I think he really wanted to come back with a catalyst, but he doesn't quite have the gold. We'll come back to mid lane, get level 6. Now that he's got the ultimate, the laning phase should be a little bit easier for him. But yeah, I mean, with so many of the eggs on the Kalist basket, him being behind is not an ideal start for KC's laning phase. Again, though, scaling is something I think KC do have a decent amount of. The question will largely come down to how G2 execute these fights. Can they just eliminate Kalist before he can dish out any damage?
And I do think Yahoo can do a decent job of kind of being that bridge to the late game as well. Like, I was going to say off of 1 item, kind of 2. Yahoo is very strong, and especially if he's able to use the lead that he's now gaining to try and lean in towards this bottom side and provide a bit of support to Kalist and Busio, I think that can be something. With Skumon having control and this level 6 about to tick over, I don't think KC can fight this.
Skumon gets this smite, Yike goes in for it, gets the smite on the Scuttlecrab, gets the 6, between worlds they go as Skumon has to flash away, Yike will fall first, but now Hansama's caught in the pit, and KC collapsed on him, and the final auto of Boomerang finds its mark and returns the gold to Kalist. A 1-for-1 in the end, the exchange.
Well, with the jungler going down, there is no hope of getting the dragon. It will just be the push, but Busio still fishing mid. LeBron should be able to escape away with this. But now, like, look, Kalist, solo boss.
Tangle barbs, Busio locked up in the Glacial Storm. Busio's down! How now, Brown Cow? Taken out by Caps and LeBron.
Disrespect from Busio as Caps and LeBron find the punish. Another kill goes over to G2. And the target selection here from KC seemed a little bit divided. They start by going onto Caps, then turn their attention onto Skumond. Then Yahoo goes through the ulti, but Kalist isn't even there yet. Skumond healthy enough to get out of the fight. Hansama finds himself trapped, kind of wastes the flash, still losing his life off the back end. But then Boostio, of course, handing another kill over after overstaying in mid.
Yeah, I think you called it there. Yahoo going through that ultimate a little bit too early meant that Skumond managed to escape. Could have been the 2-for-1. But again, Boostio, mistakes on the Alistar. We were just praising him for how good he was on this pick. But sticks around too long in the mid. And now it's more trades on the top.
The biggest winner of this is Caps. The fact that this Anivia has gotten 2 kills in the early game, completes the Catalyst, already getting some early magic resistance to help with the matchup. Caps doesn't normally like to go for tier on the Anivia. Usually he goes Rod of Ages straight into Liandry's so that she can spike a little bit earlier. So the fact that he's gotten these kills accelerates this scaling mid-mage.
I won't say that Kalist is a winner off it, but he's definitely put himself back in even though, because he managed to crash a wave and boss, got the kill, and also a place. So definitely making things a little bit easier. Boostio, phase rush crucial for him getting away there.
Using the heal for the extra movement speed. That gets himself out with that phase rush and the move speed, but goes in, doesn't really achieve as much as he'd like. Caps now, he's got plenty of mana. Clearing out the way very easy. After being harassed down by Yahoo in the early game, he can now push and move, and that's what Caps loves to do. Needs to be a bit cautious, does still have his flash. But
it's also not the best on Anivia.
Yeah, but you get into Fog of War.
I mean, that's true.
You do things like this. Clear out vision. Frostbite going to follow Yahoo there for a little bit of extra damage. The less you can see Caps.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely. The threat of him just moving into the Fog of War, you're completely right, Medic.
See, what did he do there, Betty?
He's
pushed the wave and moved.
Absolutely.
I mean, they're both moving potentially down towards this bottom side. The wave is there. Level 6 for LeBron, but it looks like they're just going to be happy to take the Dragon instead, as it will be the trade for Yike towards the Void Grubs.
Caps also grabbing those honey fruits to top up his HP. Going to push another wave. Might look for a cheeky recall as well. Maybe look to pick up that blasting one to give him a little bit more damage in the 1v1.
Ooh, Broken Blade looking at Yike here. 3 grubs already completed. Yike can look for the chase. Estimating smash. Pocket pistol gets him just out of range. Nature's Grass though there for the follow-up, and Broken Blade can't get back on Skarl. A Bramble smash puts Broken Blade 6 feet under.
A nice punish by Yike. The way they played that was to
Boostio TP behind. Hansama doesn't have the flash. We use the Ghost and the Killer Instincts, try and get out of trample range, and manages to do so.
A very slow-moving TP crosses along. Investing that early means that Caps, he's going to get more gold in the middle lane. It's a scary situation because you have to remember that while Caps has largely been quite quiet in this series, the more gold you give him, the more opportunities he has to make plays. And now Yahoo's trapped. He's completely zoned away from the mid wave.
Yeah, but Lebov needs to be a little bit cautious, not as tanky as his Skarner skin would suggest. Still, they do keep Yahoo away from the wave. Lebov now steps forward. Skumon still just doing his jungle path. Thornmail first for Kana. Here up into Broken Blade on the Kled. As Boostio is forced away. Does still have that Unbreakable Will, the Alistar ultimate. A huge damage reduction if so required.
It's mostly posturing from both sides at the moment though, seeing if they can find any sort of crack in the armor. Not really too much to show from KC, but we already kind of said it. Caps opening up, but oh no!
Back by Boostio, flash pulverized for the follow-on. Skumon coming in, looking for the Impale, lands it on 2! And he'll pull Boostio back. Kalist uses the barrier. Boostio almost falling. Hansama not going to flash forward, but they fall anyway! Skumon's passive getting the kill on the cow. Kalist goes down 2.
The idea was to punish the flank from the Brov, but Kalist actually flashes in to try and get that kill onto the Nico. Heavily committing onto that play. Boostio sees the flank. Nice engage, good flash follow-up. But then watch Kalist, he flashes in, the auto doesn't finish off the Brov, gets double ulted by Skumon, and then Hans and Skew clean up the kills.
I don't know what happened to the spell shield in that one though, because I don't know if they used it just before, or if maybe the timing on the W was right from Skumon, but I'm surprised that the spell shield from Kalist didn't go through.
It didn't for KC. Not quite sure, Rob. But for G2, dividends after dividends after dividends. An 800 gold lead now for your AD carry. Skumon a little bit behind in gold himself, a camp back, but still 2-0-2 now on this. Skarner has the Heartsteel completed. Yike with the Leandri's first strike here on the Maokai. Looking for those saplings to do a bit of work. Caps does still have the Flash Glacial Storm for the slow. Bramble Smash for the knockback. Between worlds we go. The Nature's Grasp comes out from Yike and doesn't find its mark on the Anivia.
Nice attempt to try and make something happen in mid, but unable to convert. So KC set their eyes moving towards that top side and try and get some vision into Skumon's jungle to spot out what he's up to.
Cap's going to go back to base. They do get the flash out from the Anivia. A bunch of flashes are now unavailable as it's Hansama who's first to complete his role quest. 1-1 and 3 on the Kai'Sa, a 1k gold lead for him. In the previous game, it was his Yunara that got caught by the feathers of Kalist. He's really going to have a strong performance today because, I mean, Kai'Sa in this position, it's a scary champion to play. All these tanks, all this CC that's on the other side, if you ult too early, then that could put you in a very dangerous spot. If you ult too late, then maybe you don't follow up from the engage that Labrov is trying to set up for you. Ticks over to level 9 as he now makes his way up towards top lane.
AC are trying desperately to get Kalist out of this matchup against Hansama though. They sent him top, Hansama shows on top wave and immediately kind of resets so they can match Kled against Kalist. G2 can use this to just get some turret plates though and continue to open up this lead for Hansama.
Unstoppable onslaught. Skumon's going to get in the way of it. Becomes a relatively stoppable onslaught. The Pop Blossom there for the follow-up. Still no flash here for Kano as he's pulled back with the Impale. The flash a couple of seconds away, but a couple of seconds might as well be an absolute age. G2 find another as Hansama will take some plates as well.
A nice gank setup as he's trying to return to the lane. They have the numbers on the top side and they secure an easy punish. G2 find themselves once again with a monstrous gold lead. 13.5 minutes in, 3k the advantage, 7-2 the kill score. G2 looking dominant, but the problem is we know for a fact that KC is not out until that Nexus falls. 2 games in a row, they've bounced back from deficits. They'll be the first on the Dragon, and I don't think G2 have the tools to contest.
And no Impale, no Pop Blossom. Will be a greedy contest at best. Skumon is looking, poking his head in. Labrov doing the same. Skumon, though, needs to be cautious. Hansama on his way across does have the killer instinct. Drake down, secured by KC. The Shape Splitter clone will spot out. Well, there's a couple of saplings in that bush, not much more.
But with KC having to enter towards that mid lane, it does mean Caps is able to get some damage on the bot side. Clearing waves, Yehu trying to get access to the turret.
We'll be able to get underneath it. Busio dodges the Tangle Barbs well. Caps will tank a tower shot, but the Flash Frost means Yehu couldn't go any further in. BB moving from the top side after proxying a wave. Was looking to see if Kalist had overstepped. I think the crowd here wants a little bit more action than they're getting. As Yehu is looking for Caps, goes in between worlds, still has the egg. Busio there with the knockup. Headbutt first, alongside the Pulverize. Labrov trying to trade it. The TP was cancelled in the top side by BB, and now Busio has overstepped a little. Pop Blossom in, Busio tries to dodge it. Uses the Unbreakable Will, but that is damn well broken. G2 find another.
Every single play that KC tried to make just gets shut down. The good news for KC is Yike is trying to cross map on the other side, but now Yehu isolated on the bot side of the map. Skumon cutting off his escape. The bot wave is being pushed. He's trying to TP out.
He's trying to TP out. You can't do that in front of a Tangle Barbs. Goes across the veil, invisible underneath the tower. Puts the damage back onto Skumon, but with Hansama on his way as well, G2 will just clean up the kill.
Yehu tried his hardest to escape away, but all he ends up giving is an assist across to Hansama. Riptar will be taking the interrupt on Skumon, but can you really get much more?
Busio maybe thinking he can stop Caps from getting the push in here, but if it was a bit greedy, maybe just trying to distract because they're going to try and dive BB in that top lane. Nature's Grasp out on top of one sort as well for the CC. He remounts on the Skull, and now the dive becomes a little bit more precarious. BB with the pocket pistol, still Yike able to secure the kill, and the TP coming out from Caps after he reset just to hold this lane. The tower in the bot side will be picked up first for G2.
I mean, on the one hand, yes, it's nice for KC that they got a pick, but getting picks onto Broken Blade just really doesn't mean anything. You need gold onto Kalist, you need gold onto Yehu, and right now, they just don't have it. A 1.4k gold lead for Caps, a 1.4k gold lead for Hansama. 2 items now completed for the Kai'Sa. Caps quickly working on his second. G2 in a dominant performance. Once again, KC will have to find another miracle to turn this game around.
In draft, we were doubting whether the Nico first pick was worth it. Lebrov is now 2-0-4 on this Nico. Has been involved in 66% of his team's kills. And we praise the Alistair for Busio, but he is having a mare. This is not the Alistair that we so often see from him. He's been caught out, he's been trying to make plays, but sometimes too proactively, too eager to go in. Not willing enough to take a second.
He's trying to get some vision down in that G2 bottom side. Maybe a TP play, maybe just a spot what G2 are up to. Kalist taking damage as the tower mid seems to be what G2 are eyeing up next.
The thing for KC is they do have good wave clear. A weirding and a twofold hex from Yahoo, enough to clear out most waves right now. The ricochet from Kalist will do the same. The problem for them is G2 can kind of run the map. It will only be second Dragon of the game, this Infernal up in 90 seconds time for either team. Whoever is able to claim it. Busio here. Well, that's a bear trap on a rope, but it's cow trap it seems. Lands a knockback onto Broken Blade. He'll charge away towards the top side, but dismounted now. Flashes in, is met by an axe from Kana. And just as I said, Busio wasn't having the best of times. He finds Broken Blade, who remounts again. Skull not so cowardly now. In the end, they'll find him, they'll chase him down for the CC, and Yike goes on a killing spree. Meanwhile, Busio again finds a knock-up, here this time onto Lebrov, who's stunned up, will shape splitter his way away. And KC won't take any more of that fight.
You just talked about Busio having a bit of a nightmare. That looked like a nightmare for Broken Blade. Everywhere he ran to was members of KC. And while they only get the one kill and it took a while, they still get to hold on to everything. KC just with a pick.
I mean, had that top tower already fallen? Because it looked to me like Caps actually secured the top tier 1 there.
I think it was.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong there, yeah.
I think it was then, Betty.
So, I mean, that's what I mean, because I'm looking at that gold and it just continues to go up for G2. And the other thing that was really scary about that was, to me, it seemed like they wanted to give that gold to Kalist desperately. Yeah. They wanted to feed it to him. Broken Blade remounts. They then get Sivir in range, and then the Leandri's burn ends up securing the kill anyway.
It's a full battle tree, man. Leandri's Bloodletter's Curse. This guy's like, we need more damage right now, and I can give that to us.
Well, he's going to try his best as the Dragon is going to go over to G2. KC's not in a position to contest. They've lost all of their outer towers. G2 in such a commanding position once more. And again, I set my sights on Kalist. He's going to have to be that late game insurance. KC need to slow the game down once more. They need to buy time to get to those late game items, to get to a point where they can fight on even footing. Because the way things are going, G2 is just picking KC apart.
Flash Frost and the Frostbite landing there with a good crystallized wall. Caps playing the blue wall champ against KC in game 5 has a certain ring to it, doesn't it? We'll see what he can do with that crystallized. Baron now on the map, but neither team likely to go for it soon. 2 items on Kalist. It's an AP hybrid here for Hans Summer. He's got the Kraken Slayer, the Ginsus, and a Blasting Wand.
There are 3 Anivias on my mini-map medic. Stressing me out.
Never look at the mini-map, Betty. It's the play-by-play mentality.
Caps really wants to get level 14. Oh, perfect timing for Caps. Look at that. Gets level 14, takes over to the Rod of Ages, straight to level 15. Flat 2-level difference now between the 2 mid laners.
Absolutely huge.
And it just feels tough for KC in this spot once again. This time around, they're not having that same level of control over the jungle. You see Busio again kind of hiding in these different places, just hoping he maybe G2 overextend, but Broken Blade isn't giving it the chance.
This is not the Rift Elves you want to be. I'm sorry, Shelly, you deserved more. Taken out, can't even hit a minion. And Yike unable to find a way in really to place it.
I think the only saving grace for KC is that the siege from G2 isn't really that great. Like, Caps obviously pushes waves well, but you're relatively short range, and Kalist has great wave clear himself. So at the moment, KC can kind of stall out. And with only 2 dragons for G2, maybe it buys them enough time to try and get towards that later portion of the game. With Kalist being 1.7k goal behind, that feels like a far-off dream.
Yeah, I think G2 just need to be more comfortable with forcing Baron. I think they need to sit there and say to themselves, we're way stronger, we know we should force, and let's put KC into a situation that they don't want to be in. Because if they slow this game down too much, you will give Kalist the opportunity to get that Infinity Edge completed. KC are looking for time, and G2, they need to play under the assumption that they cannot give it to them.
Is it just a Baron play? Nope, there's a control ward in there. TP immediately, it seems like it is. Karnot has teleport, he's down towards the bottom side. Yike spotted around his blue buff, and Broken Blade's gonna try and keep him at bay. Yike trying to get in there, pulled back with the bear trap on the rope. Karnot TPing in now, Busio there as well. The Shade Splitter spotted Yahoo, but the Baron already secured. G2 sneak it away. KC unable to find anything. Unstoppable also out from Karnot. The charge from Broken Blade gets him to safety.
Karnot just trying to see if you could get the top laner, but G2, great call. Vedi, you already mentioned it. Immediately take the Baron, immediate TP to top lane. They want to get full use out of this Baron buff.
Yeah, I think you have to, because as they recognize the same thing you did, Dagda, which is that their siege isn't very good, and there's a lot of wave clear thanks to this Sivir. So you kind of need Baron to push onto these towers, and you can't just wait around. With this kind of gold lead, you've got to push the issue, and they did just that. KC holding the defense.
Yike looking for the Nature's Grasp. Busio goes in onto Caps. The Impale not going to connect too much as Busio still tanky enough. Skewmon falls first. Yahoo gets him. Hunt Summers next up. That goes to Kalist. And now Caps, you got an egg, but you're likely to be scrambled pretty sharpish because Yike is on the flank. The Samurai Siege was broken against the blue wall of KC. There's an egg. Crack it in twain. KC finds 3.
It cannot be happening again! G2! What is going on?
KC are able to find another fight. The Baron becomes meaningless. The gold leads disappear. Kalist, look at that scoreline now. 3-1 and 2. KC may very well have done it for a 3rd time in a row. What a way to come back. A single fight against the Baron. G2 get that mid-tier 2, but that's all they get off the back of this fight.
And a lot of it was just a great angle for the ultimate off of Yike. Moving through the jungle, catching onto several people. Busio immediately diving on towards Caps. But it's the fact that Hans Sama walks forward into Kana's decimating smash because of Yike's ultimate.
I mean, it's 3v5. It's 3v5 the whole time. LeBron can't get in. BB's in the mid lane. Like, we talked about G2's proactivity taking the Baron. KC saw exactly the same type of window and immediately jump in.
A lot of credit needs to go to Busio for that play. Not wasting any time, flashing in onto the Anivia, and the fact that they leverage their numbers advantage. Yike's ulti doing a huge amount of work. Well played there by KC. We've got an interesting game 5 on our hands.
And it's 3 items now onto Kalist. Dragon number 3 potentially here for G2, but KC want to try and stop it.
Caps' lead has shrunk. And KC now stepping forward. Nature's Grasp. Skewmon tanks it up, so does BB. Hansama looking to get in towards the front line. LeBron goes in, Hansama dives onto Yike. There's the Pop Blossom. It finds 3! Hansama trying to get across the decimating smash. Kalist goes down. Hansama gets a double. Hansama will fall for it, as will LeBron. Not quite. The Istel's impact locks Yahoo against the wall. And Yikes, Busio tries to get in. He can't. G2 fight back again. Only Karna's left alive now.
This time round, G2 will not let KC get away with it. LeBron with a monster ultimate. The target was firmly on Kalist's head, and Hansama was quick to shut him down. G2 fight back, and they will secure the dragon.
It looked like KC may have just found the angle again at the start of that fight. Kalist spell shields the Impale from Skewmon, and Yike positions himself well here to lock up parts of the front line, like Broken Blade and Caps get locked down here, but he gets separated by a great wall from Caps, so he can be focused down by Hans Sama. And Kalist then, with no spell shield, is immediately locked down. Hans Sama follows up to kill him off. And G2 with blinking health bars, they get away with this.
Busio does everything in his power to keep Lebrov out of the fight, but Lebrov just flashes Rocket Belt into the ulti. Beautifully done by Lebrov. The gold lead is back in G2's hands, but the game is kind of neutralized. Kalist is still a threat. I don't think this game is over just yet. These fights are going to continue to be intense. The battle between the AD carries has only gotten more fierce.
The benefit of Lebrov not being in the top lane fight was that he had his summoners. He had his spells, he could use them to get onto that backline. The gold lead now 4.5k for G2. They are 3.5 minutes away from an Infernal Soul. But KC have shown us they can fight back from this. That tree still very squishy. Only the Leandries and the Bloodletters now building up some resistances and health. And Yike will melt if met by Hans Summer, who has Dusk and Dawn, Ginsu's Kraken Slayer. Kalist, on the other hand, building up towards that Lord Dominic's regards, you have to think. He will shred people, Rob.
Having that Zonya's working its way there for Hans Summer is so crucial as well. He can play hyper-aggressive in these fights and still have that safety net. If he picks off Kalist, that's a very worthwhile trade for that Seeker's Arm Guard.
Abyssal Mask as well for Skewmond means that Caps' damage will be amplified, as will Hans Summers. LeBron was acting as a minion, couldn't find the engage. Busio looking for one of his own, has the flash, no vision though for KC around this Baron, which is up in 30 seconds time.
Look at the side lanes. I mean, bot wave being pushed very deep by Broken Blade. He's got a full level over Kana now, a healthy gold lead as well. Someone has to recall and go and answer that wave. It's going to be Kana for now. Yahoo trying his best to catch up to Caps, but the goal difference is pretty significant. Shadow Flame being worked on, but it's still ways away.
This is where Yike comes in handy. You can check all these brushes with the saplings and make sure they're trying to go through, but Yike's
There's a crystallized Flash Frost. You can check the bush, but you can't check the Razor being picked. A charge in from Broken Blade as G2 are trying to close out the game right here, right now. The Bear Trap on the rope will pull back the Aurora, but she manages to escape. Kana TP'd in, was caught up in the Pop Blossom, but he just walks out too. Jungler down though for KC means G2 should set their eyes on the Baron.
Broken Blade can TP back in and he'll be fine. Just the pick you needed. Yike doesn't spot Caps and Caps punishes.
A big pick from G2. Caps punishing his former jungler, and it will result in the Baron once more for G2. We look back and the vision toggle. He thinks he's safe. He thinks he can step up, but no, he cannot. The wall comes down. His avenue of escape is cut off. And then G2 go on the offensive. They're forcing the ultis. They're forcing the retreat. The flash from Busio. The HP from Yahoo. He doesn't have any. Casey can do nothing to contest the Baron. And G2 now find themselves with the Baron once more. And a championship once again in their eyes.
And it's so easy to play from this position. Use the Baron buff to push in the waves. Soul in just over a minute's time. KC are hoping for a miracle. One misstep from G2 where maybe they can slow down what seems like an inevitable course towards a G2 trophy lift.
Yahoo pushing out the top wave. TP coming behind. G2 want to collapse. They know KC expect them to be on the bottom side. Yahoo with the weirding, dodging back. Ishtal's impact going wide, but there's the Flash Frost, and that is a very dead Aurora. G2 find one on the top side. KC were only playing around that bot side river.
I mean, KC can't be making mistakes like this. You have to feel that the pressure's getting to them. The lack of focus there from Yahoo. Such an easy pick for G2 with the Baron buff. Now they can stop pushing through two lanes. They don't care about the bot lane. They're going back to the tower that almost resulted in their downfall.
Yike hasn't reset. They're hoping that G2 will stay thin and they can try and look for a play in the midway, but there's the pings.
G2 playing through two lanes, have another Baron buff up minion wave here. Yike still looking for the Nature's Grasp. Caps moving across, Kana going forward, Skewmon locked up, Nature's Grasp doesn't hit onto anyone, and Broken Blade is diving the backline. Kalist has to use the barrier. Manages to escape for now. G2 didn't take the top inhib tower, but did take the mid. Infernal Soul, their next objective.
G2 want to go foraging first, though, see if they can find Yike. He's running for the hills, but G2 are able to move through walls.
Yike has the flash. Ishtal's impact, Killer Instinct forward, the Impale immediately. And Yike has no way to escape. Timber goes the tree, and perhaps with it, KC's hopes of winning this finals.
KC fought back valiantly in Game 3. They were able to make the comeback happen in Game 4, but G2 is snuffing their light out in Game 5. A soul secured, a nearly 8k gold lead. KC's options are desperately running out, and they will need a miracle to turn this game around.
For G2, It is a story they have told many times before. Another finals, another G2 win. This one more hard fought than most. But they are setting their sights on the Nexus, setting their sights on first stand. It's KC who took that spot last year. And G2 will have their vengeance. There's the crystallized. Busio has to use the unbreakable will and still almost dies. Nature's Grasp coming out. Busio will survive the grasp. They line up. TP behind. Unstoppable Onslaught is going to land, but only onto Skewmon. Between worlds we go. As KC, one final roll of the dice. Broken Blade, though, diving through them. Still survives. G2 escape relatively unscathed. Caps has TP, he went back to base.
Broken Blade is just such a massive threat every time onto Calist that KC can't follow up on these engages. They have to retreat, and it's low health bars on G2 that are escaping back to base.
I love the idea from Kana. He was able to help with the base defense, and KC buy themselves a little bit more time. They'll look to secure this mid tower, get themselves a bit of gold, and maybe get this Civet one extra item. Will it be enough to save the game? It seems doubtful. But KC will use everything in their power to take every chance that they've got to stay alive in this final game.
And importantly for KC, they've held onto their inhibs. There are none of these super minion waves coming in, crashing towards their Nexus. We've got 1 minute and 50 seconds on the next Baron.
That's what I was going to say. How long does that last? It's an exposed inhibitor in the mid lane. G2 can group and start to push that one down. And unless KC can try and find multiple angles of attack, it feels like once again they kind of get to bulldoze their way through with the gold lead that they have.
So, a 7,000 gold lead for G2. A larger deficit for KC than we have seen them overcome in this series. An Infernal Soul. For KC, a GA now complete on Calist, but if he comes back from the dead, if his team's dead around him, does it even matter? If that GA is popped and everyone else dies, it doesn't really matter that you have a few more seconds of life. G2 will snuff them out. Kana finishes the Jack shows. On the other side, BB Overlords, Black Cleaver, and the Titanic Hydra. 4 items on Skewmon. Caps at 4, Hansama at 5 with the
wall?
Void Staff. Ooh. The wall doesn't catch out Kana this time. Busio looking for that flank position. Broken Blade still pushing in bot. That needs to be answered if you're KC.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to take this tower if you leave him alone with it.
I mean,
there he goes, it's gone. Going to happily pick up that gold.
And a dead
G2
tower.
keeping up the pressure, waiting for the Baron to spawn. I don't know if they even need Hansama there. I think Caps and Skewmon, maybe without the blue buff, it's a little bit difficult.
GT know that KC have to take risks in this position. That's why they're playing slow, just letting Broken Blade do the work. As long as they don't get caught separated, Broken Blade can always make it over. And now it's KC who might be overextended on midway.
Yeah, they're playing without any vision. Look at the damage coming out from those Void Seekers. Lebrov on the flank, on the Nico. Crystallized down, Busio. Mikhail's away. Lebrov's still waiting.
Patience from Lebrov. I'm shocked he hasn't engaged yet. He's actually going to back away from that flank. The damage on the Yike is good.
He uses the stopwatch, but he can't get over the wall. Has to use his flash. Flash in from Kana with the Unstoppable Onslaught. Nature's Grasp coming out as well. Hansama blocked up there by Skewmon to counter crystallize. Good knockback on the Pop Blossom, but Calist has to flash himself. TP coming in from Broken Blade. Busio trying to get in the middle of the tree. Hansama dives in. There's the GA. An Angel perhaps as Hansama will fall. Calist is back up. KC are holding on. KC are holding on. Calist survives. G2 all die. Now it's all on Caps. He has the egg. He flashes away from the 2-fold hex and still finds one. Skewmon manages to escape towards the top side of the fight. A 3 for 3 somehow in the mid lane.
Unbelievable! The fact that the GA brings Calist back and really does put an angel on his shoulders. The entire KC squad collapse around him to keep him alive. G2 just cannot find a clean fight.
In a game like this, seconds feels like years. Yikes, stopwatches for 2.5 and manages to flash away. Lebrov can't get into position. And Yike is able to buy space for Calist. They turn on towards Caps. Calist gets away from the LeBron because of the knockback.
And look at the flashing from LeBron. Locks down Kalist. Hans Sommer sees at an angle, but now he's too deep. Yehu finally joins the fight, gets the one shot onto Hans Sommer, and with him gone, the amount of damage that they have is slowly starting to whittle away.
The Titanic Hydra doing so much work from Broken Blade there across 3 members, which sends them packing, and Caps matches the play on his counter mid lane and holds on. And now a Baron up, Elder Dragon up. We go back to the scene of the crime.
I didn't hear no bell. We'll go another round, my boys. Let's see who lands the haymaker.
The cooldowns are there for G2 though. A GA significantly longer than Azonya's Hourglass. G2 looking to make the same thing happen again.
Busio force low, crystallized double stun from Busio. There's the Nature's Grasp as they look for the on the hunt engage. They go on Skumon with double onslaught, finds the backline. It's a Nivea, Pop Blossom, lands onto Busio. Hans Sommer kills Kana. Meanwhile on the backline, Kalist still standing. A killer instinct from Hans Sommer, and an instinct to kill it seems. But now Hans Sommer locked up by Yike and Yehu, and Caps and LeBron need to run.
It's another 3 for 3! I thought that G2 had won that fight once they got the kill onto Kalist, but it wasn't enough. The Elder is alive, Casey have the HPs, but Caps has TP. He's gonna go back to base, TP back into the fight. They're not giving this one up for free.
Double Zonya's available on Yike and Yehu. Caps needs to make a miracle happen.
Loses his Banshees as he gets met by a sapling. Lebrov on his way out. Yike there on the wrong side of the crystallized glacial storm doing a lot of work. Caps dodging away from the weirding. Yike falls towards the top side. Twofold hex. Lebrov looking for it. Goes on to Yike, who uses the twisted advance to dodge the CC. Caps in egg. Now it's all on Lebrov. The dragon down to 2,000. Yike gets the smite. Caps is revived. Will take out Yike. Caps trying to trade onto Yahoo. Dodges the weirding. Dodges the weirding. That's the route. G2. Double stopwatch, a Pop Blossom, G2 and Caps find the fight.
They lose the Elder, but they will get the kills. Look at the start of this fight. The poke from Hans Sommer was so good. Busio finds the double knock-up onto the front line. Kalist pops the ult. Then the damage really starts to be unleashed from this Sivir. LeBron finds a good ulti, but then on the back line, Hans Sommer finds the angle. He gets onto Kalist. He takes out Busio, but the damage has already been done. With Yehu still alive, he's able to take out Hans, and we return to live with a Baron being secured for G2.
And they're in the base. They're at the inhibitors. There is no inhibitor turrets remaining. G2 get to play with their food as they stand on the cusp of winning the series.
Yehu up in 9. The countdown continues. Busio looking for the engage. No flash on Kalist. No escape tool for him. No flashes for most of G2. Broken Blade dodges away. Double inhibs down. Yehu's going to match this bot side wave and clear it out.
My goodness, with the lead that G2 had, I was not expecting this to be the outcome of this game
3 and game 4 as well, Reddy.
That's true. That's bloody true. Let's look back at this Elder.
It was absolutely insane. The double stopwatch is coming through at this stage. KC just make the call, burn the Elder, kill it, we can win the fight after. But as Caps comes up, he picks off Yike. And then Yehu doesn't manage to hit the E, doesn't get between worlds. Tries to go golden, but LeBron's Pop Blossom is back up, and it's the perfect timing. They finish off the mid-jungle at KC.
Crazy to think a few other skill shots going differently could have been the difference maker in that fight.
Is full build Sivir enough? Kalist now has his flash back up. That is a true 6 items.
GA as well, back off of cooldown.
I mean, the 500 CS win condition Sivir, we're not quite there yet. 17 more CS.
I think full build counts, Betty. I think it counts, and KC will be hoping that it does. BB towards the top side being met by Yehu. KC now need to defend 3 lanes at once. Supers crashing towards their nexus, knocking on their door. G2, they've been here before. They know how to do it. KC trying to defend. Nature's Grass coming out. Root only lands on the Shape Splitter. Skumon dodges around to the side, but BB's on the Nexus. Opens it up. Hansama goes in with a killer instinct, and now there's no turrets remaining for Carmine. Caught bear trap on the road from BB. Will pull Kana to the side. Busio looking for the trample, but he just can't get in. The crystallized down. The Nexus still full HP. The G2 are poking and prodding and trying to find a weakness in KC. Yike has taken a chunk. Another as he falls to half AP. The dive in and Hansama is killed. No instinct to kill. No Zhonya's. No time. G2 now. Will you continue to advance in a 4v5 or do you just back away? BB gets out and G2 have to retreat.
Yehu actually saves the game. He just one-shot Hansama. And now G2 is forced to retreat. Kalist is just wave clearing. How does Yehu find it? Goes invisible. Oh my god, gets the Q, gets the ult, gets the one shot, and is able to get away to safety.
And we said it at the start of this game, Hansama had to be so crucial and thoughtful with how he used those killer instincts. He didn't get the value in that fight, and Yehu punishes, but still, every single tower is down for KC. They can't leave their base right now.
Nexus Towers will respawn.
What a game 5. What a game 5.
When we were 2-0, I'm pretty sure some people left the arena. I'm pretty sure they peaced out.
But the good news is they had time to go home, check, and then get all the way back again.
Oh, well, the gold just doesn't matter anymore. We are so late into the game. It all comes down to execution. And we talk, like, for anyone that's been a League fan for this long, knows that the 500 CS win condition was an old school meme because her ability to just wave clear and wave clear and wave clear was so difficult to deal with. And G2 is facing that here today. They are short range. They don't have the easiest engage. And Kalist is buying them time while KC's players look for plays.
You've level 16 hit on both supports. We are so late into this. But with Elder Dragon in 50 seconds, that has to be the focus. With little to no vision being allowed outside of the base for KC, these fights become so difficult. Checking anywhere towards this objective into those Anivia walls can be death for KC.
And if you give up the Elder, you give up the Baron. You have to feel. Also, if you leave your base, maybe you just give up your base. A charge in from Broken Blade, a ward placed.
The death cap finally done for Yehu.
Yehu now full build, matching caps in that mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, now we're at the pot stage. You can see everyone with pots.
Yeah.
Hansama going for the AP pot as well, relying a lot on his poke.
Okay, remember 49 minutes ago when I said take a breath? Let's take a very quick one right now.
Okay, Medic, you shut up. We'll give you time. Get ready, because you're going to need all of the oxygen in your body as we get close to that final fight. KC is approaching the Dragon. Yike, going to be the face checker. There's Caps. The immediate Zhonya's.
Nature's Scar's coming out. Yike's got a flash.
But BB's in the base. This is what you were talking about.
Oh,
KC
is in the base.
caught between two different areas, and now he's just going for the inhibitors.
KC retreating. KC retreating. It's like, can we catch Broken Blade? He immediately backs away. That's Elder to G2. 20 seconds on the Baron means it will be 2 for the price of 1.
All right, Elder Dragon secured. The countdown starts at the top left of your screen. 2 minutes, 20 seconds. G2, will they wait for the Baron? It looks like that's the game plan. They want every buff that they can get to try and close out this game.
I mean, but what do you do if you're KC? You give this over, the game is done. You have to fight against an Elder. Sure, Nexus Towers have respawned, but they're going to be at half HP, and you've
BB's
got so many super creeps in the bot lane.
Yeah, BB wasn't showing. It looks like KC are going to put some resources into making sure they can fend against him. G2 will get the Baron.
Okay, well, gentlemen, what do you believe is greater? Sivir defending a base, or an Elder Baron soul-empowered G2?
I'm like, come on. Come on.
I thought that the last time they were sieging Medic.
That is true. They didn't have Elder Baron, and this time they do. Inhibitors respawning.
They're being so cautious. Look at how much time they're waiting. They need the waves to sync up. Top is pushed in. Bot is pushed in.
Busio looking for him. Skumon flashes away. On the hunt was popped there by Kalist, and now KC need to get up towards this top side. Nature's Grasp out from Yike. Kana going in. Cap spots the stopwatch between worlds. Yike immediately evaporated. Pop Blossom from above. Lands a two-man. BCO dives back in. BCP's on the Nexus towers. And the walls come tumbling and down. The blue wall fell by the siege of the Samurai. G2 win LEC versus.
What an incredible Game 5. What a way to close out LEC versus. KC fought tooth and nail to the bitter end. But G2 just barely came out on top.
So many moments it looked like Karmine Corp were gonna make the miracle happen. But G2 stand tall once again at the top of Europe.
The handshakes, the hugs come through, the smile on Yike's face, of course, disappointment from KC. But they know that that was a great series. Games 3 and Game 4, the comebacks that they made happen. This series could have gone either way. KC found some incredible plays. It just wasn't quite enough.
And G2 get the honor of lifting the LEC versus trophy, representing Europe at first stand. And we'll see as they make their way to center stage, the victorious champions claiming their prize.
A well-deserved win for G2. It was hard fought.
In our trophy ceremony presented by Kia, G2 will raise the title, and we're going to hand it over to the stage to take it away.
de la LEC versus
size, digging ditches, ditching fire, making music in your pics, where you photosynthesize. Work it out and make your mind. Is you with it or you slide? Just because you win a lyric doesn't really mean you mine. I got things to do, but I don't got the time to do anything but when I gotta shine. This is bigger than just me, I gotta climb. With all the guys, I got my brothers and my fam standing next to me. I go to war for what I love until the death of me. Quitting in the first is not a threat to me, because what break me is what makes me, it's my destiny. I know we heard it all before, but let me give it to you straight. When you're back against the wall, you just step up to the plate. Who to call, who gon' fall, don't be asking who to blame. Go insane, ayy, since I lit the flame, I ain't scared to burn away. As far as the eye can see, it's closer to my destiny. Don't expect no less from me, 'cause one day I'll be burning away, burning away, burning away.
Ok. Muchas gracias a Pandarina y un pequeño entrevista con los ganadores. I will start with Caps. Come over here. I don't even know where the camera is. Caps! Did you have to break their heart so hard because KC is the team that almost reverse swept G2?
Man, after that fifth game, I'm just out of words. Like, I've never played a game like this. It was kind of like our other series against them, but somehow it always just ends up with these crazy game states.
I mean, they were chanting here, La Cabra, the GOAT, and I gotta say, tell me about some of those moments in that game 5 where you were alone, where you had to carry the game quite literally, or you were gonna lose the whole thing.
Thank you, thank you. I mean, I was like, I was screaming this last game. I think I've never been so mad as well. Like, I think, we found our way to the win in the end, so it was nice.
You did. Is this what you do it for, to be able to play in front of all these people, to play to the max?
I mean, for sure. Big thank you guys for everyone who's cheering for us. It's been awesome. Like, even when we were losing, everyone was just cheering and like really making sure that we bring it back. So thank you guys so much, and we're gonna make you guys proud at first stand as well.
Amazing. Maybe a few more words. Labrov, you almost couldn't. You almost dropped it. What was that about?
Looks like maybe I need to be hitting the gym more.
Maybe, but you played fantastically. How do you feel about your performance? You were so important in that last game.
I feel very happy to bounce back in game 5 and win and play well. And go to Brazil.
And go to Brazil, indeed. Skewmon, now I'll go to you, but Broken Blade keeps talking to the people I want to talk to. Skew, it was an interesting matchup versus Yike. It was a tough one, I think, from your part as well. So tell me about those games and how you finally got the upper hand.
Yeah, I mean, I think playing with Yike is always like insane. I think it's like really insane jungle, and I think we both like showed like some really good stuff today. So I'm really happy about my performance, and I'm just really relieved that we finally won in the end. That's the most important thing for me.
Another title, Broken Blade. Great best of 5 out of you as well. I'm going to let you do the honors of talking to all the Movistar Koi fans who decided to cheer for G2 today.
G2, estamos aquí. Aquí. Para nosotros.
Estamos en la casa. Super. Thank you. Hans, you're the only one I didn't ask anything to, so I'm going to do the same. Congratulations. You're going to first stand. What can we expect of you and of the team at that tournament?
Well, we will do our best in first stand. Very exciting to get another international. We've learned a lot from the previous international, and I'm pretty sure that we are going to do well.
We're looking forward to it. Barcelona, uno más por G2, tus campeones de LEC Versus.
I got my brothers and my fam standing next to me. I go to war for what I love until the death of me. You quitting in the first is not a threat to me. Because what breaks me is what makes me, it's my destiny. I know we heard it all before, but let me give it to you straight. When you're back against the wall, you just step up to the plate.
You may doubt them, you may count them out, but it is G2 once again who stand victorious and who grab the very first ever LEC Versus trophy. And guys, what a ride this has been for this team. From 2 dominant games into losing the next 2, almost getting reverse swept for the very first time in the history of the organization, but at the end of the day, it is G2 once again.
It was an absolute roller coaster, Laura, and you could see it on the players' expressions: relief, happiness, joy, and just the fact that this series went the distance, it makes it so much more meaningful. It's not just another G2 title. This went back and forth. One mistake could have been the difference, and KC could have won it all.
I mean, nothing impresses me more than them finding the ability to actually formulate sentences after being down or being up 2-0 into losing 2 games where you had to control the mental tenacity, fortitude, stamina required to bounce back and deliver such a performance in such a close game to finish the day off is absolutely astounding.
Wow. It's absolutely astonishing because everyone is just absolutely so exhausted. Caps had those last 10 minutes of his lifetime. I felt like he had to fight tooth and nail to hold G2 back in that game. And after all of that, when everyone is just exhausted from his team, this guy still finds that cheeky smile.
I'm not sure if I believe Caps can get exhausted while playing League of Legends. It's as we said, he lives and breathes this game. I feel like he's the kind of guy that's just sitting while every other 9 players in the game are stressing out.
Look at him, he's by himself.
He's always just sitting there with a little smirk on his face, like, you guys are playing Anivia. Like, I think he was was having the time of his life that last game. He heard it, he had never had a game like that before, and I bet you he enjoyed it to the fullest.
I mean, I agree with you, Finn. He looked more energetic after this series than when it first started. It was just I can't even speak myself. Phenomenal performance by him and Skumond today. Like, they really were the superstars for me for G2 with Labrov stepping up in the Nico performance.
At game 5, it was crazy because I was looking at Labrov as well in the previous games. I was like, I'm not seeing the impact I would like to have from him, but in game 5 he delivered. The Nico flanks were everywhere. He was putting so much pressure on KC to stop that comeback from happening. It was absolutely amazing performance from everyone.
It comes down to resilience. It comes down to trusting each other as teammates. And you guys were talking about Caps. This is his 16th title.
That's just unfair.
16th title, guys. No, but you can just see it on his face, what it means to him after winning so much, when you've been yearning for it, when you've been fighting for it after 5 long games. He deserves it so much, honestly. I can understand the smile on his face, especially after fighting for this one that much, even after 16 titles.
The most impressive thing is just his passion, because you look at it, one might say that maybe, okay, maybe after 5, maybe after 10, maybe after 15, it starts mattering.
It's never enough.
A little bit less. But this guy, every single day, clocks in, clocks out from the scrims, from solo queue, and putting on such a master.
And remember G2 at the beginning of the splits, at the beginning of regular season, we were like, okay, maybe they've reached their ceiling. Maybe going together for one more year was the year too much. They stick together. They believed in themselves. The coaching staff believed in them as well. And look at them, once again, lifting the cup.
I mean, it's about trust. It's about trust from the coaching staff to say that we believe in you 5. It's about trust when Labrov asks for the Nico first pick. After he had 2 rough games in a row, he says, give me the Nico first pick and I will perform. And he goes on that stage with that trust from his teammates, from his coaching staff, and delivers an absolute great performance. But I can't stop thinking about Caps. The fact that he's now accumulating LEC trophies faster than he is aging, which is insane.
We're minutes away from crowning the LEC versus Finals MVP trophy, and we've seen it all after 5 games. When you look at the impact that all the players had at clutch moments, who do we think is going to take it? It's really hard.
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, for me, it's between Skumond and Caps.
Yeah.
But it's like, Skumond in the first 2 games, phenomenal. But in the last game, it was all Caps. And then it's really about, like, what do you value more? That clutch factor to really actually seal the deal, or the consistency that Skumond brought throughout the series?
Okay, we can't be game 5 Andes because...
Well,
but
you
it is the
can.
most,
You can. Sometimes like this, you have to.
It is, but at the same time, he's been putting on great performances. We saw Caps have a stinker. If Caps had that stinker with the Silas game in game 5, we wouldn't be talking about it, but it's all about the series.
Because they already won for 3-1 then.
It doesn't matter. But Skumond, I mean, he just had such an amazing day today. I feel like he's the one who got Caps ahead so often. And yes, Caps was clutch. Caps did win that game 5 for them. But when it comes to the whole series, I'm putting my bets on Skumond.
I mean, it's a legend in the making. Like, the tandem of Skumond and Caps, this entire series have proven themselves unstoppable. The fact that they put on performance after performance, game after game, where BP was struggling, where Labrov was struggling, where Hans was struggling, it was always those 2 that held the fort and made this series so competitive.
They're a key pillar for this team. And I'm just super happy that we get to see both of them performing super well at the same time, you know? Because we've seen iterations of G2 where it feels like either it's just, you know, claps and the rest of the team is or it's like Caps is not really there, craps. And then the rest of the team kind of falters around him. But the fact that I feel like I can have faith in both Skumond and Caps to be at their A game at the same time, because mid and jungle, they're both strong roles, but they can only do so much. It's really in tandem that we see the strength come out, and that's able to win you a game 5 like this.
Yeah, absolutely. It comes down to this trust. It comes down to this clutch moment, what makes or breaks a team. And Shox is now standing by with the MVP, and it is Caps.
Sí, es la cabra. Caps es el MVP de LEC versus de la finale. Congratulations, Caps. Another W. I mean, where does this one rank in all the accolades you've gotten?
I think this one definitely might be up there. I feel like I don't think I played a final that was quite like this. We had one with Fnatic, it was quite close, but this last game just really like, it took the top prize. I think I don't think I've yelled so much before, and I do think we made it a bit harder for ourselves than we maybe had to in this game. But there were some crazy elder fights. It was a lot of fun.
We often look at your career and there's ups and downs like there are for any people, right? But how do you make sure that every time in the playoffs and in moments like this, it is still there? Is that just a gut feeling? Is that something you can't teach? Because it happens every single time.
I think, well, thank you first. I think, we definitely struggle a bit in the regular season this year. I think when we have a bit more time to like prepare for opponents and we really get to prepare for the single opponent. Like now we just had, we had KC and Koi as well, maybe even GX, but we mainly prepared for I guess KC and Koi, and then KC yesterday, and we really got to dive deep into it, and we also got to play a lot on the patch, so we have a lot of ideas. We have some crazy picks even in the late games, I'm just grateful to get to make another final and win it.
And of course, you get to go to Brazil to first stand. There's only one seed going from EMEA, so we're all counting on you. You've had a lot of international tournaments, right? But with all the information that you've gathered now and that you say, we've got so much in the bank, can we hope for a big result there?
For sure, yeah. I think we have been practicing very hard this split, and we've only been getting better. So if we keep that up for the first time boot camp, I'm sure we can go all the way. So it's going to be fun.
Anything else you want to say to the G2 faithful?
Big shout out to all the fans for cheering for us today. It was like very crazy. I think it really means a lot, especially when we started losing. You know, like having the people just keep cheering for us and saying like, "You got this." Everyone was like this, so I really appreciate that. I hope it will be the same in Brazil as well. But knowing the Brazilian fans, I'm sure it will be. So thank you guys so much, and we will look to do crazy games like this.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much, Caps. Congratulations. And de mi parte, muchas gracias a tus chicos por Movistar Koi, la organización, el evento aquí. Fue increíble. Muchas gracias.
Yay, the custom character from G2 stealing our goat here.
It always feels like it's one of those players, the ones where you just randomize everything and he just appears.
You're a custom character from the cutscene. I love this. Shout out to Romain, always amazing costumes, but I really want to celebrate Caps here because thinking about the conversation we had at the beginning of the day, who is the best Western player right now when we speak, and this is why you cannot outcount Caps. That's why he's the GOAT. You can be a Game 5 ND, but this is what matters. This is what brings you the victory in the end, having clutch moments like this.
Anyone that wants to can rewatch this game and look at Caps' cues in every single team fight. He found crucial targets. Every single one of those team fights were on a knife's edge. And it was really difficult for KC to do anything due to the disruption that he provided all the game long.
I think the clutch factor of Caps, I was arguing for Busio. Also, it's not Busio, I didn't say Busio was the GOAT, right? Just right now. Just need to make that clear. Best player right now, right? Obviously Caps is the GOAT. Obviously Caps is the GOAT. Okay, obviously Caps is the GOAT, okay. Right? But today, Caps was better. Way higher impact, way more clutch.
Which is better on the day, guys.
He was just better on the day. True, actually, that's actually exactly what I was saying.
He's always better on the day that matters.
Yeah, that's the thing.
For 16 titles, I cannot overstate this. It's actually insane.
Every single time there's this moment where even me, stupid me, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna put Busio as better than Caps, and this guy just comes with that goofy face, and he just slaps you across the face.
That smile. That damn smile.
That damn smile.
Guys, I love talking with you, but one of you has to go. Odo, it's going to be you. You've been amazing on the desk for the past 3 days. Qmon is with us. Let's go!
avec la trophy.
And he didn't come empty-handed here with the trophy. Oh my God.
The closest me and Finn are going to get the trophy. Huh?
Almost.
If you want to take the headset here.
You're going to go on this side. You take Odo Amne's headset. Odo, we'll get you later.
It's kind of beautiful, honestly. Wow.
Don't touch it. It's not for you.
Yeah. Hello.
Any first impressions?
I don't know. I feel like I lost my voice, honestly, after this last game.
Yeah.
But yeah, pretty exhausted, but obviously happy that we won. So, I don't know what to say. So many emotions came to me throughout this series. I feel like we were playing really good. Even the game we lost, we were playing a pretty nice early game. but we just couldn't manage to like, I don't know, either stay disciplined or like close out the game properly. And this last game, same thing again, they have severe, they're scaling, so it's like very scary. But we just managed to like clutch it out, so yeah, I'm just like really happy.
Did you feel like your inability to like, because in game 3, game 4, and game 5, you guys got pretty big early game leads.
Yeah.
Did you feel like it was you guys just making mistakes, or did you feel like KC just were really tenacious and pushing you guys when you didn't otherwise expect that?
I mean, I do think we cannot play like, we played a bit fearlessly at some moments. I think I remember like me dying with Pantheon when I was like 4-0.
Yeah.
Because I'm just like, I don't like face checking. But yeah, I mean, I think we were just like lacking a bit of discipline, in my opinion. I do think they had like some good scaling comps. So obviously, like when you go into later stage of the game, they probably have the upper hand. But I do think this, yeah, they played good and they found like the good angles to come back. So props to them, yeah.
Now, I did say before that I think the most impressive part about today was the fact that you guys could form sentences after a series, like that. But I still want to try to pick your brain a little bit, because I want to know what the comments were like in that game 5 after that top tier 2 to wipe almost. You guys died 3 for null. How did you guys calm down at that point, and who was the one being the voice of reason?
I mean, like. Surely not me. I don't think it was me. I think like Caps, BB, Lavrov were like kind of doing this job. But yeah, like when we got the first Nash and we instantly died 30 seconds after, we're like, guys, we're not doing it again. You know, like it's like a bit sus. That's severe, guys. We need to close the game properly. And then again and again, like we die. And then the worst one was like when we were like at their Nexus, we get all of the towers.
And then Hans dies.
And then Hans dies. We're like, oh guys, please not again, you know. But Caps found like a clutch play. We got Marker Flash and. From then, yeah, from now on, I think we just played good. Really reserved. I think we played safe, but I think it makes sense, you know.
How do you manage to like not stay calm, obviously, with what you're telling us here, but keep your focus, find your focus again to actually take it to the end? Because again, this is what makes or breaks teams here.
Yeah,
and you guys managed to do it.
I mean, personally, just like not really thinking about like what is going on and like the stakes of the game, right? Like, obviously, everybody knows this is a game 5. We're about to get reverse swept, and this is like a match point for like the trophy. But for me individually, I just like made sure that I push out all of these thoughts and like all of the pressure around this game and just look to play good. Obviously, again, we were like throwing a bit. I was like, yeah, oh man, like not again, you know. But yeah, looking to push out these thoughts and just stay in the present. Look at the game, look at what you can do. And yeah, I mean, again, I'm honestly pretty happy with how we played like most of like the early games, you know, like all 5 games. But yeah, I mean, if you would have lost, it would have been tragic. So I'm happy that we won.
I mean, I think you and Caps had an absolute master performance in the mid-jungle today, and I thought it was really impressive how you guys worked together. Now, I have this idea of Caps in my mind, because we don't know what he's like in-game. Yeah. But my vision of Caps in a game 5 like this, when he's playing the Navia, he's flashing over the Aurora Qs to save the game. I have this vision that he's just giggling and having fun about it. I want to know, is that true, or is he actually super serious and locked in?
I do think in general, yes, that is true. But like in this game, like the comps were like a bit started to be a bit chaotic. Yeah, we died, and like on that Elder, like when they're about to get Elder, he just completely outplays, you know, like somehow. He was like mostly serious, I have to say. He wasn't really laughing, because obviously if we lose this game, I think the morale won't be like that high. But yeah, I mean, in general, yeah, I do think
he was saving the smile for the trophy.
Yeah, that's true.
One question about you, Skimon, because we've been talking a lot today and throughout playoffs about your impact for the team, your progress within G2 from the moment you entered the LEC last year until the player you've grown into today, and how much you've been helping and instrumental to your team's victory, especially throughout playoffs. So how did it feel for you growing into this role, taking maybe a bigger step within G2? Do you feel like things changed, and do you feel like a different player now?
Definitely, yeah. I mean, I think with like all the stuff we have around us and all the players I'm playing with as well, just gained so much experience like outside of and inside of the game that just helped me grow as a player and as a leader in this team. And yeah, I mean, nothing would have been possible without the help of like everybody in this team. I think everybody's giving their best to like actually achieve our goals, which is like to win LEC and like actually do something in internationals, right? And I think our group is like, yeah, it's like perfect, honestly. And I just hope that we will be able to like keep showing some good performances in the future.
Yeah, on that note, first stand.
Yeah.
Coming up next.
Let's talk about it.
What are your thoughts? How do you feel? And actually, let's start with how do you feel Europe as a general level? Should we be excited? Should we be worried? I mean, Gen G, VFX.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about it, I feel like you restored the pride of LEC at Worlds, going to quarterfinals. It's the first time since Swiss Stage was introduced. So, higher expectations for you guys, or how do you judge everything going into this tournament?
Probably like going without expectation, in the sense that we probably know that if you play good, we can beat like a lot of these teams, and we are confident in our like abilities to just like upset some teams. Last year we like took like 2 games from Gen G, I think, and like I think we played like some decent games against the top teams. But the most important thing is that to stay grounded, and I think just like look to focus on ourselves, right? Because obviously all of these teams are like the best in their regions, so like all of them are like really insane. So if you just think about like how good they are, if tomorrow we're against Gen G, then we are just not gonna win, right? We just need to play off our strength, and I'm confident that we'll be able to show some good stuff here.
I have my eyes on one specific matchup because I was with you at MSI, and I remember the first time you played Canyon because we had an interview after that game. Spoilers, it did not go well. You knew it, but that's what makes people learn. So this matchup again against Canyon specifically, what have you learned playing against this player that maybe is going to help you perform better and hopefully against Gen G this time? What are you looking forward to the most?
Yeah, I mean, if you play against them, obviously it's going to be really exciting. Like probably like the best jungler in the world, or like one of, like with Honor. Arguably at least, but yeah, I mean, from like my games I played against him on stage and like from the scrims, he just like, I think he's the type of player that no matter what you do in the game, I feel like he will always find a way to come back, you know, which is like really impressive as a jungler, and it's like a strength that I really want to work on myself. And yeah, I mean, I think he's just like very consistent, and he's just really able to like see the win condition like properly and like be there on the like correct timing. So that's just, it just makes like the great player that he is. So if you play against him, hopefully I'll be excited, and let's see what I can do.
Very excited for the jungle meta going into first time.
Oh,
I feel like my take is that right now is the most versatile jungle meta there ever existed in competitive Legends, in League of Legends. Would you agree with this?
I mean, actually, probably. First of all, yeah, probably I think so. Second of all, I mean, some patches like came out and we was like still stuck on like the 16.3 in LEC. So I'm looking forward to see like the changes. I didn't even read the patch because I really don't want to like have some like what's it called, like
be influenced kind of.
Exactly, yeah. And bad practice, right? Like for example, if I play Maokai in this patch, I think he got buffed. Then it's probably gonna like skew a bit like my my view on the champ. But yeah, I mean, I think I saw like a lot of changes. A Maokai buff is good for us, I think. So yeah, looking forward for that. And I do think, yeah, like you're really able to play like so many different champs, like tanks, AP champs, and like most of the time bruisers. So yeah, I think it's like pretty nice.
Exciting, and excited to see you guys at internationals again. That is gonna be a banger for sure. Skimon, thank you so much for joining us today. Guys, you've been smashing it as well on the desk. Félicitations.
Merci.
Yeah, congrats on winning that trophy yet again. The trophy case for G2 keeps on stacking. I don't know how big. Yeah. That's going to be interesting, actually, bringing this one back to Berlin. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty heavy, too. We saw that earlier. But yeah, congratulations yet again on this one. And that's all for us here in Badalona. We're going to be back, as we said, with G2 Esports for First 10 tournament in Sao Paulo on March 16th. And we'll be back with the LEC Spring on March 28th. Tickets go on sale at lec.gg/ticket on March 6th. Skimond, we'll see you in Sao Paulo very soon.
Yes.
Thank you all so much for watching. Be kind to each other and have a good night.
Skimon comes in for the gank. Aqua Prism, magical journey forward. Khalid still no flash, tries to dash away. But the Darking Blade finds its first victim. And a giant spell. BB needs to get out of here, but no flash on him. Kana has the public execution for the chase, doesn't need it. Kana just autos him to death.
I built. Looks winning. That's the trick. I will play. You will never die. I need heal though. I'll move to you now, next. Better. Nice, guys.
Building up 1,000 cuts with the Realm Warp in. Broken Blade needs to get out. Has Skewmon. Last breath perhaps for Yehu. No flash on the wind wall.
Nice and strong behind us. W. Get the wave. Top, no? Kill the Carmen, go top. Guys, just come in. We can tank. Keep tanking.
Well, he just hit 6. Skewmon with those 2 early kills and the assist has his ultimate quicker than usual. And with Hans waiting in the alcove, KC are pounced on. G2 find their prey, and Busio will not live.
Rel no flash. No flash. Rel no flash. Kill Rel.
He's stuck. Yeah. Go now, shot, no?
Yeah,
we can. Look Silas.
I'm ulting Silas.
Behind me the wave. Don't back it. Behind me the wave. Oh.
Nice.
Oh, Quadra. They won the first two, and why not? It's our time to. We are winning these two, okay?
Yeah, and whoever wins game 4 wins game 5. So
yeah, so it's that simple.
It's just this game, guys.
Nano flash. Look, guys. Yeah. I want to know. Look at this. Let's go! I like it! Hey, poke up. Hey, Pressy. Okay, 5 is comfort zone. We know it, okay?
Yes, sir.
Let's go, boys. Let's go, everyone.
Stop.
Just survive. Please. Nice. Just base now. Base pass. Doesn't look bad. Look in with BB, okay? We go in. Hit Nexus. Hit the Nexus. Hit it. Lalek. Nice! Let's
Kill of 2025!
A new wave is coming to the LEC! That's gonna be one of the best LEC intros I've seen in years!
Oh, Jackies!
Forbid on it.
Crowd's all ready for that trash line. Their rapid, crazy minds right in the arcane again.
Everything blue in this arena. Everything blue.
Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go! Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in.